Chapter 1411. Attacking the Demongod Emperor's Country. Chapter 1411. Attacking the Demongod Emperor's Country. Impressive, as expected of a Demongod Emperor. It's a shame, but you're not in your peak condition right now. Let me guess, you sustained heavy injuries during the ancient Demongod War? Otherwise, you wouldn't fight me with just an avatar. Yang Feng smiled and erupted with Demongod patterns, and his severed right hand regenerated in an instant. Manba's face sank. He pointed with his hand, and the terrifying battle axe slashed towards Yang Feng again. It's just an avatar, yet you want to kill me? You're overestimating yourself. With a cold flash in his eyes, Yang Feng's arms surged with countless Demongod patterns, broke out with Demongod Emperor force, and shot towards the terrifying battle axe. Boom! A terrible energy shock wave spread in all directions. The terrifying battle axe shattered immediately. When Manba saw this, his eyes flashed with disbelief. Demongod Emperor force. How come you possess the power of a Demongod Emperor? In this universe, only powerhouses who have advanced to the Demongod Emperor realm can possess Demongod Emperor force. Yang Feng is just a greater demongod. As such, it should be impossible for him to wield Demongod Emperor force. I am the next Demongod Emperor. Yang Feng smiled, took a step, appeared in front of Manba, spread the fingers of his hand, and slapped Manba on the head, and a devour black hole appeared directly and sucked Manba in. You're dead. Yi Cheng, I'm going to kill you together with all your kin. With a ferocious flicker in his eyes, Manba's figure blurred, and he tried to detonate himself. Countless strange demongod patterns emerged in the devour black hole and firmly wound around Manba, making it so Manba can't detonate himself. After a few breaths of time, Manba collapsed and turned into dust that wafted away with a gust of wind. Go to hell! Yang Feng slapped Warsword Demongod on the head, and a terrifying devour black hole appeared and swallowed Warsword Demongod directly. Two powerful demongod origins filled Yang Feng's body, making his strength rise again. In the center of the realm of demon gods, there is a huge palace complex covering an area hundreds of thousands of kilometers in radius. In the center of the palace complex, there is a magnificent, mysterious city. The mysterious city is the place where successive demongod emperors have resided. According to legend, the mysterious city conceals secrets to exceed the Demongod Emperor realm. In ancient times, several Demongod emperors fought each other for the right to live in the mysterious city, leading to their fall. Yi Cheng, curse you, Yi Cheng, pass down my order. If anyone in the realm of demongods kills Yi Cheng, I will reward them with the head of a Demongod Emperor. A voice full of rage transmitted from the mysterious city, and a fearsome will spread towards the whole realm of demon gods. The head of a Demongod Emperor. This is a reward issued by His Majesty Manba. If I kill Yi Cheng, my strength will be able to progress further. In the whole realm of demon gods, the eyes of powerful greater demon gods surged with the color of excitement when they heard this. Manba was the sole victor of the ancient war. As such, the bodies of the demongod emperors fell into his hands. The head of a demongod emperor is enough to enable an ordinary greater demongod to evolve to the level of Warsword Demongod. This is enough to make many greater demongods to go crazy. 50,000 kilometers to the west of the huge palace complex, ripples surged, and a level 6 stronghold emerged from the void. Interstellar warships flew out one after another and fired light beams barreling towards the palace complex. In the wake of the light beams, mushroom clouds rose and vast devastation occurred. Someone is attacking the City of Miracles. Someone wants to kill the Demongod Emperor. When the three greater demon gods living around the City of Miracles saw this scene, their hearts surged with shock. But they didn't go there to give a helping hand. This is the great demongod Manba's country. An intermediate demongod realm stoneman demongod just walked out of the palace complex, when a light beam slammed into him and blasted him apart. Formidable demongod auras just rose from the palace complex, when light beams descended, slammed into the palace complex, and obliterated the demon gods inside. How fierce! Who is it? They want to fight His Majesty Demongod Emperor to the death. The three greater demon gods around the City of Miracles felt a chill rise inside them when they saw this. They are all smart people and naturally understand that since Yang Feng has gone this far, he clearly wants to fight the Demongod Emperor to the death. Above the City of Miracles, ripples surged, and a giant mountain emerged abruptly. 9 demon-god dragons, who look 90% similar to true dragons, flew out of the giant mountain, and greater demon-god realm fluctuations of power emanated from them. After they flew out, the 9 demon-god dragons merged together and became a 9-headed demon-god dragon. A huge stone emerged out of the earth, and a stone wolf crawled out of the huge stone, a fierce flash in its eyes. A sun flew out of the City of Miracles, and then a sun lion emerged from the sun. 9 dragons demon god, sky wolf demon god, sun lion demon god. Sure enough, the 3 confidants of the Demongod Emperor are here. The 3 demon gods are each stronger than Warsword Demon God. With these 3 guardians by his side, Demongod Emperor's position is as stable as Mount Tai. To dare attack the Demongod Emperor, that person is seeking death. When the 3 greater demon gods around the City of Miracles saw the 3 demon gods that just emerged, their eyes flashed with a dignified color. 9 dragons demon god, skywolf demon god, sun lion demon god. These 3 demon gods followed the Demongod Emperor Manba on various campaigns back in the day and made great contributions. Countless demon gods have died at their hands, including more than 100 greater demon gods. After the ancient demon god war, the number of greater demon gods in the realm of demon gods has greatly decreased. The 3 demon gods are partly at fault for this. With a fierce shade in his eyes, 9 dragons demon god looked at the 6th generation battle robots and revealed a contemptuous smile. I can finally stretch a bit. I want Yi Cheng's heart and liver. To dare provoke the great Demongod Emperor. He's guilty of a crime for which even death cannot atone. Skywolf Demon God licked his lips and said with a ferocious smile, "Then I want his legs. I haven't had greater Demon God flesh for a long time." Sun Lion Demon God revealed a fierce smile. "Then I will catch all the people Yi Cheng cherishes and burn them alive one by one. I'll engrave the outcome of being a rebel deep into him." Target has appeared. The Devastator cannon is fully charged. Fire! All of a sudden, a cannon 10 kilometers long extended from the level 6 stronghold, and countless demon god patterns erupted. In an instant, a Devastator cannon beam ejected out, shrouded 9 dragons demon god, skywolf demon god, and sun lion demon god, and then barreled towards the City of Miracles. The palace complex surged with demon god patterns. Tremendous demon god force was channeled into the City of Miracles, allowing the city to activate a huge defensive barrier. When the Devastator cannon beam slammed into the huge defensive barrier, it set off ripples. After the beam disappeared, it was revealed that the 3 demon gods have turned into ashes and a large tract of the palace complex was erased. 9 dragons demon god, skywolf demon god, and sun lion demon god have been dealt with. The 3 have fallen in an instant. How fierce! When they saw this scene, fear welled up inside the 3 spectating greater demon gods. If they were faced against any one of 9 dragons Demongod's group of 3, even if the 3 spectating greater demon gods worked together, they wouldn't stand a chance. Yet now 9 dragons demon god and them have died in an instant in a frontal confrontation. This is beyond shocking. The swarm of warships shone, and light beams rained down on the palace complex and destroyed it directly. The countless palaces are energy nodes that provide defensive power to the City of Miracles. Only by destroying those palaces, only then can Yang Feng capture the City of Miracles in one fell swoop. Metal spheres flew out from the level 6 stronghold, landed in certain locations in the palace complex outside the City of Miracles, and formed mechanical towers. The mechanical towers shone and extracted the demon god force in the surroundings of the City of Miracles. The demon god force of the entire City of Miracles was extracted by the mechanical towers, and then channeled into the level 6 stronghold to recharge the Devastator cannon. Hiding in the void, Yang Feng quietly directed the battle between the level 6 stronghold and the City of Miracles. The City of Miracles is a place that demon god emperors fight over, hiding who knows how many trump cards. Yang Feng doesn't want to go out into the open and be killed by the demon god emperor's trump cards. But so long as the demon god force of the entire City of Miracles is extracted, the city won't last long. Tens of thousands of intermediate demon god realm powerhouses, who are comparable to warlock monarch rank powerhouses, flew out of the City of Miracles. The interstellar warships suspended in the void shone and fired light beams that slammed into the intermediate demon gods and blasted them to pieces. The 6th-generation battle robots lunged and engaged with the intermediate demon gods. New novel chapters are published on FruyoBNL.com. Terrible explosions sounded incessantly. Countless 6th-generation battle robots and countless intermediate demon gods fell at all times. While hiding in the void, Yang Feng broke out with demon god patterns and constantly devoured the demon god origin that scattered when intermediate demon gods died, and his aura climbed. Chapter 1412. Advancing to a Demon God Emperor. Chapter 1412. Advancing to a Demon God Emperor. As the 6th-generation battle robots and intermediate demon gods fought, the scales began to tilt in Yang Feng's direction. In the City of Miracles, demon god patterns surged and formed a huge halberd. Shrouded in endless lightning, the huge halberd turned into a stream of light and stabbed towards the Level 6 stronghold. The mechanical towers within the Level 6 stronghold shone and erected a powerful semicircular defensive barrier. When the huge halberd shrouded in lightning hit the semicircular barrier, it crushed the barrier. The outer super-alloy armor of the Level 6 stronghold absorbed a terrifying force, and then crumbled. A large swath of armor debris sputtered away in all directions. After the terrible lightning dispersed, a large hole and great devastation appeared on the Level 6 stronghold. The outer armor of the Level 6 stronghold, which was originally 1,000 kilometers in diameter, collapsed by more than 90%, with its diameter being reduced to about 100 kilometers. A swarm of engineering robots flew out of the void, entered the Level 6 stronghold, and began to repair it quickly. Mechanical spheres ejected out from various places, entered the Level 6 stronghold through various holes, and quickly repaired it. The Level 6 stronghold erupted with demon god patterns, absorbed the surrounding demon god force, and quickly repaired itself. What a frightening auto-repair speed! How scary! When the 3 spectating demon gods saw this, they felt a chill rise inside them. Each demon god possesses formidable, undying characteristics. Some demon gods can be reborn even if only a piece of flesh remains of them. However, the attacks of top demon gods contain terrifying law force. Before the law force is dispelled, their fearsome regeneration ability will be suppressed. The auto-repair ability of the Level 6 stronghold can be regarded as incredible, making it seem as if the full strength attack of a demon god emperor was just an ordinary attack. With a flash of light, a devastator cannon beam ejected out and slammed into the defensive barrier of the City of Miracles. The defensive barrier of the City of Miracles trembled slightly and crumbled bit by bit. The demon god force in this area was already extracted by the mechanical towers set up by the Level 6 stronghold. No matter how powerful the City of Miracles is, without enough energy to support it, it is impossible to resist the continuous attacks launched by the Level 6 stronghold. At this time, Yang Feng's technology has exceeded that of the Shizu by far. With the help of top alchemists such as Magic Note Lord, the performance of this Level 6 stronghold has exceeded that of the Level 6 stronghold of the Shizu by far. Yi Chung, damn you! An earth-shaking roar came from the City of Miracles, and a 100-meter-tall powerhouse dressed in a golden battle gear, blind in one eye, with long black hair reaching the waist, surrounded by a layer of twisting demon god emperor force, walked out of the City of Miracles. That powerhouse is the Demongod Emperor Manba. Demongod Emperor Manba. He actually stepped in himself. After the ancient war, he finally came out into the world. When the 3 spectating greater demon gods saw the Demongod Emperor Manba, they trembled slightly. The demon god force inside them was stifled by the Demongod Emperor Manba's Demongod Emperor force. Along with a flash of ripples, Yang Feng walked out of the void unhurriedly and looked at Demongod Emperor Manba, and a smile appeared in his eyes. You really haven't fully recovered from your injuries. A terrifying powerhouse such as Demongod Emperor Manba won't easily suffer injuries and can recover from an ordinary injury in an instant. However, once he is heavily injured by a powerhouse of the same level, once he sustained damage to the origin, it will be very difficult to recover from it. It's enough to kill you. With a fierce shimmer in his eyes, Manba took a step, crossed the void, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and slashed down with the Emperor Slayer axe in his hands. If you were in peak condition, I may still be somewhat apprehensive of you, but the way you are now, you stand no chance. Yang Feng smiled faintly. With a strange glimmer in his eyes, he surged with Demongod Emperor force, took a step, and entered a strange space-time state. At this moment, Yang Feng appeared to shuttle between the past, present, and future. The Emperor Slayer axe that can sunder the firmament and crush the space fell down, landed on Yang Feng's body, and passed through him strangely. Manba exclaimed when he saw this, a flash of shock in his eyes. What's going on? This is space-time walk, one of the basic abilities of eternal sovereigns. With a light smile on his lips, Yang Feng returned to the present in an instant, crushed the defenses of Manba, and stabbed the other party's heart with this hand. Countless demon god patterns shone, and terrifying devour force broke out in an instant and madly devoured Manba's demon god origin. A horrifying devour black hole appeared and swallowed Yang Feng and Manba. Die! Manba is a demon god emperor for a reason. With a ferocious glimmer in his eyes, he surged with demon god patterns, which turned into chains that wound around the Emperor Slayer axe and pulled it to slash towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng broke out with countless demon god patterns that formed twisting black light. The twisting black light swept the Emperor Slayer axe and pulled it to the side, and the Emperor Slayer axe cut off Yang Feng's left arm. This was your last chance to kill me. Unfortunately, you missed it. Yang Feng smiled coldly. He surged with countless demon god patterns, and vast demon god emperor aura diffused from him. In the whole realm of demon gods, tremendous amount of demon god force converged and formed a terrifying vortex. Boundless demon god force poured into Yang Feng's body. A dazzling star that overwhelms the world rose in the realm of demon gods and suspended above the realm of mortals. Demon God Emperor Star. A new demon god emperor has been born. Who was it? Who advanced to a demon god emperor? Could it be that it was Yi Cheng, the one who His Majesty Manba wanted to kill? Yi Cheng is just a mortal. How could he advance so quickly? In the realm of demon gods, the greater demon gods were dumbfounded when they saw the rising demon god emperor star. Their eyes filled with shock. Demon god emperors are invincible beings at the very summit of this universe. In the eyes of demon god emperors, greater demon gods are only slightly stronger ants. The rise of a demon god emperor signifies that the status quo of the realm of demon gods is about to be broken. A demon god emperor. How is that possible? How is that possible? Manba looked at Yang Feng, who is emitting demon god emperor realm fluctuation of power, in disbelief and cried out. It is extremely hard and dangerous to advance to the demon god emperor realm. An unknown number of greater demon gods have spent hundreds of thousands or even millions of years without being able to take the last step and advance to a demon god emperor. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.com. Back in the day, Manba went through countless dangers and had countless fortuitous encounters before he was finally barely able to take that step and advance to a demon god emperor. Seeing Yang Feng advance to a demon god emperor in an instant, this was a heavy blow to Manba's psyche. That's because I am an eternal sovereign. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. The power of the devour black hole's devour force suddenly increased 100-fold. Shrouded by the terrifying devour force, Manba's body began to turn into dust bit by bit. In the entire realm of demon gods, there was a slight tremor, and the demon god emperor star representing Manba began to collapse. His Majesty Manba's star has began to collapse. His Majesty Manba has fallen. How could this be? In the realm of demon gods, when the countless demon gods saw the demon god emperor star representing Manba collapse, a storm was set off in their hearts. After the ancient war, the demon-god Emperor Manba was the only demon-god emperor of the realm of demon gods. He was invincible in the world. All demon gods were his subjects and subordinates. Since the demon-god Emperor Manba has died, it means that the realm of demon gods will have a new master. I am demon-god Emperor Yang Feng. From today on, I will be the new master of the realm of demon gods. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who go against me shall perish. A tyrannical voice reverberated in the realm of demon gods, giving rise to a chill in the hearts of the demon gods. Moonlight demon god gazed at Yang Feng absent-mindedly, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Demon god emperor. He actually advanced to a demon god emperor. Moreover, he is not Yi Cheng, but Yang Feng. Moonlight demon god has analyzed Yang Feng's growth and had his doubts regarding it. However, since Yang Feng has advanced to a demon god emperor, he can only put his doubts aside, not daring to reveal them in the slightest. The realm of mortals, Man Ling Empire. Star demon god looked at the collapsing demon god emperor star in the sky with an enigmatic shade in her beautiful eyes. He did it! Manba actually died at his hands. He is indeed qualified to be my master. The Ling Empire's capital. Sun demon god looked at the collapsing demon god emperor star in the sky with a peculiar shade in his eyes. To be able to kill Manba, he's worthy of being my master. Ling Shang looked at the collapsing demon god emperor star in the sky with horror in his eyes. The demon god emperor has actually fallen. Not long ago, Yang Feng was just an ordinary mortal in Ling Shang's eyes. Now even a demon god emperor has died at his hands. This is simply unbelievable. The southern province, Moon God Temple. Demon God Emperor Manba has fallen? How is this possible? This is horrible. No, this is great. Brilliant demon god gazed at the collapsing demon god emperor star in the sky in shock, a complicated look on his face. Chapter 1413. King of Rulers Ziji. Chapter 1413. King of Rulers Ziji. After the fall of the demon god Emperor Manba, the news of Yang Feng's advancement to a demon god emperor disseminated within the realm of demon gods. Sun demon god, Moonlight demon god, Star demon god, and Brilliant demon god suppressed the rebellions in the realm of demon gods. After the most powerful greater demon gods were killed by Yang Feng, the rest got a clear understanding of the situation and submitted decisively. Although minor concentrations of chaos occur ceaselessly throughout the realm of demon gods. But the overall situation has stabilized. When Yang Feng took control of the realm of demon gods, the realm's resources poured in from all directions and fell into his hands. The City of Miracles really hides many trump cards. Unfortunately, without energy, no matter how powerful the trump cards are, they will be rendered useless. Yang Feng walked inside the City of Miracles, a flash of admiration in his eyes. With his insight, Yang Feng can naturally see that the whole City of Miracles is actually an eternal grade treasure, an intact eternal grade secret treasure to boot. However, although this eternal grade secret treasure integrates both offense and defense and is incomparably powerful, but without the support of formidable eternal force, it can't exert its peerless power. When Yang Feng extracted the demon god force in the surroundings of the City of Miracles, he cut off the city's power source, making it so it couldn't give full play to its peerless power. Only then was Manba forced out of the City of Miracles and ultimately killed by Yang Feng. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. What is this? Once Yang Feng reached the center of the City of Miracles, he saw a blue crystal only the size of 2 fingers suspended in the void. Countless thin lines spread from the blue crystal to all corners of the City of Miracles. A mysterious aura diffused from the blue crystal, making it so that Yang Feng can't see through its origin. In the realm of demon gods, there are countless treasures of heaven and earth. Even though Yang Feng has never seen them before, but with a sweep of his tremendous soul force, he could grasp some of their characteristics. This is the terror of eternal sovereigns. As for the blue crystal, despite how strong Yang Feng is, he can't see through its origin and its use. It's really strange. This should be a treasure of heaven and earth above the eternal grade like the Kunmo stone. Yang Feng unleashed the power of fate. All of a sudden, His heart was stirred, and his eyes shimmered with a scorching color. After he advanced to a demon-god emperor in this universe, Yang Feng has become extremely powerful. In addition, since he is an eternal sovereign in essence, he already recovered some of the power of an eternal sovereign. Yang Feng glanced at the blue crystal, and then turned around and left. He entered Manba's treasury. In the treasury, there are all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth piled up everywhere, including treasures that are of great benefit to demon-god emperors. Yang Feng looked at the countless treasures in the treasury with an enigmatic shade in his eyes. Now that the situation has stabilized, I should upgrade my strength, and then proceed to the next step. Time elapsed and 10 years passed in a flash. The realm of mortals and the realm of demon gods have been unified by Yang Feng in these 10 years. The two realms are now fully under Yang Feng's control, with countless treasures of heaven and earth and rare resources were being channeled into his hands. The realm of demon gods, Feng Imperial Palace, in a huge laboratory. There is a level 7 stronghold with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers and engraved with countless demon god patterns in the huge laboratory. The demon god patterns intertwined, and a mysterious rune took shape unhurriedly. Standing in front of the level 7 stronghold, Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and tremendous demon god origin sank into the level 7 stronghold. The mysterious rune absorbed the demon god origin of dozens of greater demon gods and finally formed completely. At the moment when the mysterious rune was formed, the demon god force of the entire realm of demon gods churned and formed a terrible vortex that channeled demon god force into the level 7 stronghold. This is the doing of His Majesty Demon God Emperor. FGEWebNavioL.com. What a frightening vision! What secret treasure has His Majesty Demon God Emperor refined? What is that? In the realm of demon gods, when the greater demon gods sensed the changes in the heaven and earth, their gazes converged from all directions and focused on this place. The vision of heaven and earth lasted 7 days and 7 nights before it slowly dissipated. Continue. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar shade, and he ordered. The mechanical towers scattered all over the realm of demon gods shone and madly extracted demon god force, turning it into specks of light that converged on this place. The specks of light formed from demon god force converged from all directions and finally formed a pillar of light that flowed into Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and tremendous demon god emperor force poured into the level 7 stronghold. Time elapsed and another 10 years passed. During these 10 years, Yang Feng absorbed the realm of demongod's demon god force, transformed it into demon god emperor force, and channeled the demon god emperor force into the level 7 stronghold. The level 7 stronghold trembled slightly and surged with mysterious ripples. There was a flash of regret in his eyes, and Yang Feng sighed lightly and stopped supplying demon god emperor force. Already reached the limit. It's a shame, but it's impossible to create an eternal realm powerhouse in a single bound. It was with the help of the universe will, coupled with countless resources as well as a giant Kunmo stone, that Ling was finally able to advance successfully and step into the eternal realm. Even though Yang Feng used countless precious resources of the universe, but he still couldn't directly refine an eternal realm powerhouse. The level 7 stronghold trembled slightly and split open. In the center of the level 7 stronghold, there is a peerlessly beautiful woman with long purple hair, snow-white skin, a pure and sacred luster, and a sexy figure lying quietly. The peerlessly beautiful woman opened her eyes, and purple demon god light circled her and formed a purple dress. I, Ziji, greet Lord. The king of rulers Ziji showed an enchanting smile and saluted Yang Feng. This performance, it has surpassed Ying and Xingji's. It is second only to Ling's, as expected of a king of rulers refined from the resources of a universe. Yang Feng glanced at Ziji, and her performance appeared in his eyes directly, which prompted him to reveal a satisfied smile. Yang Feng uttered with a light smile, "I'll leave the rest to you." Ziji replied with a fascinating smile, "Yes, Lord, your will shall be carried out." Yang Feng exchanged a few words with Ziji. Then his figure fluttered, and he disappeared. Compared to the world of warlocks and Gamana universe, this universe is far too lacking. There are less than 100 life stars here. It seems that it has been severely damaged. Along with a flash of ripples, Yang Feng appeared, at the edge of the universe, at a star where the universe wall is weak, and waved his hand, and the magical seed he seized from Du Ling Emperor flew out. Back in the day, Yang Feng was able to advance to an eternal sovereign thanks to the extraordinary fruit that Du Ling Emperor had painstakingly brought from another universe. As soon as the magical seed landed on the star, it disappeared into the earth and madly absorbed the star's origin force. The star trembled slightly, emanated strange ripples, and slowly absorbed the universe's origin force to cultivate the magical seed. In order to cultivate a fruit like the universe fruit, you must absorb a universe's origin force. Yang Feng's eyes surged with demon-god patterns and evolved into fearsome demon-god eyes, and he quietly watched the universe fruit grow. From the memories of Du Ling Emperor, Yang Feng learned that this fruit that transcends eternal grade fruits is called universe fruit. The universe fruit is a fruit formed by absorbing a universe's origin force. It can be planted in a universe only once after said universe has won a universe devour war. If the universe fruit is planted repeatedly in a universe, said universe will gradually decline, and its universe energy level will drop. Their universe is the foundation of an eternal sovereign. Once the universe energy level of their universe drops, the eternal sovereign will weaken as well. Even if they consume a universe fruit to become stronger for a short time, it will be akin drinking seawater in the hopes of quenching the thirst. Their strength ultimately won't be improved. After learning about the effects of the universal fruit, Yang Feng was wary to plant it in the world of warlocks. Since the universe of demon gods doesn't contain Yang Feng's eternal imprint, then even as its universe energy level drops, it won't affect him at all. This was the reason why he planted the universe fruit in this universe. The bait has been set up. Now let's wait for the fish to take the bait. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Duyun Universe, in the rear garden of an eternal shrine. The rear garden is covered with all kinds of beautiful flowers and is filled with wonderful flower fragrances. Beautiful girls of different races are dancing gracefully in the garden and issuing pleasant laughter. Splendid music pervaded the garden. A dashing man with long blonde hair, dressed in a silver robe, with a wine cup in his hand, is sitting in the garden and enjoying the dancing of the beautiful girls. The dashing man is Ling Saisai, one of the 9 eternal sovereigns of Duyun Universe. These are the universe fruit's fluctuations. The good-for-nothings and Luo and Ana finally began to plant the universe fruit. However, the dimensional coordinates are incorrect. They changed. Has that universe promoted? Ling Saisai's eyes lit up and flickered with excitement. He was the one who sent Du Ling Emperor and Du Ling Empress to the universe of the world of warlocks. Chapter 1414. Devouring an Eternal Sovereign. Chapter 1414. Devouring an Eternal Sovereign. The source of this content is fruBubble.cm. Depending on its universe energy level, a universe will change position. Its dimensional coordinates will change with the passage of time. After the universe of the world of warlocks devoured Gamana Universe, not only did its universe energy level increase, but its dimensional coordinates changed as well. Therefore, in order to invade an alien universe, the first thing you need to get are said universe's dimensional coordinates. Just like the dimensional flower, the universe fruit that Du Ling Emperor brought is one of the methods set up by Ling Saisai. The universe fruit has a mysterious power that can enable people to advance to the eternal realm. In order to advance to the eternal realm, Du Ling Emperor would have no choice but to plant it. freewebnovel.com. But when Du Ling Emperor and Du Ling Empress discovered Jing Yuan continent, they realized that this mysterious place can seal off the ripples emitted by the universe fruit. This is the reason why Ling Saisai hasn't fully grasped the dimensional coordinates of the universe of the world of warlocks. Du Ling Emperor and Du Ling Empress had selfishness intentions. They wanted to advance to the eternal realm first, and then contact Duyun Universe. In the end, however, they died at Yang Feng's hands and left everything to him. Do I contact them? Ling Saisai sank into his thoughts. In Duyun Universe, there are 9 eternal sovereigns standing guard. Duyun Universe's universe energy level is much higher than that of Gamana Universe. If the 9 eternal sovereigns join hands, they will be virtually invincible. I'll go and have a look first. If it's dangerous, then I'll contact them. Ling Saisai's thoughts revolved. Then his eyes flickered with the shade of decisiveness, and he turned into specks of light and disappeared. Outside the universe wall of the world of demon gods, lights shone, and Ling Saisai appeared outside the universe wall. Is this the universe I sensed back then? Ling Saisai looked at the world of demon gods with a peculiar gleam in his eyes. An eternal sovereign needs to consume a lot of power to be able to maintain their existence in the universe's cosmic storms. Through various methods, Lin Saisai discovered the universe of the world of warlocks. But at that time, he had no time to spare and thus could only send Du Ling Emperor to go in his stead. Before passing through the universe crystal wall, he can't tell if this universe is the one he had discovered before. Judging by this universe's universe energy level, there are no eternal sovereigns here. However, it is enough to produce Empyrean realm powerhouses. This is the most suitable prey for me. I can swallow this universe by myself. Ling Saisai broke out with mysterious light from his eyes, scanned the world of demon gods, and then revealed an excited smile. For an eternal sovereign, a universe without the protection of eternal sovereigns is very weak. Even if they descend on said universe with their true spirit, they can adapt to its laws, and then quickly climb to the top of that universe. Ling Saisai scanned the world of demon gods, saw a weak point in its universe crystal wall at a glance, and then smiled and flew towards the weak point. A silver snake flew out from behind Ling Saisai, gnawed on the weak point of the universe crystal wall of the world of demon gods, and easily made a small hole. A true spirit flew out of Ling Saisai's body, entered the snake, and flew into the world of demon gods. In the world of demon gods, as soon as the snake flew into the world of demon gods, its movements were caught by mechanical stars suspended at the weak point of the universe crystal wall. A foreign entity has invaded. According to the database, there is a 99% chance that it is an eternal sovereign's true spirit. Begin capture protocol. An eternal sovereign's true spirit. What a big fish. Ziji's beautiful eyes lit up, and she smiled sweetly, stepped into a warp gate, and disappeared. When the silver snake flew in, it was immediately assaulted by terrifying rejection force of the world of demon gods. Ling Saisai emitted strange fluctuations and analyzed the laws of the world of demon gods. I am Ziji, a direct subordinate of Demon God Emperor Yang Feng. Well met, Sir Alien Eternal Sovereign. Along with a melodic laughter, a devastator cannon beam fell from the sky and shot towards the silver snake. The silver snake trembled, radiated silver ripples containing eternal force, and formed a silver barrier. When the devastator cannon beam slammed into the silver barrier, it collapsed together with the silver barrier. After the silver snake blocked the strike, it broke down, and then formed Ling Saisai's figure. Ling Saisai's eyes flashed, and he uttered decisively, I am Ling Saisai, one of Duyun Universe's 9 eternal sovereigns. I entered this universe rashly. I apologize for that. I thought that this universe was masterless. Since Demon God Emperor Yang Feng has already become the master of this universe, then I am willing to leave and pay a price for his trouble. Ling Saisai is an eternal sovereign. If it were in the universe C, he could kill Ziji at will. If it were in Duyun Universe, he could mobilize the power of the universe and kill Yang Feng, who is also an eternal sovereign. However, in the world of demon gods where he couldn't bring his body with him, Ling Saisai basically is not a match for an Empyrean. He is a wily old fox and threw in the towel immediately. Ziji's beautiful eyes turned, and she asked with a sweet smile, exuding endless charm, What price are you willing to pay? Ling Saisai smiled and spoke with a tone full of enticement. I am willing to pay with knowledge on how to advance to the eternal realm. In every universe, all living creatures have a limited lifespan. Once the lifespan runs out, no matter how powerful a being is, their soul will decay, and they will turn into a pile of withered bones. Only by advancing to the eternal realm, only then can one exist together with the universe forever. As long as the universe exists, an eternal sovereign will never perish. What a great idea! With a charming smile on her face, Ziji broke out with countless demon god patterns, and a demon god sword formed and slashed down. In an instant, the will of the entire world of demon gods blessed the sword. The void vibrated, the heaven and earth collapsed, and the world faded away. The sword erupted with a variety of strange visions and, together with certain hit karma, slashed towards Ling Sai. Damn it! If it were not for the fact that my physical body can't enter this universe, I would be able to smash even the universe will with one blow. When he saw this, Ling Sai's eyes flashed with the flames of anger, and he roared. Countless silver streams of light shone and formed a silver light screen. The silver light screen twisted strangely and blocked the sword. The silver light screen was surprisingly able to block the sword containing the universe will. A terrible force erupted and blasted Ling Sai tens of thousands of kilometers away, and his body collapsed inch by inch. After all, Ling Sai entered the world of demon gods with a true spirit. Even though he blocked Ziji's all-out attack with his eternal force, but the consumption of power was still astonishing and had harmed his origin. Amazing, as expected of an eternal sovereign. It's a shame, but this is my territory. This is the battlefield I chose. Ling Sai, you will have to die here once. A cold voice sounded abruptly. Yang Feng walked out of the void and extended his hand towards the heavily injured Ling Sai, and terrifying devour force broke out and suppressed the other party. Who are you? You dare plot against me? After I'm reborn, I will make you pay for this. With a flash of anger in his eyes, Ling Sai roared and struggled madly. Shrouded by terrifying devour force, no matter how Ling Sai struggled, his true spirit still collapsed inch by inch and turned into pure force that flowed into Yang Feng. Yang Feng spoke with a light smile. It's a shame, but once I devour you, I will only become stronger. You will never get a chance to take revenge. Curses! Damn you! You! Ling Sai roared furiously, and then died, a flash of despair in his eyes. Yang Feng closed his eyes and clearly felt the universe will of the world of demon gods around him brim with joy. A tremendous amount of demon god force flowed into his body unhurriedly. Regarding the universe will of the world of demon gods, the true spirit of an alien eternal sovereign is a great enemy. Since Yang Feng killed the great enemy of it, he naturally won the favor of the universe will and thus was able to make his strength progress further. The true spirit has fallen already. Now it's time to seize his body. With a cold glimmer in his eyes, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he arrived at the weak point of the universe crystal wall, and, while following the hole opened by the silver snake, quickly flew towards the outside of the universe. As soon as Yang Feng stepped out of the universe crystal wall, he was met with a terrible cosmic storm, and his body nearly disintegrated. Along with a flash of light, Yang Feng's eternal sovereign body from the world of warlocks appeared. Yang Feng's true spirit flew out directly and merged with his eternal sovereign body, and powerful eternal sovereign might diffused form his eternal sovereign body. It's here. With an icy glimmer in his eyes, Yang Feng extended his hand and tore the void, exposing Ling Sai's eternal sovereign body hidden outside of the world of demon gods. When an eternal sovereign infiltrates an alien universe, they take great risks. After all, once the true spirit is caught, the eternal body hidden outside the alien universe will also fall into the hands of another powerhouse. Yang Feng grabbed Ling Sai's body, broke out with terrifying devour force, and devoured the other party's eternal origin. Nourished by the powerful eternal origin, Yang Feng's origin injuries healed quickly. Fully recovered at last. Now my strength has finally progressed further. After 7 days and 7 nights, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes revealed the shade of elation. He has finally fully recovered from his injuries. Chapter 14:15. Eternal Grade Secret Treasure Shishin Armor. Chapter 14:15. Eternal Grade Secret Treasure Shishin Armor. Although I got the dimensional coordinates of the greater universe from Ling Sai, but in the greater universe, there are countless powerhouses. It won't be easy to survive there. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and sank into his thoughts. In the different dimensions of the universe C, there are countless universes. The coordinates of the universes are constantly changing along with the rise and fall of the universe energy level. Only the dimensional coordinates of the greater universe are forever unchanging. The greater universe is the core of the universe C as well as the stage for eternal sovereign realm powerhouses and above. Only in the greater universe, only there are all kinds of eternal grade treasures of heaven and earth. The universe fruit is a treasure Ling Sai obtained in the greater universe during an adventure. However, there are countless powerhouses in the greater universe, including eternal sovereign kings. Eternal sovereign kings can trace back to the origin and damage the eternal imprint of an eternal sovereign. The eternal sovereigns of the world of warlocks were seriously wounded by eternal sovereign kings in the greater universe. In the end, their eternal imprints collapsed and they died. Ling Sai had adventured in the greater universe and witnessed the scene of eternal sovereigns dying. As a result, he holed himself up in his universe, not daring to come out. A burning color flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Eternal Sovereign King, a terrible existence that can trace back to the origin and damage the eternal imprint of an eternal sovereign. Eternal sovereigns are fearsome beings that engrave their eternal imprint in their universe. As long as their universe doesn't cease to exist, they won't perish. Although Yang Feng devoured Ling Sai's true spirit and body, but in fact, Ling Sai hasn't died. In just tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, he will be able to revive in Duyun universe. No matter how many times Ling Sai dies in the outside world, as long as his eternal imprint in Duyun universe isn't destroyed, he can revive an unlimited number of times. This is the terror of an eternal sovereign. Yang Feng analyzed quietly. The eternal realm has 9 layers. With my current strength, I should be a second-layer eternal sovereign. I won't be considered as a weakling in the greater universe. I have the qualification to fight over some resources. In the greater universe, eternal sovereigns are divided into 9 layers. Divine Eye's eternal sovereign of Gamana universe was a first-layer eternal sovereign. Ling Sai was a second-layer eternal sovereign. After Yang Feng devoured his true spirit and eternal origin, not only did he recover from his injuries, but also stepped into the second-layer eternal realm. Before entering the greater universe, I must upgrade my strength and increase my reserves. Otherwise, if I make a misstep, I will die in the greater universe. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he came to the edge of the world of demon gods, changed into the Demongod Emperor body, and then stepped into the world of demon gods with his eternal sovereign body in tow. As soon as Yang Feng's eternal sovereign true body entered the world of demon gods, terrible rejection force rose at once. The universe crystal wall is extremely firm, to the point that even eternal sovereign king realm powerhouses can't destroy it. In order to completely destroy the universe crystal wall, terrifying beings who have surpassed eternal sovereign kings of the greater universe will have to step in. Yang Feng's Demongod Emperor body distorted and turned into demon god patterns that flowed into his eternal sovereign body. Fearsome devour force broke out at once and frantically devoured the universe origin force of the world of demon gods. The rejection force that shrouded Yang Feng's true body disappeared at once, allowing him to step into the world of demon gods with his true body. "Greetings, Lord." Ziji stepped out of the void and saluted Yang Feng respectfully. Yang Feng nodded with satisfaction and uttered, "Protect this universe for me. Even if it's a 9th-layer eternal sovereign, if they enter the world of demon gods, they will be suppressed by Ziji." As for eternal sovereign king realm powerhouses, Yang Feng doesn't have much information on them at present and can't make any deductions. Ziji responded with a sweet smile. "Yes, Lord." Yang Feng took a step and disappeared from this place. The realm of demon gods in the center of the City of Miracles. Yang Feng looked at the blue crystal in the center of the City of Miracles with a resplendent gleam in his eyes. This treasure is of really great benefit to the Shi armor. The Shishan armor is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure Yang Feng refined back in the day using top technology of several universes, and it possesses extraordinary power. With the help of this secret treasure, Yang Feng has suppressed many powerful enemies. However, after Yang Feng advanced to an eternal sovereign, the effect the Shishan armor has on him became small. There are not enough resources in the world of warlocks to upgrade the Shishan armor into an eternal grade secret treasure. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and the Shishan armor flew out, opened, and wrapped around the blue crystal. Countless devour runes appeared and began to devour the blue crystal. New novel chapters are published on freowebnovel.com. The blue crystal appears to be integrated with the whole City of Miracles. No matter how the Shishan armor tries, it can't devour it. What a powerful crystal! It can't be devoured. It is truly a wonder of the universe. However, since it can be refined into an eternal grade treasure, it can't resist the means of eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with his hand, and formidable eternal force gushed out and flowed into the Shishan armor. After getting the support of Yang Feng's eternal force, the Shishan armor's devour force soared by 100 times and gradually devoured the blue crystal. After it devoured the blue crystal, the Shishan armor continued to extend towards the entire City of Miracles. Time elapsed and 10 years passed in a flash. On this day, the whole realm of demon gods trembled, and tremendous demon god force converged on the City of Miracles from all directions. The tremendous demon god force roiled in the void and formed dark clouds that shrouded practically the whole realm of demon gods. In the dark clouds, lightning thundered and countless dangers brewed. What's going on? This is divine extinction lightning tribulation. It's a lightning tribulation that can slay demon god emperors. His Majesty Demon God Emperor has angered the heavens. The heavens are furious. He's done for. When they saw the dark clouds formed from an enormous amount of demon god force, the eyes of many demon gods flashed with enigmatic color. Some are worried about Yang Feng, while others are full of excitement, hoping to see Yang Feng perish in the lightning tribulation. In a shrine, there are 3 people sitting, namely Sun, Moonlight, and Star demon gods. The 3 demon gods gazed at the dark clouds in the void and sensed despairing power contained within them. Even if it's a demon god emperor, if they are hit by this lightning tribulation, they will be turned into dust. Sun Demongod's eyes flickered with the shade of anxiety. Divine extinction lightning tribulation. How could this be? His Majesty Demon God Emperor has surprisingly infuriated the heavens. Moonlight Demon God turned pale and said with a wry smile, "Our soul brands are in the hands of His Majesty. If His Majesty falls, we are finished." Star Demongod's eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light, and she said firmly, "His Majesty will be fine." Moonlight Demon God uttered with a miserable smile, "Younger sister, that's the divine extinction lightning tribulation. In ancient times, no demon god emperor who triggered the divine extinction lightning tribulation was able to survive. Although His Majesty is incomparably powerful, but he may not be a match for the demon god emperors from ancient times. Since the divine extinction lightning tribulation has descended, he is toast. We are finished." Star Demon God secretly clenched her pearl-white teeth and remained silent. Not bad. So this is the divine extinction lightning tribulation. It's pretty powerful. It can become nutrients for my treasure. freebnovel.com. The sound of light laughter came from the void and echoed throughout the realm of demon gods. An incredible scene took place for everyone in the realm of demon gods to see. A huge hand as large as the sky emerged from the City of Miracles and extended towards the divine extinction lightning tribulation in the void. Lightning in the form of humans, beasts, and monsters, which is capable of slaying demon god emperors, emerged from the divine extinction lightning tribulation and slammed into the huge hand. Devour black holes appeared one after another and swallowed the fearsome lightning, and then demon god patterns surged and suppressed the divine extinction lightning tribulation. The divine extinction lightning tribulation that shrouded the entire realm of demon gods shrank into a ball, entered the huge hand, and disappeared. The divine extinction lightning tribulation was quelled? How is that possible? That's a terrifying lightning tribulation that can slay demon god emperors. How could the demon god emperor be so powerful? When the demon gods in the realm of demon gods saw this scene, their eyes flashed with disbelief. The divine extinction lightning tribulation is the most terrifying lightning tribulation in the realm of demon gods. Even if it's a demon-god emperor, if they encounter the divine extinction lightning tribulation, only death will await them. Yet now the divine extinction lightning tribulation was crushed by Yang Feng. This is simply preposterous. Sun Demon God was dumbfounded. It was actually crushed. Moonlight Demon God has a look of disbelief on his face. Isn't this impossible? That's the divine extinction lightning tribulation. No one has ever survived the divine extinction lightning tribulation. Star Demongod's beautiful shone with a dazzling splendor. As expected of the Lord, in the area where the Demon God Palace is located, Yang Feng waved his hand, and the divine extinction lightning tribulation flowed into the Shishan armor. After the Shishan armor absorbed the divine extinction lightning tribulation, it began to transform again. It broke out with countless runes and demon god patterns and emanated eternal aura. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. It's finally succeeded. I finally have an eternal grade body protection secret treasure. When the Shishi armor was successfully refined, Yang Feng's strength was once more improved by a large fraction. At this time, if a first-layer Eternal Sovereign were to ignite his origin and attack Yang Feng, they wouldn't be able to deal him nearly irreparable eternal injuries. With the Eternal Grade Shishin armor, even if Divine Eye's Eternal Sovereign and the other two Eternal Sovereigns of Gamana Universe joined forces, they would be no match for the second-layer Eternal Sovereign realm Yang Feng. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. It's very difficult and dangerous to infiltrate a universe. However, once successful, you'll be able to net great benefits. I'm now strong enough to go to the greater universe. Chapter 1416. Entering the Greater Universe. Chapter 1416. Entering the Greater Universe. In the middle of the terrible storms of the Universe Sea, ripples flashed, and Yang Feng appeared at the edge of an endless wall. So this is the wall of the Greater Universe. Only Eternal Sovereigns can tear open the wall and enter the Greater Universe. Yang Feng looked at the wall of the Greater Universe with shock in his eyes. The wall of the Greater Universe is almost limitless and is measured in hundreds millions of light years. Even though Yang Feng is an Eternal Sovereign, but he can't perceive the whole wall of the Greater Universe. The world of demon gods is like a speck of dust when compared to the Greater Universe. Yang Feng arrived in front of the wall of the Greater Universe and walked into the wall. A powerful rejection force gushed out from the wall of the Greater Universe. If it was an Empyrean, the powerful rejection force would have easily crushed them into powder. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he broke out with vast eternal force and gradually entered the wall of the Greater Universe. When the eternal force broke out, the terrible pressure coming from the wall of the Greater Universe disappeared, allowing Yang Feng to easily pass through the wall. So this is the Greater Universe. As soon as Yang Feng passed through the wall of the Greater Universe, he sensed higher energy level universe laws. The higher energy level universe laws contain all kinds extraordinary forces. Whether it's warlock power of the world of warlocks or demon god force of the world of demon gods, they are commonly used in this universe. With a sweep of his enormous soul force, Yang Feng analyzed himself. My strength has been weakened by more than 90% in here. No, this is the true power I possess. As an Eternal Sovereign of the world of warlocks, even if a 9th layer Eternal Sovereign barges into the world of warlocks, Yang Feng will be able to easily blast them to pieces. However, Yang Feng would have to use his Eternal Sovereign authority and mobilize the power of the universe. Only then would he be able to slay a 9th layer Eternal Sovereign. At this time, in the Greater Universe, although Yang Feng is an Eternal Sovereign, but he can't mobilize the power of the Greater Universe at all. As such, his power has been weakened by more than 90%. So this is the center of the Greater Universe, Eternal World. Yang Feng traveled in the Greater Universe and, while following the memories of Ling Sai, found the center of the Greater Universe, Eternal World. The diameter of an ordinary plane is about 100,000 kilometers in general. But Eternal World is nearly boundless and its diameter is measured in hundreds of millions of light years. Despite how strong he is, Yang Feng can't see the boundary of Eternal World. Outside Eternal World, there are countless stars suspended, forming worlds of different sizes. In these worlds, there are suns, moons, and stars suspended, as if they were independent worlds. The universe energy level of each independent world is slightly higher than that of Gamana universe before it was devoured. As such, they can give birth to eternal sovereign realm powerhouses. Only when they step into the eternal realm, only then can the life forms of these independent worlds see the real universe and step into eternal world. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and entered eternal world. Crocodile God Mountain. A large group of people carrying a sedan chair stopped at the edge of a green lake. On the sedan chair, there sits a beautiful and lovely girl of about 15 or 16 years of age, with snow-white skin, waist length, black hair, and a pair of butterfly-like antennae on the head. But at this time, the girl's eyes are shimmering with despair and her delicate body is trembling, clearly brimming with fear. A gorgeous woman of about 27 or 28 years of age, with butterfly-like antennae on the head, snow-white skin, a curvaceous figure, filled with the aura of a mature woman, cried loudly, tears streaming down her face. "Yuner! My Yuner! I'm sorry. My Yuner!" The beautiful eyes of the girl with black hair flickered with despair, and she wept, "Mother, I don't want to die. I don't want to be a sacrifice." The face of a man dressed in a gorgeous robe, with butterfly antennae on the head and a height of 190 meters, sank, and he emanated moonlight warlock realm fluctuations of power and uttered frigidly, "Shut up, Dai Li, Dai Yun, do you want us all to die here?" Dai Li trembled and just cried silently, eyes shimmering with fear. The tall man pointed with his hand, and threads covered Dai Yun's mouth, sealing her mouth shut. "Great Crocodile God, this is this year's offering. Please protect our blue butterfly clan." The tall man kowtowed to the lake and spoke deferentially. "Great Crocodile God, please protect our blue butterfly clan." The people of the blue butterfly clan knelt on the ground and spoke deferentially. The lake churned, and a 500-meter-long crocodile with 3 eyes, radiating holy rank fluctuations of power, emerged from the lake and gazed at Dai Yun and Dai Li with greed. "Not bad. I want this mother-daughter pair. Next year's offering will be waived." The crocodile god's eyes shimmered fiercely, and a blue wave surged and turned into 2 ropes that wound around Dai Li and Dai Yun. New novel chapters are published on fguriwebnovel.com. Dai Li's beautiful eyes flashed with despair, and her delicate body trembled. The people of the blue butterfly clan trembled and lowered their heads. Dai Li is the most beautiful woman of the blue butterfly clan and has countless admirers in the clan. But in front of the crocodile god that they worship, the blue butterfly clan didn't dare to say a single word of complaint. Otherwise, if the crocodile god gets angry, the blue butterfly clan will suffer a miserable end. "A holy realm crocodile. Not bad." A voice came from the sky, and a large hand fell from the sky and caught the fierce and arrogant crocodile god. "Who is that? He's so strong." Dai Yun watched the arrogant and overbearing crocodile god fall into Yang Feng's hand and shrink to the size of a palm like a pet in astonishment. Dai Li was dumbfounded and couldn't believe her eyes. The crocodile god was suppressed just like that? How is that possible? Who in the world is he? The crocodile god is the patron saint of the blue butterfly clan. Although he asks the blue butterfly clan for sacrifices, but he also protects them. Dai Li once saw the crocodile god fight an other race evil god. When the 2 powerhouses fought, mountains collapsed and the earth shook. Yet Yang Feng easily suppressed the crocodile god. This is simply unbelievable. Let's have a look at your memories. A devour black hole appeared in Yang Feng's hand and swallowed the crocodile god. In an instant, the crocodile god's memories have been completely analyzed. Yang Feng frowned. "What trash? There is nothing of interest in his memories. The crocodile god is a variant of heaven and earth. When he was born, he possessed holy realm cultivation base. The memories of the crocodile god contain the scenes of eating, sleeping, toying with beauties of the blue butterfly clan, and fighting with other patron saints. The patron saint is dead. He killed our patron saint. Kill him." When they saw this, the people of the blue butterfly clan turned pale. A dozen plus priests of the Blue Butterfly clan unfurled a pair of wings behind them, raised spears, and attacked Yang Feng. Ants, you think I won't kill people? Yang Feng glanced at the priests of the Blue Butterfly clan and emanated Holy Spirit Warlock realm might. In a flash, the dozen plus priests of the Blue Butterfly clan flying towards Yang Feng turned into dust that drifted away with the wind. Transparent souls entered Yang Feng's hand and twisted and turned. Sir, please quell your anger. Please quell your anger. The Blue Butterfly clan has absolutely no intention of making an enemy of Sir. We would like to offer the most beautiful women in the clan, Dai Li and Dai Yun, to Sir. Please quell your anger. The complexion of the Moonlight Warlock realm powerhouse changed dramatically, and he knelt and knocked his head against the ground repeatedly, drawing blood. Sir, please quell your anger. The people of the Blue Butterfly clan knelt on the ground respectfully, trembling uncontrollably. Yang Feng devoured the souls of the Blue Butterfly clan in his hand and read their memories. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. Blue Butterfly City. This is the foundation of the Blue Butterfly clan. When the members of the Blue Butterfly clan reach adulthood, they will possess great Warlock realm combat power. But in the greater universe, they are at the very bottom. They don't even have a Holy Spirit Warlock realm powerhouse. Sure enough, even in the greater universe, eternal sovereigns are top figures. In any given universe, eternal sovereigns are peerless paragons among peerless paragons and eternally imperishable monsters. Even in the greater universe, the center of countless worlds, eternal sovereigns are top figures that not every Tom, Dick, and Harry can meet. Yang Feng uttered indifferently, "Take me to your Blue Butterfly City." The eyes of the Moonlight Warlock realm powerhouse of the Blue Butterfly clan flashed with enigmatic light, and he responded deferentially, "Yes, sir. Blue Butterfly City is the foundation of the Blue Butterfly clan. It is a grand city with millions of people. Every member of the Blue Butterfly clan lives in Blue Butterfly City. In the great universe, life magic energy is 100 times richer than in the world of warlocks. However, since the area where Blue Butterfly City is located is a barren land, the people living here naturally aren't strong. Dai Yi, why did you bring Dai Yun back?" When they entered Blue Butterfly City, a Moonlight Warlock realm Blue Butterfly powerhouse walked over together with a group of people and looked at Dai Yun in horror. Dai Yi replied, "Dai Zhen, this sir has killed the crocodile god and saved us from him. Dai Yun and Dai Li are now this sir's slaves. Take us to see the elder." Chapter 1417. Defeating Fei Yang Crown Prince. Chapter 1417. Defeating Fei Yang Crown Prince. The crocodile god was actually killed. Dai Zhen drew in a sharp breath, looked at Yang Feng in fear, and said decisively, "Okay, I'll take you to the elder." The crocodile god was the patron saint of the Blue Butterfly clan. He was extremely powerful, yet such a fearsome figure was easily killed by Yang Feng. Yang Feng's strength is evident. If a terrifying powerhouse like Yang Feng is angered, the Blue Butterfly clan won't be able to handle the consequences. Dai Zhen naturally doesn't dare to offend him. "I am Dai Hua, the elder of the Blue Butterfly clan. Greetings, sir. What brings you here?" In the center of Blue Butterfly City, in the city master's residence, a tall, dashing middle-aged saluted Yang Feng and spoke respectfully. "My name is Yang Feng. I killed the crocodile god you worshipped." Yang Feng looked at the Dai Hua, who has Bright World Warlock Realm cultivation base, showed an enigmatic smile, and emanated holy realm fluctuations of power. "Thank you for helping us eradicate that evil god and saving our clan. Our clan is willing to do everything to serve you. Please become our new patron saint, sir." Dai Hua kowtowed repeatedly and spoke respectfully. "Please become the patron saint of our Blue Butterfly clan." In the city master's residence, everyone present knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully. In the greater universe, experts are as common as cabbage. At the same time, there are countless dire beasts, variant beasts, and spirit beasts here. True dragon, phoenix, qilin, black tortoise, and other true spirit-level spirit beasts are very common in the greater universe. The Blue Butterfly clan, whose strongest powerhouse is only at the Bright World Warlock realm, is just a minor clan. If it doesn't have a strong being standing guard, the clan's end will be miserable. For a weak clan like the Blue Butterfly clan, survival is the first priority. Only after survival is guaranteed, only then can struggles for power and profit be considered. Yang Feng uttered indifferently, "Give me access to your clan's treasury and ancient texts. I'll consider your request after I have seen them." Dai Hua replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." The treasury of the Blue Butterfly clan was opened to Yang Feng and various ancient texts were sent to him. Although the Blue Butterfly clan is just a minor clan, but its forefathers have experienced a period of glory. The strongest powerhouse the clan has ever produced was a Warlock Monarch realm powerhouse. Eternal World is divided into domains. The master of every domain is an Eternal Sovereign realm powerhouse. Yang Feng is currently located in Tianju domain. The strongest powerhouse of Tianju domain is its domain master. Below the domain master, there are Empyreans in control of countries. Tianju domain has 33 countries, which are presided over by 33 Empyreans. The Warlock Monarch realm ancestor of the Blue Butterfly clan worked for the ruler of Tianju domain's Feiyang state. Later, the Blue Butterfly clan offended a bigwig of Feiyang state and was exiled to this wilderness. The Blue Butterfly clan is located far away from the center of Feiyang state. With a lack of cultivation resources, it weakened over time, until the strongest powerhouse of the clan was only a Bright World Warlock realm powerhouse. The beautiful women of the Blue Butterfly clan are heaven and earth variants and possess variant force that can increase the chances of a powerhouse setting foot in the Empyrean realm. No wonder the crocodile god asked for beautiful women of Blue Butterfly clan. In a beautiful rear garden, Yang Feng is sitting on a sofa. The beautiful Dai Yun is Neil sitting next to him. Dressed in a black and white lace-made outfit, Neil sitting on the other side of Yang Feng. Dai Li is peeling fruit, a happy smile on her face. If Yang Feng hadn't stepped in, the mother-daughter pair would have died tragically in the crocodile god's mouth. After Yang Feng got access to the treasury of the Blue Butterfly clan, he was surprised to find many good treasures. In this barren land, there are some precious resources that can even increase the chances of holies and Empyreans breaking through bottlenecks. The beautiful women of the Blue Butterfly clan are also a kind of precious resource. Whether one copulates with them or uses a secret method to devour their life origin, one can absorb the variant force inside them to improve one's strength. Of course, even with Crocodile God's strength, devouring one or two beauties of the Blue Butterfly clan every year was already his limit. It was useless to consume more. Feiyang State's crown prince has come. A voice like a thunderbolt exploded in the void and swept in all directions. Feiyang State's crown prince. How come such a big shot has come here? Dai Hua, the elder of the Blue Butterfly clan, was both surprised and happy. Complicated look on his eyes. Feiyang State's crown prince is a big shot. If they can curry favor with him, the Blue Butterfly clan will be able to rise again, leave this barren land, and regain its former glory. No matter how powerful the talent and the secret methods are. But without resources, you won't be able to cultivate and make progress. In this barren land, the Blue Butterfly clan will only grow weaker and eventually be destroyed. A golden chariot flew over from afar. In the golden chariot, there sits a handsome young man with a mysterious brand on the forehead and waist-length black hair. The golden chariot is being pulled by 9 dragons, with each dragon being a pure-blood true dragon and emitting great holy fluctuations of power. Next to the golden chariot, there stand 4 devastatingly beautiful young women. The 4 devastatingly beautiful young women exude Holy Spirit Warlock realm fluctuations of power. Behind the golden chariot, there is an elite troop composed of 500 people. Within the elite troop, the weakest are Warlock Monarch realm powerhouses, while the commander of the troops is a pinnacle great holy. I, Dai Hua, the elder of Blue Butterfly clan, greet Feiyang Crown Prince. Dai Hua led the top figures of the Blue Butterfly clan to kneel on the ground and bow to Feiyang Crown Prince. Among the top figures of the Blue Butterfly clan, there are many beautiful women, each of which is exceptionally beautiful. Standing beside the golden chariot, a female holy with short hair and a capable demeanor scanned the blue butterfly clan's beauties, and her beautiful eyes flashed with the shade of derision. They're merely women of some inferior clan, yet they still want to catch the eyes of His Highness the Crown Prince. They're overestimating themselves. How bold! With His Highness the Crown Prince before you, why haven't you knelt down yet? A gorgeous female holy in a golden battle gear, with blonde hair and a heroic temperament, pointed at Yang Feng with the golden spear in her hands and barked coldly. When he saw Yang Feng standing proudly, Dai Hua was scared out of his wits at once. He clenched his teeth and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is Sir Yang Feng, the patron saint of our clan. He is a mighty holy." Fei Yang Crown Prince's eyes surged with the shade of surprise, and he spoke in an aloof tone. "Holy? I didn't expect to meet a holy in this desolate place. Yang Feng, I think highly of you. Would you like to serve me?" Fei Yang Crown Prince is the successor of Fei Yang State. When he sets foot in the Empyrean realm in the future, he will become the ruler of Fei Yang State. As such, many holies in Fei Yang State have sworn allegiance to him. Yang Feng replied with a faint smile. "In Eternal World, there might be people who can make me serve them, but you aren't one of them." If an eternal sovereign king appeared in front of Yang Feng and asked him to serve them, Yang Feng might have chosen to serve them. After all, at this time, if it's an eternal sovereign king, it's entirely possible to severely damage his eternal imprint located in the world of warlocks. How bold! Let me teach you a lesson. The beautiful eyes of the female holy with blonde hair flashed icily, and she crossed the void, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and stabbed at him with the golden spear in his hands. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked the golden spear of the female holy with his finger. Along with a loud blast, the female holy was blown thousands of kilometers away as if struck by lightning. So strong! The eyes of the spectating powerhouses constricted when they saw this. Amazing! Yang Feng, it turns out that you're a great holy. Let me have a taste of your skill. With an enigmatic glimmer in his eyes, Fei Yang Crown Prince stood up from the golden chariot, and quasi-Empyrean realm fluctuations of power emanated from him. Long live His Highness the Crown Prince! Long live His Highness the Crown Prince! The soldiers of Fei Yang Crown Prince's personal guard burst into cheers. Yang Feng, this is one of the strongest secret methods of Fei Yang State, Fei Yang Void Stab. Be careful. Read ADST chapters at freewebnovel.com only. With a cold flash in his eyes, Fei Yang Crown Prince broke out with strange light, and the golden spear in his hands emanated immortal Empyrean might. In an instant, Fei Yang Crown Prince turned into a golden spear shrouded in terrifying sunfire that stabbed towards Yang Feng. It's over. When Dai Hua and the other top figures of the Blue Butterfly clan saw this, their eyes flashed with despair. The power of Fei Yang Crown Prince's strike is earth-shaking. If Yang Feng dodges, the terrible strike will wipe out the top figures of the Blue Butterfly clan. Even if Yang Feng doesn't dodge, the aftermath of the battle between the two peerless powerhouses will be enough to kill the top figures of the Blue Butterfly clan. Yang Feng smiled faintly and swatted with his hand, and a large hand appeared and slammed into Fei Yang Crown Prince. Boom! Along with a blare, the arrogant Fei Yang Crown Prince was blown tens of thousands of kilometers away and spewed out a big mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on his golden battle gear. Empyrean! You're an Empyrean! I, Fei Yang Crown Prince, greet you, sir. Fei Yang Crown Prince's expression flickered. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and then blurred into motion, came to in front of Yang Feng, and saluted respectfully. Greetings, sir. The subordinates of Fei Yang Crown Prince turned pale, and then bowed to Yang Feng in salute. Chapter 1418, Eternal Relic Site. Chapter 1418, Eternal Relic Site. Empyrean! Upon hearing this, the powerhouses of the Blue Butterfly clan were struck dumb, and their eyes flashed with disbelief. A storm was set off in their hearts. An Empyrean is a top powerhouse in the greater universe as well as the ruler of a domain's country. With a thought, they can decide the fate of countless life forms. In Tianju domain, there are a total of 33 countries. and each country has tens of billions of intelligent life forms. The Empyrean of a country is a fearsome existence that has the fate of tens of billions of intelligent life forms in the palm of their hand. Any Empyrean who joins the camp of an eternal sovereign can basically obtain the power to govern a country. Although Fei Yang Crown Prince is a peerless talent, but he is still only a quasi-Empyrean. If he offends an Empyrean and is killed, the ruler of Fei Yang State might not even take revenge for him. Yang Feng said indifferently, "I like your bearing. I won't kill you." In Yang Feng's eyes, a quasi-Empyrean powerhouse is just an insect that he can squash at any time. Even if all the powerhouses of Fei Yang State gather together, he can easily kill them all with one move. When he heard this, Fei Yang Crown Prince broke out in a cold sweat from his back. He realized that he met a peerless cutthroat. If he hadn't handled the situation properly, he would have become a corpse already. The subordinates of Fei Yang Crown Prince turned slightly pale in the face and broke out in a cold sweat from the back. They are all elite experts of Fei Yang State, and any one of them can suppress a minor clan like the Blue Butterfly clan. Yet, in front of an Empyrean, they can't withstand a single blow. If Yang Feng wanted to, he could wipe them all out with a single blow. Fei Yang Crown Prince uttered respectfully, "Many thanks for not killing me." Yang Feng uttered lightly, "Although you can avoid death, but you still have to receive punishment. I came here from another domain and need all kinds of secret methods, ancient texts, and rare resources unique to Tianju domain." Fei Yang Crown Prince breathed a sigh of relief and responded respectfully, "Yes, sir." The most up-to-date noves are published on freoubinovel.co. Eternal World is a vast, boundless world measured in hundreds of millions of light-years. Countless powerhouses and terrifying beings roam Eternal World in the search of opportunities for evolution. Countless powerhouses come to Tianju domain from other domains every year. Similarly, countless prodigies from Tianju domain go to other domains to look for opportunities every year. Fei Yang Crown Prince guessed that Yang Feng is an Empyrean who came to Tianju domain from another domain. What such an Empyrean generally needs from Tianju domain are all kinds of secret methods and all kinds of precious resources unique to Tianju domain. Since Fei Yang State is a country of Eternal World, it is extremely powerful and has countless precious resources, some of which even have miraculous effects on Empyreans. It isn't strange for Yang Feng to ask for resources. Fei Yang Crown Prince extended his hand, and a crystal flew into Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng crushed the crystal and countless secret methods, information regarding all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth, and all kinds of knowledge flowed into his mind. He input all this information into the database in a flash. That's Eternal World for you. There are so many treasures in just Fei Yang State. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and revealed a tinge of excitement. The information he obtained from Fei Yang Crown Prince indicates that there are many treasures of heaven and earth in Fei Yang State that are extinct in the universe of the world of warlocks. If he can get those treasures from Fei Yang State, Yang Feng will be able to refine a level 7 stronghold. It's a pity, but Fei Yang State is within the sphere of influence of Tianju domain. It's not worth offending an eternal sovereign for a level 7 stronghold. Along with a cold flash in his eyes, Yang Feng contemplated for a while, and then gave up the idea to attack Fei Yang State to plunder its resources. No eternal sovereign can be underestimated. Tianju domain's domain lord is an eternal sovereign. Yang Feng doesn't know how strong he is. At this time, Yang Feng is confident that he can quell a first-layer eternal sovereign with ease. However, if he met a 6th-layer eternal sovereign and above, he wouldn't be able to escape with his life. Once Yang Feng dies in Eternal World, he can be reborn in the world of warlocks. However, in that way, if he doesn't have any fateful encounters and holds himself up in the world of warlocks, it will take tens of millions of years to restore his 2nd-layer Eternal Sovereign cultivation base. Yang Feng smiled and asked, "Fei Yang Crown Prince, why have you come to this desolate place?" With a flash of helplessness in his eyes, Fei Yang Crown Prince gritted his teeth and answered with a wry smile, "Sir, I received information that an Eternal Relic Site will soon appear in this area. I came to explore the Eternal Relic Site." Fei Yang Crown didn't want to tell Yang Feng this secret, but he is well aware that with his strength, it is impossible to conceal it from an Empyrean. In particular, the Empyrean in front of him is extremely powerful. He might even be stronger than the ruler of Fei Yang State. Yang Feng's eyes brightened and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Eternal relic site. Not bad. I will explore the it with you. As for the harvest from the relic site, let's divide it 9:1. What do you think? freewebnovel.com. Fei Yang Crown Prince's eyes flashed with the shade of bitterness. But on the surface, he still looked delighted. That sounds great. It's my honor to travel with Sir Yang Feng. The Blue Butterfly clan isn't half bad. From today on, I will protect you. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a Holy Spirit Warlock rank lightning ruler emerged and entered the great shrine of the Blue Butterfly clan. In the Blue Butterfly clan, there are many beautiful women, and these beautiful women possess magical variant force that can even upgrade the power of an eternal sovereign by a negligible amount. Yang Feng doesn't mind taking in the Blue Butterfly clan and making it his first vassal in Eternal World. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Dai Hui knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully, overjoyed. Many thanks, Your Majesty. The people of the Blue Butterfly clan knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully with tears of joy. While being protected by an Empyrean, the Blue Butterfly clan's position in Fei Yang State is as stable as Mount Tai. Even the ruler of Fei Yang State won't come to them to find trouble. Let's go. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a dazzling sun chariot emerged. A quasi-Empyrean realm Sun Golden Crow is pulling the sun chariot. That's a true spirit-level spirit beast. What pure bloodline, as expected of an Empyrean. The powerhouses around Fei Yang Crown Prince drew in a sharp breath when they saw the quasi-Empyrean Sun Golden Crow. Although true spirit-level spirit beasts and dire beasts are not uncommon in Eternal World, but they are extremely powerful and rebellious and basically won't submit to others. Yet Yang Feng was able to subdue a quasi-Empyrean realm Sun Golden Crow and had it pull his chariot. This is simply incredible. The ruler of Fei Yang State is also an Empyrean. However, he doesn't have a true spirit-level spirit beast under his command to pull his chariot. Fei Yang Crown Prince took a deep look at Yang Feng and ordered with helplessness, "Set off." In the west of the desolate land, in a place shrouded in putrid stench, there are rotting corpses everywhere. Above a grudge swamp formed from souls and vengeful spirits, there is a golden picture scroll 1,000 meters long suspended in the air. The mysterious golden picture scroll is radiating intense purple light. In the golden picture scroll, there are hundreds of beautiful women equipped with a battle gear. In the middle of the hundreds of beautiful women equipped with a battle gear, the woman in the very front has long, black hair cascading over the shoulders, snow-white skin, a sexy figure, a gorgeous face, and a scarlet lotus engraved on the forehead. The hundreds of beautiful women equipped with a battle gear pale in comparison with the gorgeous woman. Along with an intense gust of wind, a 10,000-meter-tall green rock flew over from afar. On the back of the green rock, there stand a dozen-plus people. The person in the very front is a dashing young man with long blue hair, a pair of rock wings on the back, and a dignified demeanor. I didn't expect to meet Scarlet Lotus Princess of Scarlet Lotus State here. Your Highness the Princess, if you agree to marry me, then I am willing to join hands with you to explore this eternal relic site and offer everything obtained in the relic site to you. The dashing young man on the back of the green rock looked at Scarlet Lotus Princess, and his eyes flashed with the color of love. His words revealed endless love and tenderness. Green Rock Crown Prince of Green Rock State, you want to marry me? You're overestimating yourself. My goal is to advance to the Eternal Realm and become an Eternal Sovereign. Don't bother me again, or I won't mind cutting you down. The golden scroll flickered slightly, and the gorgeous woman in the very front with a scarlet lotus engraved on the forehead and with a scarlet halberd in hand walked out of the scroll and looked coldly at Green Rock Crown Prince, and her beautiful eyes flashed with overbearing and unruly colors. Fei Yang Crown Prince is here as well. Green Rock Crown Prince was about to speak, when Scarlet Lotus Princess raised her head and looked into the void. In the void, sunfire surged, and a huge convoy flew over from afar. Sun Golden Crow, Quasi-Empyrean rank Sun Golden Crow. To use a Sun Golden Crow to pull his chariot. How extravagant. What is the origin of that man? Green Rock Crown Prince and Scarlet Lotus Princess were shocked when they saw the Sun Golden Crow. Fei Yang Crown Prince smiled and introduced them to Yang Feng. Sir Yang Feng? These two are Green Rock Crown Prince of Green Rock State and Scarlet Lotus Princess of Scarlet Lotus State. Interesting. Yang Feng glanced at the two peerless prodigies. Mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he saw that there are eternal threads connected to Green Rock Crown Prince and Scarlet Lotus Princess. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. Are these two pawns arranged by eternal sovereigns? Interesting. Chapter 1419. Entering the Eternal Relic Site. Chapter 1419. Entering the Eternal Relic Site. Green Rock Crown Prince hesitated for a while, and then asked cautiously, Sir Yang Feng, are you an Empyrean? Green Rock Crown Prince can't perceive Yang Feng's cultivation base. He already has made a guess, but he hasn't confirmed it yet. If Fei Yang Crown Prince used a mortal without cultivation base and successfully deceived them, they will become a laughingstock. Yang Feng glanced at Green Rock Crown Prince. An unequaled overlord-level Empyrean might diffused from him and surged towards Green Rock Crown Prince and Scarlet Lotus Princess. Scarlet Lotus Princess's expression flickered. What terrible Empyrean might! It has even surpassed the Empyrean might of my royal father. Green Rock Crown Prince's expression changed, and he bowed to Yang Feng in salute and uttered, Sir, I have offended you greatly. Please forgive me. Yang Feng looked at Green Rock Crown Prince with an enigmatic smile and uttered coldly, You dare question me? You think that a mere apology will erase everything? Green Rock Crown Prince broke out in a cold sweat from his back at once and trembled. If an unequaled overlord-level Empyrean goes mad, they can slay everyone in this place. As long as they escape to another domain before Tianju Domain's Domain Master finds out what happened, Tianju Domain's Domain Master won't be able to do anything about it. After all, Tianju Domain's Domain Master can't break into another domain for such a trivial matter. In general, Empyreans coming from other domains won't lightly kill the people and offend the Domain Masters of other domains. But there are always exceptions. Green Rock Crown Prince doesn't want to die here. Fei Yang Crown Prince looked at the trembling Green Rock Crown Prince with pity his eyes. But at the same time, a smile of schadenfreude appeared on his lips. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, I came to Tianju Domain from another domain in search of knowledge, secret methods, and resources. As long as you fork out knowledge and resources that satisfy me, this matter will be put to rest. Yes, sir. Green Rock Crown Prince heaved a sigh of relief and extended his hand. Countless lights shone, and a green crystal flew towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng crushed the green crystal, and a large amount of bodies of knowledge entered his database. Yang Feng looked at the numerous secret methods and sighed lightly. The secret methods of Green Rock Stair are also pretty good. It's a pity, but they don't have much effect on my eternal path. Eternal sovereigns are the strongest beings in the world of warlocks. Yang Feng has no knowledge regarding the eternal path. Only by devouring an eternal sovereign, only then was he able to advance to a second-layer eternal sovereign and gain formidable strength. It was all thanks to Ling Saisai's eternal origin, not because he cultivated some secret method, that he was able to forcefully attack the second-layer eternal realm. It will be very hard to continue to make progress this way. In order to get a secret method that eternal sovereigns can cultivate, Yang Feng can only make deductions. He has been collecting all kinds of secret methods in order to analyze the laws of the greater universe and create a secret method that eternal sovereigns can cultivate. Yang Feng mused, If I could get my hands on a secret method that eternal sovereigns can cultivate, that would be great. In this universe, powerhouses are as common as cabbage. Even terrifying beings such as eternal sovereign kings, who must possess eternal-grade secret methods, also exist in this world. Scarlet Lotus Princess hesitated for a moment, and then gritted her teeth and asked, Sir Yang Feng, can we enter the Eternal Relic Site? Many Eternal Relic Sites contain treasures that eternal sovereigns would want. Generally speaking, if an Empyrean finds an Eternal Relic Site, they will choose to monopolize the Eternal Relic Site. They won't allow others get a share of the pie. Unless there are other Empyreans to restrain them, Empyreans won't let others explore eternal relic sites they have set their eyes on. Yang Feng smiled and said, "If you hand over enough resources, then I'll let you in." "All right." Scarlet Lotus Princess waved her hand decisively, and a spatial sphere flew into Yang Feng's hand. Green Rock Crown Prince also silently handed a palm-sized silver spatial sphere to Yang Feng. Yang Feng swept the spatial spheres with his tremendous soul force, revealed a satisfied smile, and uttered, "You can go in with us, but you will be responsible for your own safety." Scarlet Lotus Princess and Green Rock Crown Prince looked at each other and smiled bitterly. At noon, above the Grudge Swamp, a sun appeared directly and radiated sunfire. Burned by the sunfire, the Grudge Swamp turned into a lake of fire in an instant. If subjected to the sunfire, any being at the glorious Sun Warlock realm and below would be burned to ashes. Strange shields emerged, shrouded the powerhouses, and resisted the sunfire. In the center of the sun, stars appeared strangely and changed into a flight of stairs leading to the deepest part of the sun. In the deepest part of the sun, there is a distorted black hole, from which distorted and chaotic spatial fluctuations emanate. So this is the eternal relic site. It's really extraordinary. Green Rock Crown Prince, you guys go in first. Yang Feng glanced at the distorted and chaotic spatial fluctuations with an enigmatic flash in his eyes and gave an order to Green Rock Crown Prince. "Yes, sir." Green Rock Crown Prince smiled helplessly and waved his hand. A Holy Spirit Warlock realm powerhouse stepped on the flight of stairs and entered the distorted black hole. A quarter of an hour passed, yet the Holy Spirit Warlock realm powerhouse hasn't returned to give a report yet. This made Green Rock Crown Prince's expression turn gloomy. He wanted to continue to have people examine that place. There's no need to probe anymore. This is a spatial gate that teleports people at random. With an enigmatic flash in his eyes, Yang Feng stepped into the distorted black hole. A terrifying spatial force enveloped Yang Feng and teleported him away. Green Rock Crown Prince, Scarlet Lotus Princess, and Fei Yang Crown Prince looked at each other, and then turned into streamers of light and disappeared into the black hole. Along with a flash of ripples, Yang Feng appeared in a wide and boundless world filled with powerful energy. Is this life magic energy? No, this is what people in Eternal Realm call life origin energy. It's of a much higher level than life magic energy. This eternal relic site doesn't seem to be simple. Yang Feng took a deep breath and analyzed the energy contained in the air in an instant. Life origin energy is a kind of energy unique to Eternal World. In the Eternal World, except for some barren places, as long as a place is shrouded in life origin energy, even if they don't practice cultivation, life forms living in that place will possess level 1 Warlock realm strength upon reaching adulthood. If a human was born in Eternal World, nurtured by the life origin energy, their soul aptitude would be at level 4 at the least. In Eternal World, powerhouses are as common as cabbage, and eternal sovereigns can even cultivate into eternal sovereign kings. This is all thanks to the support of large amounts of life origin energy. All of a sudden, the earth cracked, and a giant earthworm 10,000 meter long, inscribed with strange patterns appeared, opened its mouth part, and shot towards Yang Feng. Fearsome devour force transmitted from the giant earthworm and swept towards Yang Feng. What a fool! Yang Feng pointed at the giant earthworm, and gray light surged towards the giant earthworm. Shrouded by the gray light, the giant earthworm trembled and turned into ashes, all its vitality devoured and absorbed by Yang Feng. With a flash of ripples, Ling walked out from behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled and said, "Ling, I'll leave this place to you." When Yang Feng had the battle with the 3 eternal sovereigns of Gamana Universe, Ling was severely injured. After taking control of the world of fiend gods, Yang Feng used many rare resources of the world of demon gods to repair Ling, allowing her to recover more than 70% of her combat power. "Yes, Lord." Ling saluted Yang Feng. All of a sudden, a damaged level 8 stronghold the size of a star appeared behind Ling and landed in the eternal relic site. Countless mechanical spheres flew out of the level 8 stronghold, landed on the ground, and formed mechanical towers. Strange ripples transmitted from the level 8 stronghold and spread in all directions. Even if it's an eternal sovereign, if they come near this place, they won't be able to discover what's going on here. Next, let's go to the center of the relic site. I hope this eternal relic site won't disappoint me. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he disappeared along with a flash of ripples. Update.frmfgewebnvel.com. A few days later, in the eternal relic site, Yang Feng walked leisurely in the middle of a desert. In the desert, countless fist-sized dragon-winged fire ants pounced on Yang Feng. The dragon-winged fire ants possessed a trace of true dragon bloodline and are comparable to Infinity Warlock realm powerhouses. The tens of millions of dragon-winged fire ants led by 5 great holy realm dragon-winged fire ants can devour even a quasi-Empyrean realm powerhouse. When the dragon-winged fire ants approached Yang Feng, they strangely turned into ashes. The swarm of dragon-winged fire ants gathered together and formed a true dragon radiating Empyrean realm fluctuations of power. These dragon-winged fire ants can surprisingly unite to form an Empyrean realm creature. Eternal world is really something else. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyes glimmered with the shade of praise. In the world of warlocks, there are no extraordinary life forms that can unite and display Empyrean realm power. Only in Eternal World can such a powerful and strange species be born. But it's still too weak. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a devour black hole emerged, surged towards the true dragon formed by dragon-winged fire ants, and drew it inside. After more than a dozen breaths of time, dust flew out of the devour black hole and drifted away with a gust of wind. Chapter 1420. Feng Juechen and Mother of Myriad Lotuses. Chapter 1420. Feng Juechen and Mother of Myriad Lotuses. After wiping out the dragon-winged fire ants, Yang Feng went to their nest and extended his hand, and a large hand stabbed into the earth and dug out a huge scarlet stone. With a flash of black light, the scarlet stone had its layers stripped off one by one, revealing a piece of or resembling a small sun. Dragon Flame Sunstone. After a sun extinguishes and fuses together with a true dragon, and countless years pass, such a gemstone will be formed. With this or Ling's injuries can be healed completely. Just this piece of Dragon Flame Sunstone made this trip worthwhile. As expected of Eternal World, there are so many treasures here. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration. He touched the Dragon Flame Sunstone. Ripples surged, and the stone was teleported into Ling's hand. In the world of warlocks, treasures such as the Dragon Flame Sunstone have completely disappeared. Even if there are any, they are hidden in the depths of the universe. They will only appear during a universe devour war to create another universe child. Only in Eternal World, which is located in the center of the greater universe, only here can there be so many treasures. Not to mention the strength, just the wealth of an eternal sovereign who has taken root in the greater universe will be far greater than that of other eternal sovereigns. They have already reached the core area. Have it started yet? Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he surged with ripples and disappeared. In the core area of the eternal relic site world, there is a towering and majestic mountain. The towering and majestic mountain is shrouded in a dense haze, emitting a mysterious and dangerous aura. With a flash of green light, Green Rock Crown Prince appeared at the foot of the towering mountain and gazed at the peak of the mountain with a scorching shade in his eyes. So this is the eternal relic site of the great eternal sovereign Gu Taili of legend that contains Gu Taili's inheritance. Gu Taili was a 7th-layer eternal sovereign big shot. Even Tianju Domain's domain master wasn't his match. If I can get his inheritance, I may be able to surpass Tianju Domain's domain master and become the new domain master one day. Green Rock Crown Prince's eyes glimmered. His thoughts revolved, and he headed towards the peak of the mountain. Green Rock Crown Prince just set foot on the mountain when a terrible haze surged over. Green Rock Crown Prince's complexion changed slightly. All of a sudden, an ancient shield emerged from him and radiated dazzling light. When the terrible haze swept the ancient shield dimmed, its barrier collapsed, and then the shield itself turned into dust and disappeared. Green Rock Crown Prince waved his hand, and a mirror, a jade bowl, and a belt flew out and formed defensive barriers one after another. The gray haze surged, and the barriers set up by the three treasures collapsed, and then the treasures themselves turned into powder. This eternal relic site is really formidable. With my power, although I can destroy this mountain, but it won't be that easy to get the inheritance. While hiding in the void, Yang Feng quietly watched this scene and sank into his thoughts. Gutaili was a 7th-layer Eternal Realm peerless powerhouse. If he were here, he would be able to quell the current Yang Feng. But he has already died. The Eternal Relic site he left behind can't quell a Eternal Sovereign such as Yang Feng. Although it is easy for Yang Feng to destroy this mountain. But at the same time, it is very difficult to obtain the inheritance on the mountain. After all, Gutaili was a 7th-layer Eternal Realm powerhouse. The barriers he set up have integrated with his inheritance. If the mountain is destroyed, the inheritance will be destroyed as well. A flame flew over from afar and descended here. Inside the flame, a burning scarlet lotus opened, and a person walked out. That person is Scarlet Lotus Princess. Scarlet Lotus Princess glanced at Green Rock Crown Prince, smiled coldly, took out a jade scepter, and walked towards the mountain. Dense haze churned on the mountain and surged towards Scarlet Lotus Princess. The jade scepter broke out with mysterious runes and radiated dim green light that dispelled the haze coming from the mountain. Scarlet Lotus Princess climbed the mountain. Green Rock Crown Prince's eyes flickered. He hesitated for a while, and then took out an ancient bronze lamp and lit it, a glimmer of pain in his eyes. When the ancient lamp ignited, the oil inside it crackled, and exotic fragrances emanated, surround Green Rock Crown Prince, and formed a transparent barrier. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. A huge amount of haze surged towards Green Rock Crown Prince, and then was immediately blocked by the transparent body protection barrier. Green Rock Crown Prince climbed the mountain. On the 10th breath, when Green Rock Crown Prince started climbing the mountain, the void cracked, and a dashing man with long green hair, dressed in graceful green clothing with feathers, walked out of the void, emanated eternal realm fluctuations of power, and climbed the mountain. A haze thousands of times more terrifying than the one that assaulted Green Rock Crown Prince welled up and surged towards the dashing man. Gutaili, even though you were a 7th-layer Eternal Realm powerhouse. But since I already had my person enter and analyze your secret method, there's no way this barrier can stop me. The dashing man smiled coldly, surged with countless mysterious runes in his eyes, and pointed at the mountain. Jade-like green light entered the mountain peak. In the wake of the green light, the terrifying haze broke down. On the mountain, a feather emerged out of Green Rock Crown Prince's clothes. Under Green Rock Crown Prince's astonished gaze, the feather burst out with eternal light that entered the mountain. The whole mountain trembled slightly. The terrifying haze that shrouded the mountain collapsed at once, exposing the whole mountain. The mountain is thousands of kilometers tall, is made from white Shen jade, and is engraved with countless mysterious runes. On the peak of the mountain, there is a sphere with countless mysterious runes, emitting vast eternal might. Mother of myriad lotuses, come out. I know you're here. If you don't come out, I will kill your protege. Scarlet Lotus Princess has the potential to attack the Empyrean realm. She is one of the best among your proteges. If she dies, won't you feel a little heartache? The dashing man looked at the void and spoke with a smile. Scarlet Lotus Princess turned pale in the face and trembled, even though she is a quasi-Empyrean realm powerhouse. But in front of an eternal sovereign, she is just a slightly stronger ant. Feng Juechen, if you attack my protege, I'll kill all your proteges. A lotus full of sacred aura emerged from the void. In the lotus, there sits a peerless beauty dressed in black, with black hair cascading over the shoulders, a curvaceous figure, and a sacred aura. Feng Juechen uttered with a light smile, Mother of myriad lotuses, this inheritance of Gutaili is a secret method fragment left by the eternal sovereign king, King Beijiang. I am determined to get it. If you leave, I will open Feng Ju Domain's treasury and let you choose 10 treasures. What do you think? Mother of myriad lotuses responded lightly. This inheritance of Gutaili can allow us to cultivate the 7th layer eternal realm. In addition to it, only in the universe Devour War, only then will we be able to find the opportunity to advance. I am also determined to obtain this inheritance. Feng Juechen, if you let me have it, I will owe you a favor. In the future, as long as it doesn't endanger my life and is within my capability, I will help you once. Eternal sovereigns are also powerhouses and have to practice cultivation. Eternal grade cultivation secret methods are secrets of eternal sovereigns aren't willing to divulge to others. As such, they are extremely precious and hard to come by. Most eternal sovereigns accumulate resources and rely to make incremental progress. If eternal sovereigns want to make rapid progress, their best bet is to win the favor of the universe will during a universe Devour War, have a fateful encounter, or cultivate eternal grade cultivation secret methods. The most inefficient way to make progress is to rely on resources and time. The inheritance secret method of Gutaili can be cultivated to the 7th layer eternal realm. This secret method is enough to make eternal sovereigns to crazy over it. In that case, we can only fight it out. The winner will be able to get Gutaili's inheritance. With a cold flash in his eyes, Feng Juechen took a step forward and surged with violent winds. The law of wind surged and formed a storm rock as big as the sky, emitting eternal aura, which sent its talons clawing at Mother of Myriad Lotuses. I'd like to see who is more formidable, your storm rock or my sky lotus. Mother of Myriad Lotuses snorted coldly and broke out with countless runes, and mysterious lotuses appeared. Countless lotuses integrated into one and formed a sky lotus as big as the sky. In the center of the sky lotus, lightning emitting terrifying aura gathered. Lightning ejected out of the sky lotus and shot towards the storm rock. Apprehensive of the lightning, the storm rock unleashed countless violent gusts of wind that formed wind blades slashing towards the lightning. In the wake of the lightning, the wind blades were crushed. The terrible storm and lightning intertwined on the mountain and blasted the void full of large holes. If it had not been for the eternal realm power contained within it, the mountain would have been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle already. Whether it is Feng Juechen or Mother of Myriad Lotuses, none of them can deal with the other party in a short time. Green Rock Crown Prince and Scarlet Lotus Princess exchanged a look, and then blurred into motion and shot towards the peak. Chapter 1421. Devouring an Eternal Sovereign. Chapter 1421. Devouring an Eternal Sovereign. So this is a secret method left by an Eternal Sovereign? Not bad. This secret method is mine. Along with a flash of ripples, Yang Feng appeared on the peak of the mountain and looked at the inheritance bead with admiration in his eyes. Yang Feng. When Green Rock Crown Prince and Scarlet Lotus Princess saw Yang Feng appear in front of the inheritance bead, they were startled, a look of shock in their eyes. Scarlet Lotus Princess's beautiful eyes glimmered, and she turned into a flame and fled towards the outside. Green Rock Crown Prince uttered calmly, a queer gleam in his eyes. Sir Yang Feng, this inheritance bead is a treasure that 2 Majesties' eternal sovereigns have set their eyes on. Please leave here. This is not a treasure you can get your hands on. Idiot! You are much more stupid than Scarlet Lotus Princess. With a faint smile, Yang Feng flicked his fingers, and a black radiance swept towards Green Rock Crown Prince. The black radiance turned into a devour black hole and drew Green Rock Crown Prince inside. Countless runes flashed. Green Rock Crown Prince's face distorted in shock, and he turned into dust and disappeared. How scary! When Scarlet Lotus Princess saw this scene, a chill welled up inside her. She rejoiced at her choice. When she saw Yang Feng fearlessly appear on the mountain peak, she realized that something was amiss and decided to run away. How brazen! You dare kill my subject! Die! With a flash of anger in his eyes, Feng Juechen bellowed and slapped with his hand. Terrifying essence of storm surged, and the storm rock radiating terrifying fluctuations of power shot towards Yang Feng. Mother of Myriad Lotuses stood quietly in the void and commanded the huge sky lotus stay still and restrain its lightning, a cold glimmer in her eyes. Oh, you want to kill me? Then you will have to die and become a stepping stone for my evolution. With a fierce flash in his eyes, Yang Feng broke out with demon god patterns, turned into a terrifying demon god inscribed with countless demon god patterns and a giant horn on the head, and emanated a ferocious aura. The eyes of Yang Feng's incarnation of a demon god flickered fiercely. All of a sudden, he unleashed a punch, and his fist tore the storm and blasted the storm rock apart. Shrouded by time force, Yang Feng's speed suddenly increased sharply, and he appeared in front of Feng Juechen in a flash and slammed a fist into the other party. Overbearing eternal force broke out in an instant and blasted Feng Juechen into pieces. A horrifying black hole emerged directly, drew in Feng Juechen, and frantically devoured his eternal origin. Yang Feng, you dare kill me. You actually dare kill me. I shall remember you. You're dead. I will tear you to pieces. Destroy everything you have. In the devour black hole, Feng Juechen roared madly and decomposed, a look of incredulity in his eyes. There was a flash of surprise in Yang Feng's eyes. Feng Juechen was much weaker than the three eternal sovereigns of Gamana universe. At first, Yang Feng thought that Feng Juechen, an eternal sovereign born in eternal world, would be very tricky. As such, he had arranged a variety of backhands. But unexpectedly, Feng Juechen was actually really weak. There was a flicker of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. It's a pity that this is not the universe where Feng Juechen has his eternal imprint placed, or else I would be able to kill him. After devouring Feng Juechen, Yang Feng's eyes fell on the gorgeous mother of myriad lotuses and surged with frigid killing intent. Mother of myriad lotuses is also an eternal sovereign. If he devours her, Yang Feng's eternal origin will be strengthened a lot. In the future, if he can get a eternal cultivation secret method, Yang Feng will be able to make rapid progress. New novel chapters are published on freowebnovel.com. For Yang Feng, who takes the essence of devour as the core path, eternal sovereigns are a great tonic. If he can devour enough eternal sovereigns, Yang Feng's strength will continue to improve all the way to the 9th layer eternal realm without any bottlenecks. Mother of myriad lotuses spoke with a sweet smile. Yang Feng, I am Mother of myriad lotuses, a member of the eternal organization 9 Shades Alliance. If you kill me, 9 Shade Alliance won't let you be. I give up Gu Taili's inheritance. In this world, one more friend is better than one more enemy. We can exchange knowledge and make progress together. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then the killing intent in his eyes gradually dissipated. He responded with a smile. All right, in that case, please leave this place, Mother of myriad lotuses. I want to accept this eternal inheritance. Okay, you can contact me through this. Finally, let me give you a warning. Feng Juechen has a rebirth fallback set up. If I didn't guess wrong, he will be reborn very quickly. Mother of myriad lotuses waved her hand, and a white jade-like lotus flew into Yang Feng's hands immediately. Mother of myriad lotuses shone brightly and disappeared. He will be reborn very quickly? In that case, he must have a tremendous amount of resources. That's the only way that he can be reborn quickly. Yang Feng looked quietly into the distance, and fearsome eternal might diffused and spread in all directions. She's finally gone. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Feng smiled faintly, and his eyes fell on the bead containing eternal mysteries. Boom! Boom! Eternal world. The sun above the grudge swamp trembled, twisted, collapsed, turned into a black dot, and disappeared. What is the origin of that man? How come he's so powerful? Feng Juechen couldn't withstand a single blow from. Is he perhaps a 4th layer eternal sovereign? While staying in a void, Mother of myriad lotuses watched the sun disappear, and her beautiful eyes flashed with the color of worry. Since Mother of myriad lotuses didn't attack Yang Feng, she barely escaped with her life. She could tell that if she attacked Yang Feng, she would have died without the shadow of a doubt. The beautiful eyes of Mother of myriad lotuses flashed, and she guessed the origin of Yang Feng. This kind of unbridled killing of another eternal sovereign. Is he perhaps an eternal sovereign of another universe who entered eternal world? Feng Ju Domain, in a mysterious palace shrouded in eternal force. In an eternal origin energy pool, an eternal imprint emerged, and tremendous eternal origin force poured into the eternal imprint, forming Feng Juechen's body. Damn it! Yang Feng, you dare kill me! I will never forgive you for this. Feng Juechen walked out, looked at the already dried-up eternal origin energy pool with a frenzied flash in his eyes, and roared madly. With Feng Juechen as the core, terrifying eternal origin force spread in all directions. The eternal origin energy pool's eternal origin force is a resource Feng Juechen spent 100,000 years to gather. Now that the eternal origin energy pool has dried up, it means that it will take another 100,000 years for him to gather enough resources before he can get the chance to be reborn again. If Feng Juechen does not infuse eternal origin force into the eternal origin energy pool, then once he dies, he will have to start all over again. He will have to spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of years and use the eternal imprint to absorb the energy of the universe before he can be reborn and reach the summit. Within the eternal relic site, Yang Feng touched the bead containing the mysteries of the eternal realm, and mysterious eternal runes flowed into his eternal soul sea. Suddenly, a powerhouse with a snake head and human body, for arms, and golden scales appeared in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. A strange gray aura emerged from the powerhouse with a snake head and human body and started polluting Yang Feng's soul. I am Gu Taili, Ant, your body and soul shall be mine. I will use your body to be reborn. Come, fuse together with me, become a part of I, the great Gu Taili. The strange gray aura spread around and eroded Yang Feng's eternal soul sea. Gu Taili, your eternal imprint has been broken already. You're dead already. The dead should remain dead. I will make good use of your soul and memories. A cold voice sounded in Yang Feng's eternal soul sea, and a devour black hole emerged. When it was devoured by the black hole, the strange gray aura transformed into pure soul force that became nutrients for Yang Feng's evolution. A perfect second-layer eternal realm powerhouse. How can this be? How can your foundation be so strong? Damn it! Damn it! I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. When he saw the devour black hole, the eyes of Gu Taili's discarnate soul flashed with despair. The devour black hole swallowed him and devoured his soul, memories, and inheritance. Time elapsed and 3 years passed in a flash. In the eternal relic site, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, a look of elation in his eyes. Fortunately, I have advanced to the second-layer eternal realm. I was a perfect advancement to boot. Otherwise, it would be troublesome this time. Even if my eternal imprint wasn't polluted, but my body would be eroded and become a vessel for Gu Taili's rebirth. Sure enough, it's extremely hard for eternal sovereigns to die. Even if the eternal imprint of a seventh-layer eternal sovereign is broken, there still remain various other rebirth fallbacks. Perfect advancement means that a powerhouse has advanced to an eternal sovereign based on the essences of time, space, fate, and power. Such an eternal is far stronger than other powerhouses of the same realm. The 3 eternal sovereigns of Gamana universe all made breakthroughs by using eternal grade secret treasures or treasures of other universes and finally advanced to the eternal realm. But because of that, their foundation was unstable. Compared to a powerhouse like Yang Feng, it was 10,000 times harder for them to make progress. Chapter 1422. Devour Heavenly Art. Chapter 1422. Devour Heavenly Art. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar color. But that's eternal world for you. In addition to perfect advancement and advancement with eternal grade secret treasures as foundation, there is a method that uses faith to advance to the eternal realm. Eternal world is vast and full of powerhouses. There are a variety of methods to advance to the eternal realm here that exceed Yang Feng's understanding. In some realms, there are gods who have unified the faith of the entire realm's intelligent life forms, advanced to a sole god warlock emperor, and then used a secret method to promote to the eternal realm. In Gu Taili's inheritance, there is a secret method that can be used to advance to the eternal realm with the identity of a sole god. Yang Feng contemplated for a moment and ordered, "This Taili Sunder heavenly art can be cultivated to the 7th layer eternal realm. However, this is a secret method that fits Gu Taili's path. Can only serve as a reference for me. I have to use it to deduce my own cultivation secret method. Ling, Start the deduction. In terms of computing power alone, the computing power of Ling, who has a level 8 optical computer at her disposal, is 1,000 higher than that of Yang Feng. Only after Yang Feng advances to the 4th layer Eternal Realm and achieves an earth-shaking transformation, only then can he surpass Ling in terms of computing power. Start the deduction. Start the creation of the Devour Heavenly Art. First volume of the Devour Heavenly Art. Deduction time, 376 days. With a slight glimmer in her eyes, Ling began to mobilize all her computing power to deduce the first volume of the Eternal Grade Devour Heavenly Art. Ling has analyzed the countless secret treasures Yang Feng obtained in the world of Warlocks, Gamana Universe, and Eternal World and began to deduce an Eternal Heavenly Art with his path as the core. Time elapsed and 10 years passed in a flash. Third volume of the Devour Heavenly Art. Deduction complete. Ling's voice sounded, and a formidable secret method entered Yang Feng's mind. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes. At the same time, abstruse runes that looked like tiny black holes appeared all over his body, making him look mysterious and dangerous. Yang Feng's aura began to climb and grow crazily. This process lasted 10 days and 10 nights before stopping. Secret methods that eternal sovereigns cultivate are really extraordinary. Judging by this progress, as long as I find a place rich in life origin energy and enter closed-door cultivation for 10 million years, I can advance to the 3rd layer Eternal Realm. Yang Feng is a perfect advancement Eternal Sovereign and has devoured several Eternal Sovereigns. Furthermore, the universe energy level of the world of Warlocks, where his eternal imprint is located, has already suppressed the universe energy level of Gamana Universe and is still rising. Yang Feng has accumulated enough reserves and has deduced an Eternal Sovereign cultivation secret method. Only then can he advance to a 3rd layer Eternal Sovereign through closed-door cultivation. Yang Feng frowned. But once I have advanced to the 3rd layer Eternal Realm, it won't be that simple to promote to the 4th layer Eternal Realm. The Eternal Realm is divided in 9 layers and each successive 3 layers constitute a big barrier that is very difficult to break through. It is only a matter of time before Yang Feng advances to the 3rd layer Eternal Realm. However, when it comes to the 4th layer Eternal Realm, there is no hope of the present him advancing. 4th volume of the Devour Heavenly Art. Estimated deduction time, none. Yang Feng looked at the deduction progress of the 4th layer of the Devour Heavenly Art, and his eyes flashed with the color of helplessness. Gutaili was really despicable. In order to break through to the 4th layer and 7th layer, it is required to absorb his discarnate souls. The true breakthrough mysteries have been concealed. Tyli Sunder Heavenly Art can indeed be cultivated to the 7th layer Eternal Realm. But the precondition is that you go through various strange secret methods and absorb Gutaili's discarnate souls scattered all over the greater universe. Once someone cultivates the Tyli Sunder Heavenly Art to the 4th layer, Gutaili will be able to pollute their eternal imprint with his discarnate souls. Then, with the polluted eternal imprint as the core, Gutaili will construct his own eternal imprint anew and thus achieve the goal of rebirth. As he trod the path of cultivation, Yang Feng experienced countless battles and plots. He saw through Gutaili's arrangements placed in the Tyli Sunder Heavenly Art at a glance. As such, he naturally won't cultivate this eternal heavenly art. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with an unwavering color. There is a flaw in the Tyli Sunder Heavenly Art. It seems that I have to look for other eternal heavenly arts and come up with ways to create the 4th volume of the Devour Heavenly Art. If it turns out to be a dead end, then I can think of ways to start universe devour wars to devour weak universes and use the precious resources that will appear during the universe devour wars to make a breakthrough and advance to the 4th layer Eternal Realm. During a universe devour war, in order to survive, the universe wills of 2 universes will prompt countless precious resources to appear. Yang Feng was able to advance to an Eternal Sovereign and forge a level 8 stronghold for Ling, all because a universe devour war broke out and the universe will favored him and pushed various fortuitous encounters his way. After the universe devour war ended, the universe energy level of the universe of the world of Warlocks rose and things returned no normalcy. Consequently, treasures that are useful to Eternal Sovereigns have become rare as well. Yang Feng willed, Ling, start the transformation of the Eternal Relic Site. The Eternal Relic Site is one of the treasures of the 7th layer Eternal Sovereign Gutyli. It is a holy land for cultivation. Once the reconstruction of the Eternal Relic Site is completed, Yang Feng will get a foothold in Eternal World. As long as powerhouses at the 4th layer or above don't attack him, Yang Feng is confident that he can suppress all enemies that come his way with this base. Yes, Lord. From the level 8 stronghold, which has been silent for many years, countless battle robots and engineering robots poured out one after another, surged towards the Eternal Relic Site like a tide, and began to transform this world. Lights shone, and Yang Feng disappeared from this world. Tianju domain at a mountain. Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand, and a jade box engraved with countless seal runes appeared and revealed a white lotus that radiated brilliant sacred light. New novel chapters are published on freowebnovel.com. After more than a dozen breaths of time, there was a flash of light, and a gorgeous woman in white emerged from the lotus. This gorgeous woman in white is Mother of Myriad Lotuses. Mother of Myriad Lotuses smiled sweetly and uttered, "Yang Feng, long time no see. What can I do for you?" Yang Feng responded with a slight smile, "I want to treat you to some drinks. I wonder if you're interested. Let me treat you instead." The Myriad Lotuses immortal liquor I brewed is regarded as a first-rate liquor even by eternal sovereigns. Come to these coordinates. Mother of Myriad Lotuses smiled charmingly, and a white ray emerged from the lotus, fell into Yang Feng's hand, and delivered a set of coordinates. All right. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into specks of light and disappeared. Moon Lotus Star is a star located 13.65 million light-years above Myriad Lotus's immortal domain. Along with a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared above Moon Lotus Star, and then took a step and appeared in Moon Lotus City on Moon Lotus Star, a country full of beautiful women. As soon as Yang Feng entered Moon Lotus City, he saw that there were beautiful women everywhere. These beautiful women were all emitting magical lotus fragrance and emanating moonlight warlock realm fluctuations of power or above. Strange twisting light appeared around Yang Feng, making it so the beautiful women in Moon Lotus City couldn't see him. It is very simple for an eternal sovereign to distort the perception of others. Unless it is a powerhouse at the holy realm or above, an eternal sovereign can change the perception and memories of a star's intelligent life forms with a thought. I am Mu Qinglian. Greetings, sir. Mother has invited you. A beautiful girl wearing emerald green leather armor that exposes large areas of snow-white skin, with a green lotus flower on the head and a hot figure, looking like she's only 17 or 18 years old, came over with a smile and saluted Yang Feng. Okay. With a faint smile, Yang Feng followed Mu Qinglian to Moon Lotus City's City Lord Mansion. After going through a series of winding corridors, Yang Feng came to a pavilion at a lotus pond. In this pavilion, there is a gorgeous woman in white. She is Mother of Myriad Lotuses. When Yang Feng came to the pavilion, he sat down opposite Mother of Myriad Lotuses. This is Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor I brewed. Try it. As if she and Yang Feng were old friends, Mother of Myriad Lotuses smiled faintly and pointed with her fair finger. The jade cup in front of Yang Feng shone. All of a sudden, a lotus seed germinated in the jade cup, grew rapidly, and turned into a green lotus. The lotus flower opened and revealed a liquor radiating sacred light and emitting a fragrant scent. Yang Feng plucked the lotus flower and took a sip, and an indescribable, wonderful sensation spread from the tip of his tongue to the rest of his body. A warm current filled Yang Feng's body and nourished his body and soul, making him feel like he's on cloud 9. Great liquor. Truly great liquor. This is the best liquor I have ever drunk. After a while, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes and said with heartfelt admiration, "The Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor is not only the best liquor Yang Feng has ever drunk, but it also has the miraculous effect of improving one's soul aptitude. It is not the least bit inferior to an eternal god fruit. If a warlock with superior level 8 soul aptitude could drink a mouthful of the Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor, they would be able to break through the godman boundary and attain level 9 soul aptitude. Moreover, what makes Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor truly special is that it can improve the soul aptitude of eternal sovereigns. as well. Of course, it can only improve it by a little. There are very few treasures that are of use to the soul aptitude of eternal sovereigns. Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor has a slight effect on Yang Feng's soul aptitude. As such, it is an incredible treasure. Chapter 1423. Transaction. Chapter 1423. Transaction. Arad Lattice T Chapter S at freeobnovel.com only. Yang Feng smiled and said with a queer look, "This Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor is really superb. Mother of Myriad Lotuses, can you sell me 2 tons of it?" The mother of Myriad Lotuses choked at once. She looked at Yang Feng in amazement, thinking that his skin was incredibly thick. The Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor not only has a superb taste, but it can also improve the soul aptitude of eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng unexpectedly wants 2 tons of this wonderful treasure at one go. If it were not for her great self-restraint, the mother of Myriad Lotuses would have already started swearing. Yang Feng said leisurely, "I will use the first 3 volumes of Gu Taili's Taili Heavenly Art in exchange." Eternal heavenly art. The mother of Myriad Lotuses trembled and exclaimed, a dazzling flash in her beautiful eyes. In the eyes of a first-layer eternal sovereign like the mother of Myriad Lotuses, an eternal heavenly art that eternal sovereigns can cultivate is definitely a rare treasure. If she can get her hands of the first 3 volumes of Gu Taili's Taili Heavenly Art, the mother of Myriad Lotuses won't need to start an extremely dangerous universe devour war. She will just have to obtain enough precious resources in Eternal World, and then she'll be able to advance all the way to the 3rd layer Eternal Realm. For 1st layer Eternal Sovereigns, a peerless eternal heavenly art that can be cultivated to the 3rd layer Eternal Realm is priceless, far more valuable than 2 tons of the Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor. The beautiful eyes of the mother of Myriad Lotuses flashed with the shade of regret, and she spoke with a wry smile. "Although I want to agree, but I can't. It takes 10,000 years to brew a flower of Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor. Even if all the Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor I have brewed so far is added up, it won't amount to 2 tons. Yang Feng asked, "How much Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor do you have?" Mother of Myriad Lotuses responded, "I can only take out 1,000 flowers." Yang Feng said with a light smile, "I can give you the first 2 volumes of Taili Heavenly Art in exchange for your Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor. However, you have to swear that you will never divulge the Taili Heavenly Art to others. In the Taili Heavenly Art, there's a fallback set up by Gu Taili. If you cultivate it step by step, you may become a vessel for Gu Taili's rebirth." "Okay." The mother of Myriad Lotuses smiled sweetly and waved her fair hand, and a jade box suddenly appeared in her hand. She handed the jade box to Yang Feng. Every eternal sovereign possesses extraordinary intelligence. If Yang Feng hadn't revealed the secret of the Taili Heavenly Art, maybe the mother of Myriad Lotuses would have been duped. However, now that Yang Feng divulged the secret, it is virtually impossible for Gu Taili to cheat the mother of Myriad Lotuses. Yang Feng took the jade box, scanned it with his soul force, revealed a smile of satisfaction, and pointed with his hand, and a crystal containing the first 2 volumes of the Taili Heavenly Art flew into the hand of the mother of Myriad Lotuses. The mother of Myriad Lotuses crushed the crystal and absorbed the knowledge inside. Shortly after, she revealed the shade of satisfaction. Back then, since Yang Feng received the 7 volumes of the Taili Heavenly Art and devoured Gu Taili's discarnate soul, it took him a few years to digest everything. The mother of Myriad Lotuses, however, just received knowledge, which was naturally much simpler to digest. "King of Oaths, please serve as a witness." With a wave of the mother of Myriad Lotus's fair hand, a golden parchment flew out and radiated golden light that intertwined in the void. 9 black characters appeared and emanated terrifying auras, looking like 9 people constantly reciting oaths. "I, the mother of Myriad Lotuses, swear to never teach the Taili Heavenly Art to anyone without Yang Feng's permission. Otherwise, my eternal imprint shall collapse." When the words of Mother of Myriad Lotuses fell, a golden balance scale entered her forehead. The King of Contracts and King of Oaths respectively wield the authority of contracts and oaths in Eternal World. They are among the strongest eternal sovereign kings, infinitely close to the legendary eternal sovereign god emperor realm. There exist treasures that can break the authority of the king of contracts and king of oaths. However, they are very rare. Such treasures are generally owned only by powerhouses at the 7th layer eternal realm and above. The mother of myriad lotuses smiled faintly, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a queer shade. Yang Feng nodded. No matter the secret method, there is always a way to crack it. Although the King of Contracts and King of Oaths are top eternal sovereign kings in Eternal World, but their authority can be cracked nonetheless. Once the transaction was concluded, the two felt closer to one another. The mother of myriad lotuses asked probingly, "Yang Feng, are you a guest from another universe?" Yang Feng answered, "You hit the nail on the head." The mother of myriad lotuses threw Yang Feng a coquettish glance and uttered with a charming smile, "In that case, do you want to join our Nine Shades Alliance?" In the Nine Shades Alliance, there are 5 eternal sovereigns, 3 of which are great beauties. Yang Feng asked curiously, "What is the highest cultivation base in the Nine Shades Alliance?" The mother of myriad lotuses hesitated for a while. Her beautiful eyes glimmered several times, and then she replied slowly, "First layer eternal realm." Yang Feng's eyes showed the shade of understanding. Sure enough, even in Eternal World, it's very difficult for eternal sovereigns to advance. In Eternal World, powerhouses are as common as cabbage. And even eternal sovereigns aren't uncommon. But at the same time, it is very hard for eternal sovereigns to advance. Most of the eternal sovereigns are only at the 1st layer eternal realm. The mother of myriad lotuses said with a charming smile, "Although we are just at the 1st layer eternal realm, but if the 5 of us work together, we can contend against even a 3rd layer eternal sovereign. Each eternal sovereign is an invincible existence. Although a 3rd layer eternal sovereign is far stronger than a 1st layer eternal sovereign. However, so long as there are enough 1st layer eternal sovereigns, they can contend against a 3rd layer eternal sovereign." Yang Feng pondered for a while and said, "I'll consider it." The mother of myriad lotuses uttered with a light smile, "Feng Juechen of the Ring of Dark Ethos has resuscitated and regained his full strength already. In the Ring of Dark Ethos, there are 7 eternal sovereigns in total. Feng Juechen has invited his friends to kill you. The Ring of Dark Ethos's wanted notice has already spread all over our Yenju firmament. In Eternal World, countries form a domain controlled by an eternal sovereign. At the same times, hundreds of domains form a firmament. Yang Feng's is currently located in Yenju firmament." Yang Feng frowned. How did he resuscitate so quickly? The mother of myriad lotuses responded with a smile. He naturally has an eternal origin energy pool built in his domain. I also have knowledge regarding the eternal origin energy pool. What will you take out in exchange for it? Yang Feng asked curiously, "What is the currency of eternal sovereigns in Eternal World?" In the Eternal World, the currency we eternal sovereigns use is Eternal Origin Stone. It's a crystal that contains eternal origin. You can also make Eternal Origin Stone. The mother of myriad lotuses turned her fair hand, and an Eternal Origin Stone containing Eternal Origin aura appeared in her hand. With a flick of her finger, the Eternal Origin Stone flew into Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng received the Eternal Origin Stone and took a look at it, and then creased his eyebrows. The Eternal Origin Stone was formed from an eternal sovereign's eternal origin. If Yang Feng refined such an Eternal Origin Stone, it would take him 100 years to fully recover. If he absorbs the power of this Eternal Origin Stone, he can enhance his power slightly. As long as they have 1,000 Eternal Origin Stones, a quasi-Empyrean can break through the bottleneck and advance to an Empyrean. If Yang Feng had 10 million Eternal Origin Stones, with the current universe energy level of the world of warlocks, he can cultivate another eternal sovereign. However, Yang Feng will never use his own eternal origin to refine Eternal Origin Stones. It will take him 100 years of bitter cultivation to make up for refining one such stone. He won't do such a stupid thing. The mother of myriad lotuses spoke with a light smile. In addition to Eternal Origin Stone, the more advanced currency is Eternal Origin Energy Pool. In the top-level auctions that only eternal sovereigns can attend, Only Eternal Origin Stone and Eternal Origin Energy Pool are used as currency. Additionally, Eternal Sovereigns also barter when trading with one another. Yang Feng nodded and continued to talk with the Mother of Myriad Lotuses. 10 days later, Yang Feng left the Mother of Myriad Lotuses, feeling greatly satisfied. As expected of an Eternal Sovereign, the Mother of Myriad Lotuses had a wide range of experiences and knowledge. Furthermore, her understanding of Eternal World was far beyond that of Green Rock Crown Prince and Scarlet Lotus Princes. After entering in touch with the Mother of Myriad Lotuses, Yang Feng has taken a big step into Eternal World's Eternal Sovereign Circle. The universe of the world of warlocks, the far west of Zhangji Plain, in a world of ice and snow, there is an ice palace. Yang Feng stepped into the ice palace. Greetings, Feng Eternal Sovereign. In the ice palace, the Ice Phoenix, who is already advanced to an Empyrean, saluted Yang Feng respectfully, a burning color in her beautiful eyes. The man in front of her suppressed the 3 Eternal Sovereigns of Gamana Universe. In the world of warlocks, he is a living legend, and is recognized as a supreme being invincible in the universe. With the help of Yang Feng, the Ice Phoenix took the last step and advanced to an Empyrean. Yang Feng nodded and stepped into the deepest part of the ice palace. In the deepest part of the ice palace, there was a beautiful ice coffin. In the ice coffin, there was a peerless beauty lying quietly. That beauty was Xuanhuan. Yang Feng, Xuanhuan, and Ling were seriously injured after the decisive battle with Gamana Universe. Xuanhuan couldn't compare with Yang Feng in terms of foundation. Furthermore, her injuries were quite severe. As such, she could only sleep in the ice coffin and heal herself quietly. If there were no accidents, Xuanhuan could recover from her injuries after sleeping for tens of millions of years. For an Eternal Sovereign, injuries to the origin were most thorny. Yang Feng had no way to help her back then. You can finally wake up, Xuan. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful Xuanhuan in the ice coffin with a gentle smile and pointed with his hand. And a ray entered the ice coffin.freeobnul.com. Chapter 1424. Chapter 1424. 1424. Xuanhuan resuscitates. The lid of the ice coffin flew away. All of a sudden, a lotus appeared and opened, and Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor in the center of the lotus turned into a string and flowed into Xuanhuan's lips. After drinking a flower of Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor, Xuanhuan's snow-white face gained a trace of color. It worked! Yang Feng's eyes flashed with the shade of elation, and he pointed with his hand. One after another, lotuses emerged above Xuanhuan, and Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor flowed into her lips. As if a dead person, Xuanhuan didn't exude any aura at first. But now she began to emanate eternal fluctuations of power. When there were only 49 flowers of Myriad Lotus's immortal liquor left, Xuanhuan finally opened her eyes, and fearsome eternal aura diffused from her. Big brother, my injuries are healed. With a beautiful smile on her face, Xuanhuan leaped out of the ice coffin and jumped into Yang Feng's embrace. As Yang Feng held Xuanhuan in his arms, a soft, cool, comforting fragrance wafted out from her. Xuanhuan asked curiously, Big brother Feng, for my injuries to heal so quickly, have you gone to the legendary greater universe? Yang Feng smiled lightly and began to tell Xuanhuan about the things he experienced while she was asleep. These are my Devour Heavenly Art and Gu Tyli's Tyli Sunder Heavenly Art. You can use these 2 eternal heavenly arts as reference to create your own secret method. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and a knowledge crystal containing the 2 eternal heavenly arts, which are enough to make many first-layer eternal sovereigns of Eternal World go crazy over, formed and flew into Xuanhuan's hand. I'll take my leave first and go analyze these 2 eternal heavenly arts. Call me if there's anything. When she crushed the knowledge crystal, Xuanhuan was deeply attracted by the 2 eternal heavenly arts. She kissed Yang Feng on the cheek, and then turned into specks of ice and disappeared. Yang Feng smiled wryly at this scene. Back in the day, Xuanhuan was able to advance to an Empyrean because she's a cultivation madman. In fact, the 8 warlock emperors of the human race were all cultivation madmen. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to stand out from the masses and advance to the Empyrean realm. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. With Ziji guarding the world of demon gods and Shuer guarding the world of warlocks, my mind can be put at ease. I can now focus solely on development in Eternal World. The two universes already have guardians. Under the premise that no Eternal Sovereign King takes action, then even if Eternal Sovereigns enter the two universes, they will be quelled by Ziji and Shuer. As long as the universe of the world of warlocks isn't under the control of hostile Eternal Sovereigns, then even if Yang Feng dies in the greater universe, he can be reborn in the world of warlock. Of course, once Yang Feng dies in the greater universe, the Shishan armor, the other treasures he carries with him, and his eternal body will fall into the hands of another. Therefore, he has also established several treasuries and set up numerous fallbacks in the world of warlocks to enable him to quickly regain to his peak condition after his rebirth. Yanju Firmament, Floating Domain. Below the floating domain, there is a dark world full of death, corruption, and ferocious beasts. Bursts of black gas full of death and corruption rise into the air and form white clouds emitting sacred aura. On the white clouds, there sit one country after another. The entire floating domain is formed from countries constructed on the white clouds suspended in the air. In the center of floating domain on the largest white cloud, there lies a huge city called Huayue City. Huayue City is the center of floating domain and is a place where many eternal sovereigns like to trade. Floating domain's domain lord is a second-layer eternal sovereign. He has 3 first-layer eternal realm good brothers. The 4 eternal sovereigns work together to maintain the order in Huayue City. Even if it's an eternal sovereign, if they start a fight in Huayue City for no reason, they will be quelled by floating domain's domain lord and his 3 good brothers. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, several eternal sovereigns that caused trouble in Huayue City ended up being quelled by floating domain's domain lord. After paying a huge price, only then were they able to leave. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. So this is Huayue City. As expected of a city where Eternals dwell, it is full of experts. As Yang Feng walked through Huayue City, he saw that there are powerhouses of different races everywhere. Holies who are rarely seen in other places can be seen everywhere in Huayue City. Yang Feng even saw a dozen-plus Empyreans. In Huayue City, all kinds of shops can be seen everywhere. Those shops contain treasures of heaven and earth from different universes, realms, and domains. The currency commonly used in Huayue City is credit points. Anyone who comes to Huayue City can directly convert various goods into credit points through a bank, and then use the credit points for shopping. A standard inferior magic stone can be converted into a credit point in a bank. As for precious metals such as gold and silver, they fundamentally can't be converted into credit points. In the world of warlocks, Yang Feng has found several stars full of gold. In Eternal World, gold is only used as currency in the mortal realms. It's fundamentally impossible to convert it into credit points. As expected of Eternal World, it has treasures of all kinds of civilizations. As he strolled around, Yang Feng saw extraordinary treasures of mechanical civilizations, biological civilizations, wizard civilizations, cultivation civilizations, martial arts civilizations, and various other civilizations. However, Yang Feng could analyze more than 90% of these treasures at a glance, so he had no desire to buy them. Sure enough, in order to have any gains, Eternal Sovereigns need to go to the place exclusive to Eternal Sovereigns. Yang Feng wandered in Huayue City for several days, saw countless treasures, and came to a conclusion, and then walked towards the center of Huayue City. In the center of Huayue City, there is a huge, luxurious auction house that looks just like a heavenly palace. In front of the gate of the huge auction house, there were 2 bodyguards, each of whom emanates quasi-Empyrean realm fluctuations of power. Stop! This is Huayue Auction House. Only people with an invitation letter or mighty eternal sovereigns can enter. When a bodyguard saw Yang Feng approaching, he raised his eyebrows, stepped forwards, and barked thusly. Yang Feng glanced at the bodyguard, and a trace of eternal might diffused from him. Greetings, mighty eternal sovereign. I didn't know who you were. Please forgive me if I offended you. The 2 bodyguards turned pale in the face, and then knelt down and spoke respectfully. Every eternal sovereign is a big shot among big shots. Even if they kill the 2 quasi-Empyrean realm bodyguards, an Empyrean will only have to give a compensation at most. Quasi-Empyrean realm powerhouses are not rare in Eternal World. In the eyes of eternal sovereigns, only Empyreans have some value. I am Kong Fuyun. Sir, how do I address you? Along with a cool breeze, a handsome young man dressed in silver garments, with long purple hair appeared directly and spoke to Yang Feng with a light smile. Yang Feng answered indifferently, I am Yang Feng. Kong Fuyun's eyes flashed with an enigmatic color, and he smiled lightly and made a gesture of invitation, saying, So sir, is that Yang Feng? The powerhouse killed Feng Juechen. Please come in. After Feng Juechen was killed by Yang Feng once, he invited some friends and made preparations to kill Yang Feng. Kong Fuyun is one of Huaihue City's 4 city masters. He has many friends and is naturally very well informed. When they arrived at a magnificent palace, 2 beautiful maids came forward with 2 cups of magic tea, which emanated an indescribable fragrance, and handed them to Yang Feng and Kong Fuyun respectively. What brings you to our Huaihue auction house? Kong Fuyun took a sip of the tea, exhaled a long breath, and asked this with a smile. I have something I want to entrust to you to be auctioned. Yang Feng took a sip of the tea, and a fragrance spread in his mouth. At the same time, warm currents flowed inside him and tempered his body, making him feel very comfortable. Kong Fuyun asked, What is it that you want to auction? Yang Feng replied, Gu Tyli's Tyli Sunder Heavenly Art. Kong Fuyun's expression changed greatly, and he cried out, Tyli Sunder Heavenly Art, an eternal heavenly art that can be cultivated to the 7th layer eternal realm. It's extremely hard to come across an eternal heavenly art. Huaihue Auction House has existed for millions of years. Yet during this long period of time, it has auctioned just 2 incomplete eternal heavenly arts that can only be cultivated to the 2nd layer eternal realm. Since Gu Tyli's eternal heavenly art can be cultivated to the 7th layer eternal realm, it is really amazing. Yang Feng said flatly, I want to auction the first 2 volumes of Tyli Sunder Heavenly Art. Moreover, the buyer must make an oath that they won't impart it to others, or else their eternal imprint shall collapse. Kong Fuyun's eyes flickered with a peculiar shade, and he uttered slowly, Yang Feng, the Huaihue Auction House would like to offer you 3 million eternal origin stones for the first 2 volumes of Tyli Sunder Heavenly Art. What do you think? Yang Feng responded with a smile. If you raise the offer to 15 million eternal origin stones, then we have a deal. There was a flash of helplessness in Kong Fuyun's eyes. He hesitated for a while, and then said with a wry smile, All right, then let's auction it. Only if the 4 city lords of Huaihue City pitch in, only then can they come up with 15 million eternal origin stones. Kong Fuyun himself fundamentally can't take out so many resources. Yang Feng smiled and said, In addition to eternal origin stones, you can also use other Empyrean heavenly skills of the same realm to exchange. If you have another 7th layer eternal realm eternal heavenly art, then you can use it to exchange for Go Tyli's 7th layer eternal realm eternal heavenly art. If Yang Feng wants to improve his devour heavenly art, he needs to study eternal heavenly arts created by other powerhouses. Gu Tyli's 7th layer eternal realm eternal heavenly art served only as reference for Yang Feng. Now this eternal heavenly skill is of little use to him. Chapter 1425, Ram of Destruction. Chapter 1425, Ram of Destruction. Kong Fuyun's eyes lit up, and he uttered, In the Huaihue Auction House, there are 2 incomplete 2nd layer eternal grade eternal heavenly arts. Can I use them to exchange with you? In its long history, the Huaihue Auction House obtained 2 incomplete eternal heavenly arts. The 2 incomplete eternal heavenly arts can also be cultivated to 2nd layer eternal realm. But different from a complete eternal heavenly art, the 2 incomplete eternal heavenly arts are extremely difficult to cultivate. Huaihue City's city lord used a very precious treasure, and was barely able to break through and advance to the 2nd layer eternal realm. The 2 incomplete eternal heavenly arts can't compare to a complete eternal heavenly art. Yang Feng uttered flatly, The 2 incomplete eternal heavenly arts plus 5 million eternal origin stones can be exchanged for the opportunity to cultivate the first 2 layers of the Tyli Sunder heavenly art. Kong Fuyun frowned and bargained with Yang Feng. You're asking for too much. After some bargaining, Kong Fuyun exchanged the 2 incomplete eternal heavenly arts plus 3 million eternal origin stones for the first 2 layers of the Tyli Sunder heavenly art. I see. So this is a complete eternal heavenly art. Sure enough, it's really impressive. I took the wrong path before. When Kong Fuyun absorbed the knowledge of the Tyli Sunder heavenly art, he released a long sigh, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Without the support of eternal heavenly arts, it's extremely hard for eternal sovereigns to advance to the 2nd layer eternal realm. In fact, it's as hard as it is for a mortal to advance to the eternal realm. Many powerhouses have advanced to the eternal realm after hundreds of thousands of years. But after advancing to the eternal realm, even though millions or tens of millions of years have passed, they were still stuck at the 1st layer eternal realm. That is because eternal sovereigns are already at the very summit of a universe, and it is very hard for them to make any further progress. Every eternal sovereign knows Universe Devour War can enable them to make further progress. However, Universe Devour War is extremely dangerous and will lead to the death of even eternal sovereigns. Therefore, unless it is a last resort, eternal sovereigns won't actively start a Universe Devour War. It is because of this that eternal heavenly arts are so precious. As long as they get an eternal heavenly art, collect enough resources, and invest a long time, an eternal sovereign can advance to the next realm. For an eternal sovereign, time is the least valuable thing. An eternal sovereign can live for more than 10 billion years. As long as their universe doesn't cease to exist, they won't perish. There was a flash of gratitude in Kong Fuyun's eyes, and he spoke with a light smile. Yang Feng, you have helped me a lot. Your Tyli Sunder heavenly art will surely sell for a good price. Now that Kong Fuyun has obtained the first 2 layers of the Tyli Sunder heavenly art, with the resources he has at his disposal, he can advance to the 2nd layer eternal realm in under 50,000 years. The flames of ambition burned in Kong Fuyun's eyes. If he can advance to a 2nd layer eternal sovereign, he will be able to become the master of Huaihua City and take control of it. Yang Feng chatted with Kong Fuyun for a while and got a lot of valuable information from him, and then left with satisfaction. 3 months passed in a flash. In these 3 months, the news that Huaihua City is about to auction a 2nd layer eternal realm eternal heaven art spread in Yanju firmament. Huaihua City is going to auction an eternal heavenly art? Who is behind it? They're actually going to auction an eternal heavenly art. Fruobnov.com. How is that possible? A complete eternal heavenly art is enough to make people go crazy. To actually auction an eternal heavenly art. Who on earth is so extravagant? Tyli Sunder heavenly art. That's the legendary eternal heavenly art that eternal sovereign Gu Tyli created. Not long ago, Feng Juechen was robbed of a great opportunity. It is said that he was robbed of an eternal heavenly art. It seems to be true. Eternal sovereigns of the whole Yanju firmament were shocked and made inquiries about the news of the eternal heavenly art via various channels. On the day of the auction, eternal sovereigns flocked to Huaihua City from all directions. Huaihua Auction House. Sir, I am Aojia. Please follow me. When Yang Feng stepped into Huaihua Auction House, a Holy Realm dragon girl in cyan clothes, with a sexy figure, a gorgeous face, and a pair of dragon horns on the head walked over, a fragrance wafting out from her. Yang Feng nodded and followed Aojia to the VIP area. Yang Feng, it's really you. A voice full of resentment came from one side. Yang Feng turned his head and saw Feng Juechen staring at him with a gloomy face. There are 3 people emanating eternal fluctuations of power standing next to Feng Juechen. They are looking at Yang Feng coldly, full of hostility. Yang Feng said in a cold voice, a flash of contempt in his eyes. Feng Juechen, now that you resurrected, you should behave, or else you're going to die again. Yang Feng, you are the one who's going to die. Feng Juechen smiled gloomily. All of a sudden, he pointed at Yang Feng and said loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, this is Yang Feng, the person who killed me and stole my treasure. He stole the 7th layer eternal heavenly art left by Gu Tyli from me. A 7th layer eternal heavenly art. A complete 7th layer eternal heavenly art. So he is Yang Feng. In the auction house, the startled eternal sovereigns focused their eyes on Yang Feng, filled with greed. A complete 2nd layer eternal heavenly art has already attracted more than 70% of Yenju Firmament's eternal sovereigns. A complete 7th layer eternal heavenly art is enough to make eternal sovereigns go crazy. It is a common practice among eternal sovereigns to kill people for treasures. Except for some 2nd-generation eternal sovereigns with profound background, outrageous talent, and abundance of cultivation resources and secret methods, more than 80% of eternal sovereigns have killed people for treasures. Yes, I stole Gu Taili's eternal heavenly art from Feng Juechen. However, I was a bit slow and was only able to get the first 5 layers of the 7 layers of Gu Taili's eternal heavenly art. Feng Juechen obtained the 6th and 7th layers. If you want the 6th and 7th layers of that eternal heavenly art, you will have to talk to Feng Juechen. Under the gazes of 100+ eternal sovereigns, Yang Feng smiled and spoke with assurance. When Yang Feng's words fell, gazes full of malice focused on Feng Juechen. For eternal sovereigns, 6th and 7th layer eternal heavenly arts are extremely valuable research materials. Even if they don't need them, eternal sovereigns can still use them to trade with other eternal sovereigns. Even the expression of the several eternal sovereigns next to Feng Juechen flickered and their eyes shimmered with an enigmatic color. Feng Juechen's countenance changed greatly, and he shouted, "You're spouting bullshit. I didn't get Gu Taili's eternal heavenly art." Yang Feng glanced scornfully at Feng Juechen, and then turned around and strode towards the VIP area. "Feng Juechen, I have already admitted that I have obtained the first 5 layers of the eternal heavenly art, so what reason do I have to frame you? To not have the courage to accept the consequences of your doing. You're just a good-for-nothing. I really didn't get Gu Taili's eternal heavenly art." Feng Juechen felt the suspicious eyes of several of his friends and quickly denied the allegation. A man with a horn and countless mysterious runes on the face smiled and said, "Juechen, don't worry, we're not doubting you. Juechen, we have been friends for millions of years. If you really got the Taili Sunder heavenly art, we can study it together. How about it?" Feng Juechen just breathed a sigh of relief when a voice transmission entered his ears, and his expression darkened. "Yang Feng, I am interested in your Taili Sunder heavenly art. State your price." This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. An Empyrean with a ram head, a human body, a pair of flesh wings on the back, for black bone spurs, and a long, thick tail, emanating a fierce aura blocked in front of Yang Feng, and his eyes surged with queer runes and diffused peculiar light. That's Gue Lingyang, Ram of Destruction Alliance's Alliance Master, a 2nd layer eternal sovereign. Ram of Destruction is vicious and domineering. There's going to be a good show. Upon seeing this scene, the spectating eternal sovereigns revealed the color of schadenfreude. Yang Feng responded with a smile. "If you take out an eternal heavenly art that can be cultivated to the 5th layer eternal realm, you can exchange it for Gu Taili's 5 layers of Taili Sunder heavenly art." Gue Lingyang's eyes flashed with the shade of ridicule, and he spoke with a frigid smile. "I don't have that. However, I have a treasure whose value is above that of a 5th layer eternal grade eternal heavenly art. You will definitely like it." Yang Feng asked curiously, "And what treasure is that?" "It's your life. As long as you give me the Taili Sunder heavenly art, then I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you will die when you leave Huaiyue City." Gue Lingyang's eyes glimmered fiercely, and 2nd layer eternal realm aura diffused from him. The eyes of the 4 eternal sovereign following beside Gue Lingyang flickered with killing intent. An eternal sovereign aura emanated from them. "Get lost, you bunch of paupers." Yang Feng revealed a smile of provocative and contempt, and then turned around and headed towards the VIP area. Gue Lingyang trembled and said while stressing each syllable, a glimmer of anger in his eyes, "Yang Feng, to dare speak so rudely to me, you're dead." Huaiyue City is the territory of Floating Domain's domain lord. Within Floating Domain, Floating domains. Domain Lord can mobilize the power of the domain and possess unimaginable power. Furthermore, the Domain Lord has the help of several eternal sovereigns. Gui Lingyang doesn't dare to act presumptuously here. He could only watch helplessly as Yang Feng entered the VIP area. Yang Feng provoked Ram of destruction. It seems that the information stating that he killed Feng Juechen is true. Yang Feng seems to be a powerful eternal sovereign. I'm afraid his strength has surpassed the first layer eternal realm. When the spectating eternal sovereigns saw Yang Feng fearlessly provoke Gui Lingyang, their eyes revealed a pensive shade. Chapter 1426. 27 million eternal origin stones. Chapter 1426. 27 million eternal origin stones. You can leave now. After entering the VIP box, Yang Feng glanced at Aojia and stated flatly, "Yes, sir." Aojia's pretty eyes flashed with both elation and slight disappointment, and she left. To dare auction Tylee Sunder heavenly art, you're really bold, Yang Feng. Do you know how many people there are who want to kill you? Along with an enchanting voice, a lotus bloomed in the VIP box, and the mother of myriad lotuses emerged and sat aside, a sweet smile on her face. Yang Feng responded calmly, "I know. However, I lack eternal origin stones. I can only auction the Tylee Sunder heavenly art. Since the world of warlocks and world of demon gods are under Yang Feng's control, the resources of both universes are in his firm grip. It's not that he can't take out treasures that will impress other eternal sovereigns. But compared with that, auctioning the Tylee Sunder heavenly art is more cost-effective." The mother of myriad lotuses took a deep look at Yang Feng and no longer questioned him, but instead started chatting with him about some customs of Yanju firmament. "Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare that the auction has officially started." Kong Fuyun walked to the center of the venue, smiled, and without any bullshit, flicked his finger. Along with a flash of light, a transparent crystal box appeared in front of him. In the crystal box, there is a little girl with long, red hair, snow-white skin, ruby-like, beautiful eyes, and an enchanting face. She appears to be 12 or 13 years of age and is dressed in revealing scarlet leather clothes, which expose large swaths of fair skin. Kong Fuyun smiled faintly and said, "This is a pure blood phoenix. She possesses a peerless talent. Although she's less than 1,000 years old, but she already possesses Empyrean realm cultivation base. The minimum bid is 10,000 eternal origin stones, with an increment of 1,000 eternal origin stones. 11,000. 13,000. The whole venue roiled. Bids sounded one after another. Although it's not impossible to find an Empyrean realm phoenix in Eternal World, even if it's a pure blood phoenix. But in Yanju firmament, phoenixes are very rare, while the number of Empyrean realm pure blood phoenixes is less than 50. A pure blood phoenix less than 1,000 years age, with Empyrean realm cultivation base is priceless. So it's not surprising that a heated bid war ensued. After the price reached 100,000 eternal origin stones, the rate at which it increased decreased. 100,000 eternal origin stones is already a huge sum. If it is used to nurture quasi-Empyrean realm powerhouses on the verge of a breakthrough and who possess an incredible aptitude, dozens of Empyreans can be cultivated. Of course, for eternal sovereigns, their own strength is the most important. Few people would use precious eternal origin stones to cultivate Empyreans. A voice came from the VIP box number 7. "Kong Fuyun, will this phoenix come with trouble?" With that, silence shrouded the venue. The Phoenix clan is a great clan in Eternal World. In Yanju firmament, the Phoenix clan has little power. But in another firmament, the Phoenix clan even has a 9th layer Eternal Sovereign Realm big shot. These Eternal Sovereigns aren't willing to provoke Phoenix clan powerhouses with a background. Kong Fuyun smiled and said, "This Phoenix isn't from Phoenix firmament. She is a heaven and earth variant that was born when Shidu Domain was born, and has no relation to Phoenix Firmament's Phoenix clan. In Eternal World, new domains will be born in firmaments from time to time. When those new domains are born, just like when a new universe is born, many heaven and earth variants will be born. True dragons, phoenixes, and many other spirit-level spirit beasts will be born during such a time. 130,000. After receiving a positive reply, a voice suddenly came from the VIP box number 7. The venue was shrouded in silence. No one continued to bid. For eternal sovereigns, 100,000 eternal origin stones is already an extravagant price to pay for an Empyrean realm female slave. The price of 130,000 has exceeded the budget of many eternal sovereigns. 150,000. Yang Feng's voice came from a box and echoed in the venue. A cold light flashed in Feng Jueqin's eyes, and he challenged Yang Feng. 200,000. Yang Feng, if you have guts, you can continue to bid. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng's voice of contempt came from the box where he is located. Moron! Kong Fuyun smiled and said, if there are no other bids, then this young phoenix will belong to you. Feng Jueqin's countenance changed slightly. He didn't expect Yang Feng to give up so decisively. He could only grit his teeth, pay the 200,000 eternal origin stones, and buy the young phoenix. The other eternal sovereigns glanced at Feng Jueqin with ridicule in their eyes, as if they were looking at a fool. If you go to a special slave market, you can purchase dozens of beautiful Empyrean realm female slaves with 200,000 eternal origin stones. The next item are the dimensional coordinates of a universe that has yet to birth an eternal sovereign. Let me clarify this in advance. Other eternal sovereigns have sneaked into that universe already. Furthermore, the dimensional coordinates are time-sensitive. Our auction house can only guarantee that these universe coordinates are valid within 10 days after the auction. Now, the minimum bid is 1,000 eternal origin stones, with a bid increment of 100 eternal origin stones. 1,300. Kong Fuyun's words have just fallen, when the price of the dimensional coordinates rose steadily and finally climbed to 4,000, and an eternal sovereign bought the dimensional coordinates of a universe. After the dimensional coordinates of a universe, true dragon, phoenix, eternal god fruit, and other treasures of heaven and earth emerged one after another, widening Yang Feng's horizons. He also won universe god fruits and various rare treasures of heaven and earth useful to eternal sovereigns that can't be found in the world of warlocks. This is a Kunmo stone, a peerless mineral for refining eternal grade secret treasures. The minimum bid is at 500,000 eternal origin stones, with a bid increment of no less than 10,000 eternal origin stones. With a flash of light, a Kunmo stone the size of a fist appeared in Kong Fuyun's hand. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up and flashed with excitement. 600,000. 800,000. The eternal sovereigns clearly know their stuff. As such, the price of the Kunmo stone rose steadily and soon exceeded 9 million, forcing Yang Feng to give up. In Yanju firmament, eternal grade secret treasures are also extremely rare and precious. An eternal grade secret treasure may become one of the greatest trump cards of an eternal sovereign alliance. Gui Lingyang's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said coldly, 13 million. The eternal sovereigns at the venue went silent when they heard this bid. In a universe with high universe energy level, 13 million eternal origin stones, together with other resources, can propel an unequaled overlord-level Empyrean on the verge of a breakthrough to the eternal realm. 13 million eternal origin stones, that is a huge sum that can only be taken out by an eternal sovereign alliance like Ram of Destruction. Kong Fuyun waited a little, and then showed a smile and said, since there are no further bids, this Kunmo stone belongs to you. After paying 13 million eternal origin stones and getting the Kunmo stone, Gui Lingyang's eyes revealed the shade of satisfaction. With the Kunmo stone in his possession, he can refine a new eternal grade secret treasure, or enhance the power of an existing eternal grade secret treasure. Now let's welcome the most precious item today. The first 2 layers of the Tyli Sunder heavenly art created by Gu Tyli. This is a complete eternal heavenly art. It is the first time that a complete eternal heavenly art is being auctioned in Yanju firmament. Although you must swear not to teach it to others, which lowers the value of this eternal heavenly art. But this is definitely a most precious treasure of our Yanju firmament. The minimum bid for the chance to cultivate this eternal heavenly art is 9 million eternal origin stones, with a bid increment of no less than 1 million eternal origin stones. Kong Fuyun's voice full of excitement, containing a certain charm spread in the hall. 11 million. 13 million. After a moment of silence, the auction venue exploded. Eternal sovereigns made bids and fought over the cultivation rights of the Tyli Sunder heavenly art. A complete eternal heavenly art that can be cultivated to the second layer eternal realm is extremely precious to these eternal sovereigns. Even some powerhouses who have already advanced to the second layer eternal realm are eager to obtain this eternal heavenly art to mend their foundation, improve their reserves, and upgrade their chances to attack the third layer eternal realm. 27 million. After a cold voice came from box number 7, silence pervaded the auction venue. 27 million eternal origin stones for an opportunity to cultivate the Tyli Sunder heavenly art. This is way too expensive to these eternal sovereigns. This amount of eternal origin stones is enough to cultivate 2 eternal sovereigns. Kong Fuyun's eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a light smile. Since no one has made another bid, the cultivation rights for this eternal heavenly art belong to you. The price of the Tyli Sunder heavenly art has greatly exceeded Kong Fuyun's expectations. If he had known that the eternal heavenly art could sell at such a high price, he would have bought the cultivation opportunity at any cost. When he finished speaking, Kong Fuyun walked into the box number 7 with a knowledge crystal. Shortly after, he left the box number 7 with a satisfied expression, and then entered Yang Feng's box and gave him the eternal origin stones. The beautiful eyes of the mother of myriad lotuses flickered brightly, and she spoke with an enchanting smile. Yang Feng, you made a lot of money in the Huaiyue auction house this time. Once you leave Huaiyue City, you will be chased by many eternal sovereigns. As long as you teach me the following 5 layers of the Tyli Sunder heavenly art, the 9 Shades Alliance is willing to ride or die with you. What do you think? No need. It's impossible for them to track me. Yang Feng smiled calmly, and then turned into a radiance and disappeared from the box. Chapter 1427. Chapter 1427. 1427. Cutting down eternal sovereigns. You want to escape that chance. Older brother Ao, please. Feng Juechen saw Yang Feng turn into a radiance and disappear from the box with a cold shade in his eyes, and said to an eternal sovereign with a dog head, a humanoid body, 9 noses, a pair of whirlpool-like eyes, and a pair of dragon wings on the back. The eternal sovereign with a dog head is a heaven and earth variant 9-nosed mastiff of eternal world and can smell the soul fluctuations of even eternal sovereigns. He possesses a most outstanding tracking ability in Yenju firmament. The 9-nosed mastiff nodded, and mysterious runes appeared on his 9 noses. The whirlpools in his eyes rotated and locked on a certain direction. This way, the 9-nosed mastiff flapped his dragon wings and turned into a stream of light. The figures of Feng Juechen and several other eternal sovereigns shook slightly, and they turned into streams of light and flew towards the void. In another box, Gue Lingyang's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he said to an eternal sovereign with 1 eye on the head and countless other eyes on the body, Older brother Ji, please. The eternal sovereign with countless eyes nodded, and the eye on his head surged with countless whirlpools and flashed with mysterious light. I found him. The eternal sovereign covered in countless eyes spoke in a hoarse voice, and then turned into a stream of light and flew towards the void. Eternal sovereigns of the Ram of Destruction flew after Yang Feng. In the Huaiyue auction house, the eyes of many eternal sovereigns flashed with icy killing intent, and they turned into streams of light and shot after Yang Feng. Yang Feng has Gu Tyli's Tyli Sunder heavenly art, a 7th layer eternal grade eternal heavenly art, on him. This is enough to make many eternal sovereigns go crazy. Big brother, why don't we quell Yang Feng in Huaiyue City? He has a 7th layer eternal grade eternal heavenly art on him. Huaiyue auction house. In a secret space, a man with a dragon horn on the head asked Floating Domain's domain lord, an unwilling expression on his face. In Floating Domain's domain lord can mobilize part of the domain's power and display terrifying power comparable to the 3rd layer eternal realm. Coupled with the cooperation of other eternal sovereigns as well as various trump cards, A second-layer Eternal Sovereigns can be easily suppressed. Floating Domains Domain Lord responded slowly. Yang Feng isn't a simple character. Even if we suppress him, as long as he commits suicide, we won't be able to get anything. Instead, we will have offended him, an eternal sovereign with infinite potential. This would be really unwise. The man with a dragon horn on the head was silent for a moment, and then sighed and spoke no more. Update D from frubnov.com. One of the most dreadful things about eternal sovereigns is their undying characteristic. As long as the eternal imprint wasn't destroyed, they won't truly die. It's easy to defeat an eternal sovereign, but to truly kill an eternal sovereign, that is beyond difficult. Only eternal sovereign kings, realm powerhouses and above, and powerhouses with some special eternal grade secret treasures may be able to kill an eternal sovereign and then destroy their eternal imprint from across universes. Eternal world's outer space. Yang Feng, you have nowhere to run. In the vast starry sky, Feng Juechen's voice, full of joy and frigid killing intent, sounded. In front of a meteorite belt, 6 rays of light flashed, and 6 eternal sovereigns, including Feng Juechen, blocked in front of Yang Feng. Feng Juechen stared at Yang Feng with resentment, a flash of elation in his eyes. While working together, the 6 eternal sovereigns can contend against a third-layer eternal sovereign and even defeat them. The eyes of an eternal sovereign that looks like a large lizard walking on its hind legs flashed coldly, and he uttered icily, "Yang Feng, hand over Gu Tyli sunder heavenly art, or else this will be your burial ground. It is not easy to condense a perfect eternal body. Once you fall here, even if you spend hundreds of thousands of years, it will be hard to restore your full strength. A bunch of fools. This will your burial ground." Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand, a cold flash in his eyes. The meteorite belt distorted, blurred, and turned into a huge sun. In the center of the sun, 10 devastator cannons glimmered and fired 10 beams barreling towards the 6 eternal sovereigns. It's a trap. Faced with the terrifying attack, the complexion of the 6 eternal sovereigns changed dramatically, and they launched Space-Time Walk. In the face of a pure power attack like this, Space-Time Walk can be regarded as an unparalleled evasive maneuver. Fools! With a glimmer of derision in his eyes, Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and ripples of time and space surged and shrouded the 6 eternal sovereigns. In an instant, the 6 eternal sovereigns were caught by a river of time, and then were swallowed by the devastator cannon beams. The 9-nosed mastiff opened his mouth, and a bronze shield appeared in front of him. The lizard-like eternal sovereign bulged, and layers of lizard scales, for a total of 10 layers, emerged on his body and emitted distortion light. An eternal sovereign with an ogre horn roared, assumed a form with 6 arms and 3 heads, grew countless mysterious scales on his body, and raised 6 shields to block in front of him. With a fierce flash in his eyes, an eternal sovereign with a wolf head and a humanoid body broke out with countless runes all over his body, and a world full of countless races emerged from his chest. In that world, countless intelligent life forms prayed, and faith force converged and formed a defensive barrier. A fat, 50-meter-tall eternal sovereign wriggled, turned into a terrifying sphere of flesh 1,000 kilometers in diameter, and broke out with fearsome distortion force field. Feng Juechen erupted with violent storms. Devastator cannon beams swallowed the 6 eternal sovereigns in an instant. When the devastator cannon beams disappeared, the storms in front of Feng Juechen had vanished and his lower body was missing. Die! A cold voice full of murderous intent transmitted in the void, and Yang Feng appeared in front of Feng Juechen practically in a blink, unleashed a punch, and smashed the other party's body. A devour black hole emerged, swallowed Feng Juechen, and devoured him directly. Second layer Eternal Realm. Feng Juechen was only able to unleash a scream of panic before he was devoured by the devour black hole. This is an offensive secret method of the Tyli Sunder Heavenly Art. Tyli Sunder Heavenly Blade. Experience its might with your body. After insta-killing Feng Juechen, Yang Feng appeared in front of the lizard Eternal Sovereign in a blink, smiled coldly, and put his hands together, and countless strands of eternal force converged and formed a terrifying blade that shot towards the lizard. After resisting the devastator cannon beams, 9 layers of the scales protecting the lizard's body fell apart, and his right arm disappeared. He could only clench his teeth and raise his left arm to block. The blade formed from eternal force slammed into the lizard and cut him in two in an instant, and then a devour black hole emerged, drew the lizard inside, and devoured him directly. Due to the bombardment of devastator cannon beams, the other 4 eternal sovereigns were heavily injured. Without wasting any time, the 4 turned into 4 streams of light and escaped in different directions. If Feng Juechen's group of 6 eternal sovereigns worked together, they should be able to defeat even a second-layer eternal sovereign. But they were ambushed, and 2 of them have fallen, while the remaining 4 were heavily injured. They lost all fighting spirit. Since you are here, then stay. After all, if I don't kill you, I would have set up this trap in vain. Yang Feng smiled, took a step forward, and disappeared, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. In the eternal relic site, Ling opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes surged with countless streams of data. The countless mechanical towers shrouding the eternal relic site drew the power of the eternal relic site and channeled it to the level 8 stronghold. The level 8 stronghold bloomed like a flower and revealed countless units engraved with mysterious runes. Mysterious threads shrouded the void and formed a huge barrier that sealed the void. The 9-nosed mastiff knocked into the seal barrier, set off ripples, and bounced back. So you're the one who locked on my position? Sure enough, people who can track eternal sovereigns are most annoying. However, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to hunt down 6 eternal sovereigns. A cold voice emerged behind the 9-nosed mastiff, making a chill go down his spine. Yang Feng suddenly emerged behind the 9-nosed mastiff, unleashed a punch, and blasted the other party apart. A devour black hole emerged, swallowed the 9-nosed mastiff, and devoured his life origin. The 9-nosed mastiff begged loudly, a look of panic on his face. Yang Feng, as an eternal sovereign, I can't really die. If you kill me, I won't forgive you. Let me go. We can forge an alliance. With my help, no matter where your enemies hide, they won't be able to escape our pursuit. Although an eternal sovereign won't truly die as long as their eternal imprint isn't destroyed. But if they die, they will need to rebuild their eternal body. This requires a massive amount of resources and endless time. Chapter 1428. Massacre. Chapter 1428. Massacre. That's a great proposal. Unfortunately, I can't trust you. With a frigid flash in his eyes, Yang Feng willed, and the devour black hole broke out with devour force and frenziedly devoured the 9-nosed mastiff's eternal origin. In an instant, the 9-nosed mastiff didn't make any more noise. With a cold flash in his eyes, the eternal sovereign with an ogre horn on the head brandished the blade in his hands, and the blade broke out with countless resplendent, abstruse runes and slammed into the seal barrier. Boom! The seal barrier shook violently, and a rift split open on it. There was a glimmer of joy in the eyes of the eternal sovereign with an ogre horn. But in the next moment, his countenance changed drastically. He saw the rift distort and mend in an instant. A large hand emerged from behind the eternal sovereign with an ogre horn, slammed into him, and blasted him into pieces. A devour black hole emerged, swallowed the eternal sovereign with an ogre horn, and frenziedly devoured his eternal origin. Yang Feng, since you won't stop unless you kill every last one of us, then let's die together. With a fierce shimmer in his eyes, the eternal sovereign with a wolf head broke out with numerous runes from what remained of his body and combusted his eternal origin. A bloody spear emerged from behind the eternal sovereign with a wolf head and surged with countless souls that intertwined with each other and unleashed miserable cries. When the bloody spear appeared, the eternal sovereign with a wolf head turned into ashes. The bloody spear twisted time and space and, along with certain hit karma, barreled towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng frowned and spread the fingers of his hand, and a tremendous amount of eternal force converged in front of him and formed a defensive barrier with 360 layers. When the bloody spear hit the defensive barrier with 360 layers, It directly ran through the barrier and stabbed into Yang Feng's right arm. Drops of eternal blood fell from Yang Feng's right arm. When eternal sovereigns go all out and combust their eternal origin, the attack they can unleash is really no joke. Yang Feng looked at the eternal blood dripping from his right hand with a frown, a dignified color in his eyes. With his second-layer eternal realm cultivation base, Yang Feng is far stronger than the eternal sovereign with a wolf head. Although it is easy for him to defeat the eternal sovereign with a wolf head. But once the other party combusts their eternal origin, they can deal him damage as well. Any eternal sovereign is a peerless genius of a universe and can never be underestimated. Yang Feng, I shall remember this. I, no lord, won't let you get away with this. A resentful voice transmitted, and the giant sphere 1,000 kilometers in diameter, covered in holes, broke out with countless mysterious runes, ready to explode. No lord? It's a shame, but you were a step too slow. Yang Feng's cold voice came from below, and a huge blade slammed into Null Lord's incarnation of a giant sphere and split him in two. A devour black hole emerged and swallowed Null Lord. By devouring 5 eternal sovereigns in a row, a tremendous stream of eternal origin flowed into Yang Feng, and his aura climbed and became more terrifying. They're all dead. Feng Juechen and them went to besiege Yang Feng, yet they were killed instead. How is this possible? So strong. When the spectating eternal sovereigns saw this, they couldn't believe their eyes. When Feng Juechen and the other 5 eternal sovereigns work together, they can contend against even a second-layer eternal sovereign. If the 6 of them go all out and combust their eternal origin, they can even seriously wound or kill a second-layer eternal sovereign. The 6 eternal sovereigns were all killed by Yang Feng. Not a single one remained. This is absolutely shocking. Ripples surged in the void, and a giant ram with a length of 10,000 kilometers, surrounded by black light of destruction, treading on empty space, charged towards Gu Tyli's eternal relic site. Destruction Ram. This is an eternal grade treasure of the Ram of Destruction. Destruction Ram. For the Ram of Destruction to use this eternal grade secret treasure, it seems that they want to kill Yang Feng. Yang Feng has 27 million eternal origin stones on him, plus his eternal body and all kinds of treasures he carries. Even if you can't get the Tyli Sunder heavenly art, but you can still obtain tremendous wealth. That's right. As long as you can kill Yang Feng, you'll be able to obtain all kinds of traces from his eternal body and deduce a part of the eternal heavenly art. The eyes of the spectating eternal sovereigns glimmered with enigmatic light. Eternal sovereigns are terrifying beings that are nearly impossible to be killed. As long as Yang Feng isn't willing, Gue Lingyang can't get the complete Tyli Sunder heavenly art in his possession. However, if Yang Feng is killed, Gue Lingyang can obtain the eternal heavenly arts cultivation traces from Yang Feng's eternal body and get great benefits. In addition, the 27 million eternal origin stones are enough to make many eternal sovereigns to go crazy. What formidable power! When Yang Feng saw the destruction ram rush towards Gu Tyli's eternal relic site, his eyes flashed with a dignified color. That destruction ram is an eternal grade treasure that contains the power of several eternal sovereigns. As such, it is extremely strong. If he blocks the destruction ram head-on, he will be directly trampled and suffer serious damage. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared from in front of the destruction ram. The destruction ram shot towards Gu Tyli's eternal relic site along with terrifying aura. With its power, it's easy to destroy an eternal relic site. Start the detonation protocol. The most up-to-date novels are published on freewebnovel.com. Just when the destruction ram was about to hit it, the countless mechanical towers on Gu Tyli's eternal relic site flashed and triggered the core of the eternal relic site. Boom! Gu Tyli's eternal relic site detonated in an instant, and the terrible explosion swallowed the destruction ram. Shrouded by the terrifying explosion, the destruction ram shattered bit by bit. Within the shattered destruction ram, 5 rays flashed, and Gue Lingyang and 4 other eternal sovereigns flew out of the explosion. Yang Feng, you dare destroy an eternal grade treasure of the Ram of Destruction. You are now a mortal enemy of the Ram of Destruction. Gui Lingyang beckoned with his hand, and the half-destroyed destruction ram shrank to the size of a palm and entered his hand. He gazed at the destruction ram full of cracks with a pained look, and then glared at Yang Feng and spoke full of resentment, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Yang Feng glanced at Gui Lingyang's group of 5 eternal sovereigns and uttered frigidly, a glimmer of killing intent in his eyes. To dare destroy my residence, do the 5 of you want to die? Yang Feng, now that the foundation of your trap has been destroyed, what skill do you have opposed the ram of destruction? As long as you hand over Gu Tyli's Tyli Sunder heavenly art, the ram of destruction will become your ally and help you become Feng Ju Domain's domain lord. Gui Lingyang's eyes flashed with resentment. His expression flickered, and he revealed a smile and said, the eyes of the other 4 eternal sovereigns flickered and surged with the shade of greed. Since the first 2 layers of the eternal grade Tyli Sunder heavenly art were able to sell for 27 million eternal origin stones, then who knows for how much the complete 7 layers of the Tyli Sunder heavenly art can sell for. If the ram of destruction obtains the Tyli Sunder heavenly art, they can sell it repeatedly, and then buy a large number of precious resources. Since you guys destroyed my residence, then you shall die. With a cold glimmer in his eyes, Yang Feng surged with eternal force, put his hands together, and cast the secret method recorded in the Tyli Sunder heavenly art, and a giant blade shot towards a sexy and mesmerizing female eternal sovereign of the Ram of Destruction. Of the 5 eternal sovereigns of the Ram of Destruction, this female eternal sovereign is the weakest. The pretty face of Moonflower Fairy, who is the mesmerizing eternal sovereign, turned pale, and she broke out with moonlight that formed flowers around her. Moons emerged from the flowers and blocked in front of the giant blade. On the moons, countless intelligent life forms preyed, gathered the power of their worlds, and formed powerful defensive barriers. The moons exploded directly, and the life forms living on the moons perished. The unparalleled blade continued to slash towards Moonflower Fairy. Yang Feng, you're seeking death. With a flash of anger in his eyes, Gui Lingyan appeared in front of the Moonflower Fairy with a huge bronze ram horn shield. When the blade clashed with the bronze ram horn shield, a terrifying ram horn beast appeared, opening a big mouth full of serrated teeth, and bit the blade. Crack! The blade sliced the ram horn beast in 2. At the same time, the blade was bitten in half. An eternal sovereign with a tortoise head and a humanoid body appeared abruptly, raised a tortoise shell, and blocked the blade. When the blade clashed with the tortoise shell, its remaining power was depleted, and it blurred and collapsed. Along with a string of afterimages, an eternal sovereign with a dragon head and mantis arms appeared behind Yang Feng and slashed at Yang Feng with the mantis arms. With a glimmer in his eyes, an eternal sovereign that looks like a huge piece of flesh and 9 pairs of eyes radiated distortion light from his eyes that barreled towards Yang Feng. Chapter 1429. Devouring Gui Lingyang. Chapter 1429. Devouring Gui Lingyang. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand. An eternal force surged and formed a large sword, which turned into a meteor, slammed into the eternal sovereign with mantis arms, and blasted him away. The strange light slammed into Yang Feng, penetrating his defensive barriers, and caused a sharp pain in his head and disturbed the eternal force in his body. Yang Feng broke out with countless devour runes, and a devour black hole rose behind him, surged with black devour light, and extracted wisps of black chi from his body and devoured them, and then the sharp pain disappeared. Along with the flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared thousands of kilometers away. Eternal realm powerhouses are really tricky. One-on-one, they are not a match for me. But when the 5 of them work together, they are thorny. Yang Feng looked at Gui Lingyang's group of 5 eternal sovereigns and frowned. If it were a one-on-one fight, Yang Feng would have already slayed Moonflower Fairy. But with the 5 eternal sovereigns working together, Yang Feng suffered a small loss. Impressive. Yang Feng is terrifyingly strong. The Tyli Sunder heavenly art is matchlessly powerful. For Yang Feng to be able to fight 5 eternal sovereigns by himself, this is simply outrageous. It's a shame, but he's not a member of an eternal alliance. He has too few friends. He's done for. Gazes of pity focused on Yang Feng. The eyes of some eternal sovereigns surged with enigmatic light, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Let's kill him, and divide his body and treasures equally. With a ferocious flicker in his eyes, Gui Lingyang erupted with eternal force, broke out with the light of destruction, changed into a monster 10,000 meters tall, and attacked Yang Feng with the giant wolf-tooth club in his hands. The wolf-tooth club glimmered with runes and radiated light of destruction that intertwined and locked the void and sealed the past, present, and future. Moonflower Fairy took a deep look at Yang Feng, her eyes full of cold killing intent. Eternal force surged and formed a large bow. An arrow appeared on the large bough and bloomed with one moonlight flower after another. When the arrow appeared, warnings went off in Yang Feng's head. He sensed that the arrow poses a threat to his life. The Eternal Sovereign with a tortoise head slashed at Yang Feng with the large axe in his hands. The Eternal Sovereign with a dragon head and mantis arms appeared above Yang Feng and slashed at Yang Feng with hit mantis arms. Update.frmfreewebnovel.com. The eyes of the Eternal Sovereign that looks like a huge piece of flesh shimmered and fired rays barreling towards Yang Feng. All right then, use your life to try my eternal heavenly art. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he operated the second layer Devour Heavenly Art. Devour runes emerged from Yang Feng, gathered together, and formed a rune armor. Yang Feng blurred into motion, appeared in front of Gui Lingyang, and brandished the sword in his hands, and a terrifying Devour whirlpool appeared and drew in Gui Lingyang. Break! Gui Lingyang roared, brandished the huge wolf-tooth club in his hands, and smashed the Devour whirlpool. At this moment, Yang Feng passed Gui Lingyang and appeared in front of Moonflower Fairy. His figure of the Eternal Sovereign with a tortoise head fluttered, and he blocked in front of Moonflower Fairy, raised the tortoise shell, and activated a powerful defensive barrier. Although the cultivation base of the Eternal Sovereign with a tortoise head is just at the first layer Eternal Realm, but he has the strongest defense within the Ram of Destruction. This tortoise shell is really annoying. However, it's just right to test the power of my Devour Heavenly Arts. Devour Heavenly Spike on. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and Devour runes flew out of his body and formed a spike 10,000 kilometers long that turned into a stream of light and stabbed the tortoise shell. The Eternal Sovereign with a tortoise head sneered, his eyes full of confidence. In order to pierce through my defense, you need to cultivate for another 100,000 years. When the spike collided with the tortoise shell, it pierced through it, and then stabbed the Eternal Sovereign with a tortoise head. No, how can this be? What's happening? Even if it's a third layer Eternal Sovereign, in order to break through my tortoise shell, they can only exhaust my strength. How can this be? Freewebnov.com. The Eternal Sovereign with a tortoise head shriveled in an instant, a flash of dread in his eyes. He screamed miserably. The defense of Taishan Tortoise Lord was destroyed with one hit. What a powerful attack! So this is the power of an eternal heavenly art. The eternal heavenly art Yang Feng created is really formidable. Taishan Tortoise Lord's tortoise shell can defend against attacks of third layer Eternal Sovereigns. Yet now it was destroyed by Yang Feng with one blow. This is simply outrageous. There was a flash of horror in the eyes of the spectating Eternal Sovereigns. Although Taishan Tortoise Lord was only a first-layer Eternal Sovereign, but he was ranked in the top 10 in Yenju Firmament in terms of defense. Such a powerhouse unexpectedly had his defense broken by a blow from Yang Feng. This is simply terrifying. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with the shade of regret. This move is pretty powerful, but it consumes too much energy. Without the support of the Shishin armor, in a short period of time, it can't be used a second time. Devour Heavenly Spike is a killer secret method that gathers Yang Feng's eternal force into an attack that contains tremendous power. But at the same time, it consumes a lot of eternal force. At this moment, strange light hit Yang Feng and gave him splitting headache. Two mantis arms smashed Yang Feng's defensive barriers and cut open two gashes on his body, and a large amount of blood spilled. Yang Feng glanced at Moonflower Fairy and uttered with a light smile, "Your opponent isn't me." A ripple appeared in the void, and a frost radiance emerged. crossed time and space, and hit Moonflower Fairy. Countless frost runes appeared and froze Moonflower Fairy into a huge ice block. A level 8 stronghold emerged in the void, and a devastator cannon beam slammed into Moonflower Fairy and blasted her apart together with the ice block into powder. Xuanhuan and Ling, dressed in battle gear, went to attack Gui Lingyang, the Mantis Arm Eternal Sovereign, and the huge piece of flesh Eternal Sovereign. He still had 2 Eternal Sovereigns waiting in ambush. This was all so that he could kill even more people. Yang Feng, what a vicious character. He came here to ambush and subdue pursuers. This is a second ambush. How fierce. The spectating Eternal Sovereigns felt a chill go down their spine when they saw Xuanhuan and Ling. If Xuanhuan and Ling had appeared during the ambush of Fenjuechen and company, Gui Lingyang wouldn't have attacked Yang Feng. It was because Gui Lingyang felt that Yang Feng had exhausted his means that he took the Ram of Destruction Alliance to kill Yang Feng at one stroke. When Yang Feng fought against 4 Eternal Sovereigns by himself, he was at a disadvantage. However, when Moonflower Fairy was killed by the sneak attack, the situation reversed. With a flash of 3 rays of light, the Gui Lingyang, the Mantis Arm Eternal Sovereign, and the huge piece of flesh Eternal Sovereign flew in 3 different directions. Yang Feng alone can contend against Gui Lingyang's group of 3. Now that Ling and Xuanhuan have been added into the mix, they can fully quell Gui Lingyang's group of 3. The others can go. However, you must stay. Gui Lingyang. A cold ray streaked across Yang Feng's eyes, and countless runes shone and turned into a devour black hole that swallowed Gui Lingyang. Countless runes shone and frenziedly devoured Gui Lingyang's eternal force. Break! With a ferocious glimmer in his eyes, Gui Lingyang bellowed and attacked the devour black hole with the wolf tooth club in his hands. Along with a flash of ripples, Gui Lingyang blasted a huge hole into the devour black hole. Xuanhuan turned into a frost mirror suspended in the void, and frost light ejected out from the frost mirror and slammed into Gui Lingyang. A layer of frost appeared on Gui Lingyang, eroding his flesh and soul. Gui Lingyang roared, broke out with destructive force, and shattered the layer of frost. The whip of the ruler emerged abruptly and smashed Gui Lingyang's head. Eternal force intertwined, and Gui Lingyang's smashed head regenerated rapidly, forming a new head. How does it feel to fight 1 against 3? The devour black hole disappeared in an instant, and a sword pierced through Gui Lingyang's heart. Countless curses appeared on the sword, and the sword frantically devoured Gui Lingyang's eternal origin. I'll kill you, Yang Feng. Next time I see you, you're dead. Gui Lingyang stared at Yang Feng with resentment and said with a ferocious smile. Within a dozen-plus breaths of time, Gui Lingyang turned into ashes and disappeared. After killing Gui Lingyang, Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he looked at the void. The spectating Eternal Sovereigns didn't dare look him in the eyes. The Eternal Sovereigns who originally had ill will towards Yang Feng stayed quiet, not daring to attack him. Although Yang Feng fought a series of battles in succession and consumed a lot of strength. But there are 2 Eternal Sovereigns guardians around him. Furthermore, who knows how many fallbacks he still has hidden. The spectating Eternal Sovereigns don't want to gamble with their lives. With a tap of Yang Feng's hand, tens of thousands of Eternal Origin stones appeared, and a tremendous amount of Eternal Origin poured into his body and restored the eternal force he consumed. Chapter 1430. Fenjuechen Falls. Chapter 1430. Fenjuechen Falls. An hour later, Yang Feng regained his peak strength. He smiled coldly at the void and clapped his hands. Along with flashes of light, mechanical fortresses hidden tens of thousands of kilometers away appeared directly. Swarms of interstellar warships and battle robots welled up like a tide. This is another hidden trump card of Yang Feng. So many mechanical weapons. I wonder how powerful these weapons are. They may possess the power to threaten Eternal Sovereigns. The spectating Eternal Sovereigns drew in a sharp breath when they saw the mechanical fortresses, interstellar warships, and 8th-generation battle robots. You can tell at a glance that the huge mechanical legion shouldn't be messed with. On an individual basis, the battle robots are not a match for the Eternal Sovereigns, but a swarm of battle robots can tie down the Eternal Sovereigns for a period of time. Once they are tied down, Yang Feng can take the opportunity to kill the Eternal Sovereigns. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared aboard a huge warship. The huge warship glimmered and led countless interstellar warships to fly away. This is the direction of Fengju Domain. Is Yang Feng going to attack Fengju Domain? What a vicious character! Fengju Domain's domain lord, Fengjuechen, has been killed by Yang Feng twice already and has likely spent half of his reserves. This is the time when Fengjuechen is at his weakest. Curses! It looks like Yang Feng wants to swallow this savory piece of meat. The eyes of the spectating Eternal Sovereigns flashed with the color of regret. Fengjuechen was killed by Yang Feng twice. Even though he has fallbacks set up and can be reborn, but he will be greatly weakened nonetheless. His territory, Fengju Domain, is in its weakest state at this time, making it a savory piece of meat. Many Eternal Sovereigns have been eyeing this savory piece of meat. However, they didn't expect Yang Feng to so decisively attack Fengju Domain. Fengju Domain in the central shrine's secret room. Lights glimmered, and an eternal imprint entered a spirit pool inlaid with tens of thousands of eternal origin stones. Countless rays of light emerged from the eternal origin stone, fused with the pool water, and formed Fengjuechen's body. Damn you, Yang Feng! Damn beast! He won't get away with this! With a fierce glimmer in his eyes, Fengjuechen roared madly, and ordinary Empyrean realm fluctuations of power diffused from him. Since he no longer has sufficient resources for the eternal origin energy pool to produce an eternal sovereign body, Fengjuechen could only be reborn with an ordinary Empyrean body. He now has to think of ways to condense an eternal sovereign body. Since Fengjuechen is an eternal sovereign in essence, he won't experience any bottlenecks before he reaches the eternal realm. He just needs to hole himself up in Fengju Domain for 100,000 years and use all kinds of resources of the domain before to foot in the eternal realm once more. All of a sudden, ripples surged in Fengju Domain's outer space, and a huge fleet emerged. Light beams tore the sky and slammed into stars located in Fengju Domain's outer space. Boom! 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 Along with heaven-shaking blasts, the stars in Fengju Domain's outer space exploded and turned into countless meteorites falling towards Fengju Domain. Fengjuechen, come out and accept death. A cold and cruel voice sounded above Fengju Domain's central shrine. Following a flash of ripples, Yang Feng walked out of the void and looked at Fengju Domain. To barge into Fengju Domain, that's really foolish of you, Yang Feng. This place shall be your burial ground. Fengjuechen's frigid voice transmitted from the shrine. Mysterious runes shone. The center of the shrine split open, and a 100-kilometer-tall green diamond giant emerged. Fengju Domain's domain master. You are the patron of this domain. You are the master of our domain. Please protect us forever. Fengju Domain's domain lord. Please protect our clan forever. Countless praying voices emerged from the green diamond giant. In the whole Fengju Domain, countless intelligent life forms knelt at this time and began to pray. Streams of power flowed into the green diamond giant from all over Fengju Domain. With a fierce flash in its eyes, the green diamond giant broke out with second-layer eternal realm fluctuations of power, took a step, and unleashed a punch barreling towards Yang Feng. Along with violent gusts of wind, a swarm of powerhouses dressed in battle gear flew towards the battle robots in the sky and engaged them. So this is your trump card, Fengjuechen? It's too weak. However, it also makes sense. After all, you have been killed twice, and your reserves are running dry. You don't have the qualifications to fight me. With an icy glimmer in his eyes, Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of his hand, and a devour black hole appeared, surged towards the green diamond giant, and drew it inside. Countless devour runes appeared and turned into devour light that shrouded the green diamond giant and extracted its life origin. The green diamond giant frantically struggled inside Yang Feng's devour black hole. With every punch and kick it unleashed, terrifying power was released. But it still wasn't able to tear open a rift in the huge black hole. Under the attack of Yang Feng's 8th-generation battle robots, which possess Holy Realm combat power on average, the powerhouses dressed in battle gear were slaughtered easily. In front of Yang Feng's strong offensive, Feng Ju Domain's resistance was rendered useless. Curses! If I hadn't been killed twice, you wouldn't be a match for me in Feng Ju Domain. Feng Juechen's eyes flashed with the shade of reluctance. His figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared from this place. Once Feng Juechen escapes from Feng Ju Domain, it will be hundreds of times more difficult for him to advance to the Eternal Realm. However, only if he escapes Feng Ju Domain, only then will he be able to survive. You want to escape? It's not that simple. In Yang Feng's Soul Sea, the rune representing the essence of fate glimmered. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the shrine. Go to hell! A gorgeous quasi-Empyrean realm female powerhouse dressed in a green battle gear unleashed the essence of speed and slashed at Yang Feng with the blade in her hands. The devour black hole surrounding Yang Feng surged and drew in the gorgeous female powerhouse. After a breath of time, the quasi-Empyrean realm gorgeous female powerhouse turned into dust that drifted away with the wind. From the shrine, beams that can easily tear Empyreans to pieces ejected out and shot towards Yang Feng. Bone spurs, fire arrows, ice cones, and other attacks shot towards Yang Feng like a tide. Yang Feng frowned and turned into a fearsome black hole that can devour everything, and terrifying devour force swept downwards. The devour black hole swallowed countless powerhouses of Feng Ju Domain. In an instant, these powerhouses had their origin devoured and turned into ashes. In the wake of Yang Feng's incarnation of a devour black hole, all intelligent life forms were turned into dust. Eternal Sovereign. He's an eternal sovereign. Damn it! Only eternal sovereigns can fight eternal sovereigns. Why hasn't the Domain Lord appeared yet? When they saw this, the ranks of Feng Ju Domain's army collapsed directly. Countless powerhouses fled in different directions, not daring to oppose Yang Feng. Full W current novels on freewebnovio.com. Only eternal sovereigns can contend against eternal sovereigns. This is common sense in eternal world. Beings below the eternal realm practically have no strength to fight back against an eternal sovereign. For them, it's really difficult to so much as harm an eternal sovereign. Found you! Yang Feng easily crushed the countless barriers of the shrine, extended his hand into the void, and grabbed Feng Juechen hidden in the void. Yang Feng, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Spare my life. I can be your servant and manage Feng Ju Domain for you. I will give you all the treasures of Feng Ju Domain. I also know the location of more than a dozen treasuries. Spare my life and I will give those treasuries to you. His trembled and begged, a look of fear and despair in his eyes. No need. I can take everything you just mentioned myself. Besides, I want to make an experiment. I want to see if I can really kill an eternal sovereign. With a cold flash in his eyes, Yang Feng stabbed his hand into Feng Juechen's body, broke out with eternal force, and, with Feng Juechen's true spirit as the medium, looked for the location of his eternal imprint. Found it! Yang Feng's eyes lit up. With Feng Juechen's true spirit as the medium, he locked on an eternal imprint hidden in Feng Ju Domain, erupted with vast eternal force, and forcibly pulled Feng Juechen's eternal imprint out. When Feng Juechen saw the eternal imprint in Yang Feng's hand, his eyes shimmered with despair. No! Don't destroy my eternal imprint. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and broke out with terrifying eternal force, and smashed Feng Juechen's eternal imprint. Fearsome devour force erupted and devoured the pure eternal soul force of the smashed eternal imprint. No! Following a shrill scream, Feng Juechen's eyes lost all spirit, and he died. In Yenju firmament, a huge star dropped, bloody rain fell, and an intense grief welled up inside countless intelligent life forms. In Feng Ju Domain and many other domains, Feng Juechen's idols cracked and collapsed one by one. Feng Juechen's believers lost their strength in an instant. At the same time, a heart-wrenching emotion surged in their hearts, making them realize that Feng Juechen has fallen. Chapter 1431. Advancing to a third layer Eternal Sovereign. Chapter 1431. Advancing to a third layer eternal sovereign. An eternal sovereign has fallen. Feng Juechen has truly fallen. How could this happen? He was killed in Feng Ju domain and had his eternal imprint shattered. He truly died. The eternal sovereigns of Yenju firmament watched the various visions surge in the sky in horror. The most terrible thing about eternal sovereigns is that it's virtually impossible to truly kill them. As long as their eternal imprint has not been destroyed, an eternal sovereign can be reborn continuously. Furthermore, while staying in their domain, Empyrean sovereigns can mobilize the power of their domain to upgrade their combat power. Because of this, no eternal sovereign has died in Yenju firmament in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Yet now an eternal sovereign has actually died. This caused a huge storm among Yenju firmament's eternal sovereigns. The mother of myriad lotuses looked at the various visions that emerged in the sky in shock. Feng Juechen has truly fallen. Yang Feng is too powerful. Back when the mother of myriad lotuses confronted Yang Feng, she could never have imagined that he would be able to truly kill an eternal sovereign. An eternal sovereign in Yenju firmament has fallen. How could this be? Guiling domain in a central shrine. Guiling Yang has already been reborn. At this time, he was watching the visions in the sky, an unsightly expression on his face. Moonflower Fairy gazed at the visions in Feng Ju domain with dread in her beautiful eyes. Feng Juechen has fallen. Is he going to attack our domains and kill us one by one? Yang Feng took a step and came to the gate of a bronze treasury in the shrine. This is the treasury of Feng Ju domain's domain master. Without the permission of the domain master, no one is allowed to enter. In front of the bronze treasury, an Empyrean realm bronze statue woke up, stared at Yang Feng with intense murderous intent, and slashed with a battle axe at him. This soulless Empyrean grade secret treasure is pretty good, as expected of eternal world. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked the bronze battle axe with his finger. A terrifying force erupted and blasted the Empyrean grade bronze statue away. Rune chains suddenly flew out, wrapped around the bronze statue, entered its body, and began to erode it. Full W current novels on freewebnovio.com. Greetings, Master. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the bronze statue's eyes flashed red, and it knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully to Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Open the gate." "Yes, Master." The bronze statue waved its hand, and the bronze gate opened along with rumbling noise, revealing a huge treasury. As expected of the treasury of Feng Ju domain's domain master. With the resources here, I can refine 5 level 7 strongholds. Unfortunately, level 7 strongholds have little impact on eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng scanned the treasury, a flash of regret in his eyes. There are indeed many rare resources in this treasury, many of which are already extinct in the world of warlocks. They can be used to refine 5 level 7 strongholds. However, unless it's a universe on the level of the world of demon gods, a level 7 stronghold fundamentally cannot be the protector of a universe or a domain of eternal world. Yang Feng's eyes flashed. In eternal world, a domain is similar to a universe. But at the same time, a domain is completely different from a universe. If Feng Juechen had occupied a universe, then even if he died at my hands twice, I wouldn't dare to lightly enter his universe to chase after him. In general, outsider eternal sovereigns engrave their eternal imprint in their own universe. In their own universe, they are virtually invincible. They can easily mobilize the power of the universe to directly suppress a 9th-layer eternal sovereign. Feng Juechen and most of the eternal sovereigns in eternal world have placed their eternal imprint in domains. In this way, although it is easier to advance to the eternal realm, but it is also easier to kill them. In eternal world, only top powerhouses will go to another universe, seize a masterless universe, and advance to the eternal realm in that universe. Ripples surged, and Ling appeared next to Yang Feng, looked at the resources in the treasury, and said, a scorching color in her eyes, "Lord, I want to continue to evolve. As a domain of eternal world, Feng Ju domain is full of precious treasures of heaven and earth, including many precious treasures that Ling needs for her evolution. Yang Feng replied with a faint smile. Okay, you can have the treasures here. Ling smiled sweetly, and countless threads flew out of her and sucked in all kinds of treasures of heave and earth in the treasury. Mechanical threads wound around Ling and formed a huge cocoon. Sure enough, it was the right choice to come to Eternal World. If I hadn't come to Eternal World, who knows how many millions of years it would take for Ling to evolve to the next level. Yang Feng looked at Ling undergoing evolution, and the corners of his mouth rose into a satisfied smile. I can also advance now. Yang Feng looked up at the sky and broke out with countless runes, and vast eternal aura spread in all directions. The whole Feng Ju domain roiled, and a huge amount of life origin energy rushed this way. Dark clouds billowed, and a fearsome pillar of light fell from the sky and flowed into Yang Feng. Not enough. This force isn't enough for me to advance to the third layer Eternal Sovereign. Eternal Origin Stones. Come out. A large amount of Eternal Origin Stones flew out, and a tremendous amount of Eternal Origin flowed into Yang Feng. In Eternal World's outer space, attracted by mysterious laws, starlight gathered and turned into a column of light that fell from the sky and flowed into Yang Feng. Someone broke through. This is the direction of Feng Ju domain. Yang Feng broke through and reached the third layer Eternal Realm. The Eternal Sovereigns of Yenju Firmament looked at the vision coming from Feng Ju domain with astonishment in their eyes. In Yenju Firmament, third layer Eternal Sovereigns are already top powerhouses. Once Yang Feng advances to a third layer Eternal Sovereign, he will step into the ranks of bigwigs of Yenju Firmament. Gui Lingyang stared at the vision with envy and jealousy in his eyes. Third layer Eternal Sovereign. Curses. If the Tylee Sunder heavenly art was mine, I would be able to break through to the third layer Eternal Realm as well. Moonflower Fairy gazed at the vision that emerged in the sky with worry. Third layer Eternal Sovereign. How can his progress be so fast? Oh, that's right, what he cultivates is the essence of Devour. He devoured a large amount of Eternal Origin as well as Feng Juechen Eternal Imprint, and thus his progress is so fast. I actually provoked such a terrible enemy. What should I do? The mother of myriad lotuses looked at the vision with envy in her eyes. Third layer Eternal Sovereign. The Tylee Sunder heavenly art is truly mysterious. It's a shame that I didn't get this eternal heaven art back then. Along with a flash of ripples, a sun appeared outside Feng Ju domain, emanated fearsome eternal realm fluctuations of power, and shot towards Yang Feng. Obviously, there are people who don't want Yang Feng to advance to the third layer Eternal Realm. How brazen! To dare attack us! You're seeking death! Xuanhuan stepped out of the void and unleashed her eternal heavenly art. The frost heavenly art. A cold flash in her eyes. A mysterious frost mirror emerged, and frost light ejected out. In the wake of the frost light, everything was frozen into ice. When the fearsome sun, which is hundreds of times larger than an ordinary sun, was illuminated by the frost light, it froze into a huge ice ball suspended in the void. The moment when Xuanhuan was tied down by the fearsome sun, ripples surged, and a figure shrouded in darkness emerged. A bow full of twisted dark qi emerged. Countless souls condensed into an arrow that turned into a stream of light and shot towards the palace where Yang Feng is located. Older brother Feng. There was a flash of fear in Xuanhuan's beautiful eyes, and she cried out. The mirror turned and shone at the arrow. Although Xuanhuan reacted really fast, but she was still a step too late. Before the mirror's frost light ejected out, the arrow had already arrived at the palace. 20,000 holy grade Vajra rulers emerged, resonated with each other, and formed a huge defensive barrier. When the arrow collided with the defensive barrier, it easily pierced through the barrier. 10,000 Vajra rulers exploded directly. Only their mechanical cores ejected out and escaped. When faced with eternal sovereign power, even 20,000 Vajra rulers can't withstand a single blow. You want to kill me? Unfortunately, you're a step too slow. Along with a cold voice, a large hand extended from the palace, and a black hole appeared and directly swallowed the arrow. Yang Feng advanced successfully. Run! He advanced successfully. Eternal wills transmitted throughout the void. The figure shrouded in darkness turned into a stream of light and escaped outside. Since you too have come here, then let's have you die here once. Yang Feng walked out of the palace, surged with a torrent of time, and gazed coldly at the void. Chapter 1432. Slaying Intruders. Chapter 1432. Slaying Intruders. A terrible torrent of time surged. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared. In an instant, Yang Feng appeared in front of the figure shrouded in darkness and unleashed a punch. Countless runes shone, and Yang Feng's fist suddenly expanded and turned into a terrifying Devour black hole. Dark Devour light radiated from the Devour black hole and swept towards the figure shrouded in darkness. Black light shone, and a world full of bone dragons, dark knights, and countless other undead creatures emerged. Undead aura converged and formed a terrifying defensive barrier. Yang Feng's fist slammed into the world full of undead and blasted it apart. Countless bone dragons, dark knights, and other undead creatures crumbled into powder that drifted away with a gust of wind. Taking advantage of the moment when the world full of undead was destroyed, the figure shrouded in darkness turned into a black ray and flew away into the distance. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with his hand, and countless chains appeared and stabbed the black ray. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the chain, and the black ray distorted and formed a monster with a humanoid body and 9 tentacles extending from the neck, with an eye on each tentacle. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng, you can't kill me. I am Nine Eyes Lord of the Black Eye Alliance. If you to kill me, the Black Eye Alliance won't let you get away with it. The eyes of Nine Eyes Lord flashed ferociously, and he shouted madly. Black Eye Alliance? Black Eye, the #1 expert of Yenju Firmament, is a member of your alliance. Even so, you will die. With an icy gaze, Yang Feng put the fingers of his hand together, broke out with fearsome force, slapped Nine Eyes Lord, and blasted him apart. Countless Devour runes emerged and frantically devoured Nine Eyes Lord's eternal origin. After more than a dozen breaths of time, the eternal origin of Nine Eyes Lord was completely devoured, and he turned into ashes. There's still one left. Yang Feng looked coldly into the distance, and then blurred and disappeared. In the distance, a 1,000-meter-long extraordinary life-form sun-swallowing hound with a pair of wings, shrouded in sunfire, exuding eternal realm aura fled towards the outside. A short while ago, it was this sun-swallowing hound that pushed a sun towards Fengju domain. If Shui hadn't frozen the sun, then the whole Fengju domain would have been destroyed and become a world shrouded in flames, with more than 90% of its intelligent life forms dead. Eternal World is a world full of wonders as well as dangers. Without the protection of an eternal sovereign, a domain will either become a colony of another domain or be destroyed in a battle between eternal sovereigns. Unlike a universe, a domain doesn't have the protection of a universe crystal wall. Moreover, a domain's power can't compare to a universe's universe will. This makes it impossible to contend against an eternal sovereign. Ripples surged, and space rulers hidden in the void emerged. 1,000 holy grade space rulers emerged and conjured a defensive barrier in front of the sun-swallowing hound. Scram! Ants! The sun-swallowing hound knocked into the space barrier, and the barrier that can contend against Empyreans collapsed. At the same time, a huge crack appeared on the 1,000 holy grade space rulers. Die! With a fierce flash in his eyes, the sun-swallowing hound ejected out a pillar of fire surging towards the 1,000 holy grade space rulers. Subjected to the pillar of fire, the defensive barriers of the 1,000 holy grade space rulers collapsed, and then the units themselves turned into fireballs and burned into ashes. Even the core chips were burned into ashes. After the sun-swallowing hound destroyed the 1,000 holy grade space rulers, his eyes flashed with elation, and he continued to fly forward. In Eternal World, the number of Holy Spirit Warlock realm powerhouses is much greater than that of other universes. However, regarding Eternal Sovereign Forces, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are core combatants. If 1,000 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses die, Even a domain's domain lord will feel a slight heartache. The sun-swallowing hound just flew thousands of kilometers, when another 1,000 holy grade space rulers appeared and conjured a defensive barrier blocking in front of the sun-swallowing hound. Ants! Die! The sun-swallowing hound was enraged. He smashed the defensive barrier and belched a pillar of fire sweeping towards the 1,000 holy grade space rulers, and the 1,000 holy grade space rulers turned into ashes in an instant. To kill my subordinates, you're really daring, a cold voice transmitted, and Yang Feng walked out of the void and looked coldly at the sun-swallowing hound. When the sun-swallowing hound saw Yang Feng, he felt his blood run cold and exclaimed, "Yang Feng, didn't you go after Nine Eyes Lord? How come you are here?" "I already killed Nine Eyes Lord. Now it's your turn." With a frigid gaze in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step and spread the fingers of his hand, and a devour black hole appeared and swept towards the sun-swallowing hound. "Master, save me!" The eyes of the sun-swallowing hound shimmered with the color of fear, and he shouted. All of a sudden, a golden bell appeared on the neck of the sun-swallowing hound. Countless rays of golden light intertwined, and a devastatingly beautiful woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a sexy figure, dressed in a golden robe, exuding a fascinating aura, emerged in the void. "My friend, he is the pet of Ouyang Yuna. I don't know how he offended you, but please spare his life. Once he returns to me, I will teach him a good lesson. Please give me face." The corners of Ouyang Yuna's mouth rose into a haughty smile, and she uttered arrogantly. Ouyang Yuna emanated aura far more terrifying than Yang Feng's aura and swatted with her fair hand, and blue light emerged, entered the devour black hole, and smashed it. After smashing the devour black hole, Ouyang Yuna's body became slightly blurred. A fourth layer eternal sovereign. Yang Feng glanced at Ouyang Yuna and raised his eyebrows, and his eyes flickered with a dignified shade. Among the 9 layers of the eternal realm, the 4th layer, the 7th layer, and the 9th layer represent a shocking evolution. In Yanju firmament, the strongest powerhouses are in the 3rd layer eternal realm. 4th layer eternal sovereigns reside in higher level firmaments. If a 3rd layer eternal sovereign enters the domain of a 2nd layer eternal sovereign, they may be suppressed by the 2nd layer eternal sovereign. However, if a 4th layer eternal sovereign enters the domain of a 3rd layer eternal sovereign, they can suppress the 3rd layer eternal sovereign. A 4th layer eternal sovereign is virtually invincible in Yanju firmament. Only when all the eternal sovereigns of Yanju firmament work together, only then may it be possible to contend against a 4th layer eternal sovereign. Upon seeing this scene, the sun-swallowing hound heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Feng with derision. He rampaged in Yanju firmament, caused countless disasters, and even offended several 3rd layer eternal sovereigns. However, with Ouyang Yuna backing the sun-swallowing hound, these eternal sovereigns could only swallow their anger, not daring to offend Ouyang Yuna. "Even though you are a 4th layer eternal sovereign, but since you dared to mess with me, you have to bear the consequences. Die!" With a fierce gleam in his eyes, Yang Feng unleashed a punch barreling towards Ouyang Yuna. "How brazen! You dare attack me!" Ouyang Yuna was both shocked and furious. Countless mysterious runes appeared on her body, and blue light gathered and formed a blue sword shrouded in distorted light. "A mere projection wants to block my way, seeking death." With a fierce flash in his eyes, Yang Feng punched the blue sword and smashed it. A huge devour black hole emerged, surged towards Ouyang Yuna, and drew her inside, and terrifying devour force shrouded her and devour her power. "You dare attack me? I will remember you. Yanju firmament's Yang Feng, you are dead. I will never let you off." Ouyang Yuna's projection was sucked into the devour black hole in an instant, and she unleashed roars full of resentment. "Then let me give you a gift. You shouldn't dispatch projections willy-nilly." With a frigid shimmer in his eyes, Yang Feng launched the law of karma. Essence of fate runes appeared and countless strands of karma intertwined. "Found you!" Yang Feng unleashed the essence of devour and grabbed the countless karma threads, and a devour black hole emerged, turned into a giant mouth, and shot along the karma threads. Xianqing firmament. In a secret room of a beautiful palace, There sits a devastatingly beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. It is Ouyang Yuna. At this time, her eyes are closed and her body is glimmering with countless runes. She is comprehending an eternal heavenly art. A large mouth suddenly appeared in the secret room, bit Ouyang Yuna, tore off a large chunk of flesh, and frantically devoured her eternal origin. Curse you! Yang Feng! Ouyang Yuna opened her eyes at once. With a cold flash in her eyes, she pointed with her fair finger, and blue light erupted and tore the large mouth to pieces. Chapter 1433, Eternal Sovereign Submits. Chapter 1433, Eternal Sovereign Submits. After the large mouth was torn to pieces, tremendous backlash force surged inside Ouyang Yuna's body, making her feel unbearable pain. She trembled, spewed out a large amount of blood, and collapsed on the ground. Yang Feng, I won't let you off. While lying on the ground, Ouyang Yuna unleashed a heart-wrenching scream. Ouyang Yuna was at a critical cultivation moment. But then she was attacked by Yang Feng and was forced to smash his attack. As a result, tremendous backlash force broke out and dealt her serious damage, including damage to his origin. As expected of a fourth-layer eternal sovereign, I only managed to extract a strand of her eternal origin. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at a blue thread in his hand. This blue thread is the strand of eternal origin that he extracted from Ouyang Yuna with the help of the essence of Devour. Yang Feng, to dare attack Lady Ouyang Yuna, you're finished. Lady Ouyang Yuna is a peerless powerhouse of Shenqing Firmament. Her father is Ouyang Bubi, one of Shenqing Firmament's 5 big shots, a 6th-layer eternal sovereign. Since you attacked Lady Ouyang Yuna, you're done for. No one can save you. If you kneel now and beg me for mercy, I can plead with Lady Ouyang Yuna to spare you and kill you only once. Otherwise, with Lady Ouyang Yuna angry, your eternal imprint will collapse, and everything you have built will be destroyed. The sun-swallowing hound threatened fiercely, a flash of fear in his eyes. I want to see you die once. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the sun-swallowing hound and spread the fingers of his hand, and a giant devour black hole appeared and surged towards the other party. Damn it, Yang Feng! I'll take you down with me. There was a fierce gleam in the sun-swallowing hound's eyes, and he broke out with 18 suns that distorted and surged with eternal force, trying to explode. You think you have what it takes to take me down with you? You're overestimating yourself. When you have the courage to shatter your eternal imprint, then come to me again. With a cold smile on his face, Yang Feng appeared in front of the sun-swallowing hound with a blur, stabbed his hands into the other party's body, and tore him in half. Countless strands of Devour light emerged from the Devour black hole, swept towards the sun-swallow hound, and completely devoured the eternal origin of the other party. Shenqing Firmament in Ouyang Yuna's palace in a secret room, in an eternal origin energy pool, an eternal imprint emerged, absorbed the liquid in the eternal origin energy pool, and condensed the body of the sun-swallowing hound. Yang Feng, you're toast. freewebnovel.com. The sun-swallowing hound greeted his teeth, and then blurred and disappeared. In a garden full of rare plants, dressed in a golden robe, there is a gorgeous woman. That gorgeous woman is the 4th-layer eternal realm Ouyang Yuna. The source of this content is freoueol.com. Master, Yenju Firmament's Yang Feng killed me. You have to avenge me. At this time, the 1,000-kilometer-long, tyrannical sun-swallowing hound has become a cute dog with golden fur. He threw himself at Ouyang Yuna's feet, rubbed himself against her legs, and spoke cutesy, lacking the demeanor of an eternal realm dire beast. Xuanhuan, I told you not to cause trouble for me during this period of time. Go to the purgatory and be punished for 1,000 years. Now get out. With a cold flash in her beautiful eyes, Ouyang Yuna kicked the sun-swallowing hound. Master, I don't want to go to the purgatory. I made a mistake. Master, give me a chance. There was a flash of panic in the sun-swallowing hound's eyes. All of a sudden, chains wrapped around him, and a black hole appeared under him and swallowed him. Yang Feng, damn you. Hi, Jenna. Ouyang Yuna spoke coldly, a frigid look in her eyes. Yes, Lord. A stunning beauty in blue armor, with long, blue hair combed into a ponytail, fair skin, a tall and sexy figure, and a heroic temperament suddenly appeared, knelt in front of Ouyang Yuna on one knee, and replied respectfully. Ouyang Yuna spoke unhurriedly, a cold gleam in her beautiful eyes. Go to Yenju Firmament to observe an eternal sovereign called Yang Feng and collect information about him. If you get a chance, kill him. Yes, Lord. Blue ripples rose and Hai Jianna disappeared. Ouyang Yuna's beautiful eyes flashed with murderous intent, and she uttered while enunciating each syllable, Yang Feng, once I recover, you're finished. Yenju Firmament Feng Ju Domain. Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of the cocoon formed by Ling, and spread the fingers of his hand. An eternal origin that he refined flowed into the cocoon. The cocoon suddenly broke out with countless devour runes and hungrily absorbed the eternal origin. Crack! Along with a crisp sound, the cocoon broke, and Ling came out of the cocoon, emanating fearsome aura. Master, thank you for giving me eternal origin and enabling my progress. Ling knelt in front of Yang Feng and spoke respectfully. Yang Feng smiled and said, now that you have finished evolving, we can take the next step. Yes. Along with flashes of light, fleets emerged in Feng Ju Domain, formed a terrifying fleet, and disappeared in the starry sky. Tianquan Domain's outer space. Ripples surged, and the terrifying fleet emerged from the void. Lights shone, and beams ejected out from the enormous fleet and shot towards the stars in Tianquan Domain's outer space like meteors. Under the bombardment of the enormous fleet, Tianquan Domain's stars exploded, and countless meteors fell towards Tianquan Domain itself. In Eternal World, it is common practice to use stars as defensive props of domains. To first destroy a domain's stars, and then attack the domain itself, this is the best tactic when attacking a domain. Yang Feng, you dare attack my Tianquan Domain? Do you want to be a mortal enemy of the Ring of Dark Ethos? The Ring of Dark Ethos has 7 eternal sovereigns. Even though you killed Feng Juechen, but there are still 6 eternal sovereigns left. We are most definitely able to take you down with us. The 9-nosed mastiff emerged from the void, looked at Yang Feng with resentment in his eyes, and shouted loudly. Even though the 6 eternal sovereigns are first-layer eternal sovereigns, but once they ignite their eternal imprint and eternal origin and work together, they can even severely injure a 4th-layer eternal sovereign. Once I kill you, there will be only 5 eternal sovereigns left in the Ring of Dark Ethos. Moreover, only you and another 2 members of the Ring of Dark Ethos truly have a grudge against me. The other 3 members might not be willing to stand with you. Yang Feng looked at the 9-nosed mastiff and sneered, a flash of derision in his eyes. The 9-nosed mastiff's expression became unsightly. Among the eternal sovereigns who attacked Yang Feng back then, only the 9-nosed mastiff, Feng Juechen, and another 2 eternal sovereigns were from the Ring of Dark Ethos. The eternal sovereigns of the Ring of Dark Ethos who didn't participate in the attack on Yang Feng won't stand with the 9-nosed mastiff and fight such a terrifying enemy like Yang Feng. Yang Feng said coldly, 9 noses, submit to me and serve me. Otherwise, today is the day you die. Countless beams rained down on the stars above Tianquan Firmament and blasted them apart. Never. No one can make me submit. Even if I have to escape from Tianquan Firmament, I will never yield. The 9-nosed mastiff faced the sky and roared, a vicious gleam in his eyes. The 9-nosed mastiff has his eternal imprint set up in Tianquan Domain. Once he runs away from the domain, it'll be nearly impossible for his cultivation base to progress. Even if he has a unique fateful encounter in another place, he won't dare to advance to the 2nd-layer eternal realm, or else visions will appear in Tianquan Domain, exposing his eternal imprint to the new master of Tianquan Domain. It is because of this that eternal sovereigns can't abandon the universe or domain with their eternal imprint. Yang Feng uttered coldly, aren't you worried that I will destroy the whole Tianquan Domain and bury it together with you? As long as their universe doesn't cease to exist, eternal sovereigns won't perish. The same is true of eternal sovereigns who have set up their eternal imprint in a domain. However, once the domain is destroyed, they will perish. The nine-nosed mastiff's expression suddenly changed greatly and his eyes flickered. Yang Feng said indifferently, "How about this? Make an oath to the King of Oaths and swear to serve me for 30,000 years. After 30,000 years, I will set you free." "Fine." The nine-nosed mastiff contemplated things again and again, and then gritted his teeth and began to summon the King of Oaths and make an oath. "Greetings, Lord." After he made the oath, the nine-nosed mastiff's figure fluttered, and he arrived next to Yang Feng, a complex color in his eyes. "Let's go to the next place." The enormous fleet turned and flew towards the next target. "This is Dark Wolf Lord's Dark Cloud domain. He really intends to settle accounts one by one." Nine Noses looked at the direction of the enormous fleet and smiled wryly, and then strands of excitement welled up inside him. Chapter 1434. Dark Wolf Lord Falls. Chapter 1434. Dark Wolf Lord Falls. Dark Cloud Domain's outer space. Ripples surged, and the enormous fleet emerged. At the moment when the enormous fleet emerged, Dark Cloud Domain's stars shone, resonated with each other, and formed a huge defensive barrier. Countless warships of the fleet glimmered, and beams of light slammed into the defensive barrier and set off ripples. "You want to block my path with this barrier? Break!" With an icy flash in his eyes, Yang Feng unleashed a secret method recorded in the Tyli Sunder heavenly art, and countless strands of eternal force intertwined and formed a huge blade that slashed towards the star barrier. The huge blade containing a terrifying aura slammed into the star barrier in an instant. As if it were butter, the huge blade cut open a rift in the star barrier and sliced stars apart, which exploded one after another. A fearsome opening that can't be mended appeared on the star barrier. A hail of beams ejected out and shot through the fearsome opening. Under the bombardment of the beams of light, stars collapsed one after another, and countless meteorites fell towards the domain. "Yang Feng, you're going too far." Rays of light gathered and formed the projection of Dark Wolf Lord, who is 1,000 kilometers tall and has a wolf head and a humanoid body. Dark Wolf Lord roared at Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at Dark Wolf Lord with cold eyes and said icily, "Dark Wolf Lord, surrender, or die." Nine Noses emerged from behind Yang Feng and sighed faintly, saying, "Old friend, surrender. If you swear to serve him for 30,000 years, the master will spare you and give you back your freedom 30,000 years later. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to attack you." Yang Feng glanced at Nine Noses, tacitly approving of his words. Dark Wolf Lord is just a first-layer Eternal Realm powerhouse and is not a match for Yang Feng. But if he reaches the point of no return and combusts his eternal imprint, he'll be able to unleash world-shaking power, which can move even 9th-layer Eternal Realm powerhouses. Therefore, unless it's absolutely necessary, few Eternal Sovereigns will force other Eternal Sovereigns to combust their eternal imprint and give their all. "Never. I won't submit to anyone. Yang Feng, the fact that you killed me once, I can sweep it under the rug. However, if you enter my Dark Cloud domain, then even if I have combust my eternal origin, I will take you down with me." Dark Wolf Lord's eyes flashed fiercely, and he threatened menacingly. Yang Feng spoke icily, a cold gleam in his eyes. "Then go to hell. Do it." With a cold gleam in her beautiful eyes, Ling stepped out of the void. The level 8 stronghold emerged behind her, and the already fully charged Devastator cannon glimmered. A terrifying beam ejected out from the Devastator cannon and barreled towards Dark Cloud Wolf City in the center of Dark Cloud Domain. In the huge Dark Cloud Wolf City, dark light surged, and dark clouds converged and formed a Dark Cloud Wolf. "Great Dark Wolf Lord, you are the protector of the Wolf Clan. You are the only master of Dark Cloud Domain. We are willing to devote all our strength to you. Please protect us." In Dark Cloud Domain, countless Wolf Clan powerhouses knelt on the ground and prayed loudly and piously. "Great Dark Wolf Lord, you are the only master of our Dark Cloud Domain. Please protect us." In Dark Cloud Domain, powerhouses of different clans knelt on the ground and prayed to altars. The faith force of the entire domain gathered together and flowed into the Dark Cloud Wolf. The dark cloud wolf emanated second-layer eternal realm fluctuations of power and sent a claw striking at the devastator cannon beam. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a light smile and his eyes flickered with the shade of ridicule. When the dark cloud wolf's claw and the devastator cannon beam collided, an incredible scene took place. The terrifying devastator cannon beam turned the dark cloud wolf formed from dark cloud domain's domain force into ashes, and then slammed into dark cloud wolf city, crushed the city's defensive barriers, and erased the city itself. A terrifying mushroom cloud thousands of kilometers in radius rose slowly, and terrifying shock waves spread in all directions. In the whole dark cloud domain, the earth shook, mountains collapsed, magma spilled out, and tsunamis rose, painting a scene of the end of the world. The enormous fleet mercilessly fired beams at the places in dark cloud domain where wolf clan powerhouses have gathered. Under the bombardment of the beams, entire cities were erased and countless wolf clan powerhouses perished in an instant. The greatest advantage of a domain master in their domain is that they can mobilize the power of the domain's intelligent life forms to strengthen themselves. If the intelligent life forms in the domain are dead, how much power can the domain master mobilize? Yang Feng looked at dark cloud wolf city with cold eyes and spoke icily. Standing behind Yang Feng, Nine Noses broke out in a cold sweat from his back. How cruel! Fortunately, I submitted to him. Otherwise, I'm afraid my Tianquan domain would have been destroyed as well. Nine Noses previously thought that Yang Feng was only threatening him and wouldn't lightly destroy a domain. However, when he saw the end-of-the-world-like scenes in Tianquan domain, he felt his blood run cold. Virtually all eternal sovereigns who emerged from other universes are terrifying beings who crossed mountains of corpses and rivers of blood and reached the top. Their will is as firm as iron. In order to achieve their goal, even if they have to destroy a universe, they won't hesitate. Yang Feng, you dare kill experts of my clan. I'll fight you. A shocking bellow transmitted from Dark Cloud Wolf City, and the 10,000-kilometer-tall Dark Wolf Lord shrouded in layers of clouds and mist emerged, combusted his eternal origin, and sent a claw barreling towards the warship with Yang Feng on board. TH most up-to-date NOVLS are published on freewebove.com. Not good. The expression of Nine Noses changed greatly, and he broke out with layers of barriers and escaped towards the outside. 1,000 holy grade Vajra rulers appeared and formed a powerful defensive barrier blocking in front of him. When the huge claw collided with the defensive barrier, it easily tore the barrier apart, and then slammed into Yang Feng. Due to the startling blow of the giant claw, Yang Feng shattered into powder and disappeared. He's dead? How can it be that simple? In Dark Cloud Wolf City, Dark Wolf Lord collapsed bit by bit, a flash of disbelief in his eyes. You're still reluctant to combust your eternal imprint. You want to deal me serious damage by just dying once? How naive. Ripples surged, and Yang Feng appeared behind Dark Wolf Lord and stabbed his hand into the other party's collapsing body. A flash of derision in his eyes. Caught you. Under the guidance of the law of karma and the essence of fate, with the body of Dark Wolf Lord as the crux, Yang Feng locked on the other party's eternal imprint hidden in Dark Cloud domain. He pulled out the eternal imprint from the other party's body. No, don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to serve you for 30,000 years. No, 300,000 years. When Dark Wolf Lord saw the eternal imprint, fear welled up inside of him, and he screamed in terror. Too late. Yang Feng smiled coldly and squashed the eternal imprint, and terrifying devour force shrouded the fragments of the eternal imprint and devoured Dark Wolf Lord's eternal true spirit. By absorbing the power of the eternal true spirit, Yang Feng's eternal imprint was strengthened. One of the most important reasons why Yang Feng can cultivate so fast is that he destroyed eternal imprints of several eternal sovereigns and devoured the power of their eternal true spirit. In Yenju firmament, a huge star fell from the sky. Blood poured down in torrents. A feeling of sadness surged, and countless idols of Dark Wolf Lord cracked. Died. Dark Wolf Lord died. Another eternal sovereign has fallen. Yang Feng was the one who killed another eternal sovereign. It's terrible. Dark Wolf Lord was killed in his own domain. How could this happen? Upon seeing the visions, the eyes of the eternal sovereigns in Yenju firmament glimmered with a chill. In Yenju firmament, the death of eternal sovereigns is very rare. The true death of eternal sovereigns is even rarer. Only during the firmament war that occurred million years ago, only then have eternal sovereigns fallen in Yenju firmament. But when Yang Feng appeared, 2 eternal sovereigns fell at his hands. This made the blood of Yenju firmament's eternal sovereigns run cold. From today on, Dark Cloud Domain belongs to me. Anyone who enters the domain without my permission will die. Yang Feng extended his hand and grabbed the hidden treasury of Dark Wolf Lord, and faced the sky and spoke in a cold voice full of killing intent. When they heard this, the countenance of the eternal sovereigns observing Dark Cloud Domain changed, and their eyes flashed with a dignified color. Chapter 1435. The number 1 expert of Yenju firmament. Chapter 1435. The number 1 expert of Yenju firmament. Dark Cloud Domain is a huge domain of eternal world and is rich in resources, even richer than the world of warlocks prior to the Universe Devour War. In Dark Cloud Domain, there are many resources that even eternal sovereigns need. The spectating eternal sovereigns intended to take advantage of the time when Dark Wolf Lord was killed by Yang Feng to come here and plunder wantonly. However, Yang Feng's words intimidated those eternal sovereigns. After all, they don't want to give Yang Feng an excuse to attack their domains. After Yang Feng spoke, a fleet entered Dark Cloud Domain and began to collect resources and suppress rebellions. With a flash of light, the enormous fleet entered the void and flew towards Green Lizard Domain. I, Green Lizard Lord, greet your Majesty Yang Feng. I am willing to submit to your Majesty and serve you for 30,000 years. I hope your Majesty will forgive my previous offense and let me serve you. As soon as Yang Feng's enormous fleet arrived at Green Lizard Domain, Green Lizard Lord, a powerhouse who looks like a humanoid lizard, appeared in front of the enormous fleet and bowed to Yang Feng. After seeing Yang Feng easily kill Dark Wolf Lord, Green Lizard Lord realized that he can't stop Yang Feng's army and chose to surrender. Yang Feng replied flatly, "Okay, make the oath." "Yes, Lord." Green Lizard Lord summoned the King of Oaths and swore to serve Yang Feng for 30,000 years. The lifespan of eternal sovereigns is calculated in billions of years. As long as their universe or domain doesn't cease to exist, they won't perish. The lifespan of a domain in eternal world is calculated in billions of years. Unless it is destroyed by other eternal sovereigns, the domain basically will never cease to exist. 30,000 years is extremely long for ordinary extraordinary life forms. But for eternal sovereigns, it is just a small fragment of their endless life. Green Lizard Lord has lived for more than 10 million years. Mere 30,000 years is nothing to him. All right, let's continue. The enormous fleet adjusted its course and flew towards the next domain. Previously, there were 5 eternal sovereigns who followed Feng Juechen to attack Yang Feng, namely, 9 Noses, Green Lizard Lord, Dark Wolf Lord, Bao Gui Lord, and Null Lord. After 9 Noses and Green Lizard Lord submitted, Bao Gui Lord and Null Lord chose to also submit to Yang Feng and serve him for 30,000 years. Although eternal sovereigns aren't willing to play second fiddle to others, but compared to eternal life, serving Yang Feng for 30,000 years isn't something they can endure. Although 9 Noses and them are just first-layer eternal sovereigns. But now that they joined Yang Feng's camp, his power in Yenju firmament has increased exponentially, forming a formidable eternal sovereign alliance. Spirit Flower Domain. Along with flashes of light, Yang Feng's enormous fleet appeared outside Spirit Flower Domain and fired beams of light barreling towards the stars suspended in Spirit Flower Domain's outer space. The stars shone, and flowers emerged, bloomed, intertwined with each other, and formed a huge flower barrier. When the beams hit the flower barrier, they set off ripples. Countless strands of moonlight intertwined and formed Moonflower Fairy's projection in the void. Greetings, Your Majesty Yang Feng. Please forgive me for my previous offenses. I can compensate you with 5 million eternal origin stones. Please show mercy and spare me once. Moonflower Fairy saluted Yang Feng, who was standing in front of the fleet, and pleaded pitifully. Yang Feng uttered frigidly, an icy look in his eyes. Moonflower Fairy, surrender and serve me for 30,000 years, or die. There was a flash of anger in Moonflower Fairy's beautiful eyes, and she sank into her thoughts. Yang Feng, you're quite arrogant. You actually want to coerce an eternal sovereign of the Ram of Destruction. Are you trying to start an eternal sovereign war in Yanju firmament? Along with a cold voice, Gui Lingyang emerged from the void, followed by 3 eternal sovereigns who have previously attacked Yang Feng. The 3 eternal sovereigns looked at Yang Feng with worry. Feng Juechen and Dark Wolf Lord died at Yang Feng's hands, and their domains were seized. 9 Noses, Green Lizard Lord, Bao Gui Lord, and Null Lord were forced to submit to Yang Feng and serve him for 30,000 years. The 3 eternal sovereigns were shocked by Yang Feng's means and regretted provoking such a terrible enemy. However, since they have already provoked him, they can only continue to stand with Gui Lingyang. Gui Lingyang, you guys are just in time. I'm gonna kill once more. Then go to your domain and settle things with you for good. With a sharp look in his eyes, Yang Feng glanced Gui Lingyang's group of 5 and revealed frigid killing intent. Gui Lingyang's eyes flashed with an enigmatic shade, and he respectfully saluted towards the void and said, Sir Black Eye, Yang Feng wants to start an eternal sovereign war in Yanju firmament. Please see that justice is upheld. All of a sudden, black aura surged in the void. A terrible black gate appeared in the void, endless black aura gushed out, and a dreadful black eye condensed. When the black eye formed, a humanoid body with rippling muscles emerged and appeared below the black eye, as if it were a vessel of the black eye. Behind the black eye, there are 7 eternal sovereigns, including 9 Eyes Lord, an eternal sovereign who previously tried to assassinate Yang Feng. Sir Black Eye, the #1 expert of Yanju firmament has come. Now that Sir Black Eye has come, Yang Feng is screwed. There was a flash of excitement in the eyes of Gui Lingyang and the other eternal sovereigns of the Ram of Destruction. Black Eye is the #1 expert of Yanju firmament. He is a 3rd-layer eternal realm powerhouse. He is a peerless powerhouse who has advanced to the 3rd eternal realm 50 million years ago and has survived countless wars. The reason why Gui Lingyang is so confident because he invited Black Eye to step in. Black Eye not only came himself, but also brought 7 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eye Alliance. Among the 7 eternal sovereigns, there are 2 2nd-layer eternal sovereigns. This force is simply incredible. With the 5 eternal sovereigns of the Ram of Destruction and the 7 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eye Alliance, they have a far higher number of eternal sovereigns than Yang Feng's eternal alliance. When they saw this, the eyes of 9 Noses, Green Lizard Lord, Bao Gui Lord, and Null Lord darkened. If it were not for the fact that they have made an oath to King of Oaths and sworn to serve Yang Feng, they would have escaped at this time. After all, the cost of breaking the oath is too high. Surrounded by black light, Black Eye gazed at Yang Feng and said coldly, Yang Feng, you destroyed the peace of Yanju firmament, started an eternal sovereign war, and killed 9 Eyes Lord of my Black Eye Alliance. How are you going to atone for these sins? Yang Feng, hand over the complete Tylee Sunder heavenly art. The Black Eye Alliance will accept you as a member and let you become the Vice Alliance Master. 9 Eyes Lord's eyes flashed with resentment, but he suppressed the hatred in his heart and spoke with a light smile. When he spoke, the countenance of the eternal sovereigns of the Ram of Destruction changed slightly. They realized that the Black Eye Alliance didn't step in to uphold justice, but to get the complete Tylee Sunder heavenly art. In such a short time, Yang Feng has advanced to the 3rd eternal realm. This speed of advancement has attracted the attention of the eternal sovereigns of the entire Yanju firmament. The eternal sovereigns of Yanju firmament covet Yang Feng's Tylee Sunder heavenly art, yet none of them dares to attack Yang Feng. Only Black Eye, the #1 expert of Yanju firmament, dares to challenge Yang Feng with the pretext of helping the Ram of Destruction, making threats and promises in order to seize the Tylee Sunder heavenly art. If I kill every one of the Black Eye Alliance, I won't need to atone for anything, right? Black Eye. With a cold flash in his eyes, Yang Feng surged with eternal force and cast the Tylee Sunder heavenly art, and a giant blade appeared, absorbed the surrounding universe forces, evolved into a fearsome blade capable of cut and destroy everything, and slashed towards Nine Eyes Lord. Save me, Sir Black Eye. Arad latest chapters at freewebnovel.com only. A sense of deathly danger welled up inside Nine Eyes Lord. His expression changed dramatically, and he screamed, Yang Feng, you're not the only one in the world who has an eternal heavenly art. With a cold flash in his eyes, Black Eye surged with eternal force and pulled out a sword full of strange eyes, emanating a distortion force filed from his spine. freewebnovel.com. Eternal Grade Treasure Black Eye Sword. So this is the most formidable sword of Yenju Firmament. The Black Eye Sword is the most fearsome eternal grade treasure in Yenju Firmament. Since Black Eye has taken out this eternal grade treasure, it looks like he's taking this seriously. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the eternal sovereigns of the Ram of Destruction shimmered with excitement. Black Eye brandished the Black Eye Sword. An eye on the sword opened, and a terrifying sword ray emerged and turned into a terrifying black tortoise in the void that blocked in front of Nine Eyes Lord. When the fearsome blade collided with the black tortoise, they both exploded and disappeared. Chapter 1436. Slaying Black Eye. Chapter 1436. Slaying Black Eye. Yang Feng in the Black Eye Sword. There are sealed 9 eternal sovereigns that I defeated. You will be the 10th eternal sovereign sealed in the Black Eye Sword. Although eternal sovereigns possess undying trait, but once they are sealed, they will fall into eternal sleep. This is no different from death. Hand over the Tylee Sunder heavenly art, or else you shall be sealed today. Black Eye pointed at Yang Feng with the Black Eye Sword and spoke icily, a flash of intense killing intent in his eyes. Eternal sovereigns possess terrifying undying trait. No matter how many times they are killed, as long as their eternal imprint isn't destroyed, they will continue to be reborn. In Eternal World, there are countless powerhouses, and they have developed all kinds of secret methods for eternal sovereigns. One of the most terrible secret methods for eternal sovereigns is sealing methods. Once an eternal sovereign is sealed by such a sealing method, they will fall into eternal sleep. If an eternal sovereign is sealed, it will be easy to attack their domain. Eternal sovereigns would rather detonate themselves than be sealed. You want to seal me? You're overestimating yourself. An icy gleam streaked across Yang Feng's eyes, and he took a step and unleashed another blade that slashed towards Black Eye. Idiot! Ger started. Kill them all. With a fierce flash in his eyes, Black Eye brandished the Black Eye Sword and engaged with Yang Feng. A whip of the ruler emerged from the void and whipped Nine Eyes Lord in the head, and terrifying force broke out and blasted his head apart. Freebnovel.cm. Devour runes emerged, swept the fragments of Nine Eyes Lord's body, and devoured his life origin. Ling came out of the void, followed by 12 ruler saints. Emanating eternal fluctuations of power, the 12 ruler saints suddenly turned into 12 streams of light and engaged the 6 eternal sovereigns of Black Eye Alliance. One-on-one, the 12 ruler saints are no match for the eternal sovereigns of the Black Eye Alliance. But with the 12 of them working together, they resonated with each other, complemented each other, and forcibly tied down the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eye Alliance. Nine Noses clenched his teeth and shouted loudly. As expected of the master, he indeed has many trump cards. Guys, let's stop them. Once the master kills Black Eye, we will be victorious. Null Lord and the other eternal sovereigns that submitted to Yang Feng could only grit their teeth and engage the eternal sovereigns of the Ram of Destruction. Countless 8th-generation battle robots joined the battle and consumed the power of the eternal sovereigns of the Ram of Destruction. The 8th-generation battle robots can't withstand a single blow from the eternal sovereigns. However, the attacks of the 8th-generation battle robots can consume the power of the body protection barriers of the eternal sovereigns, forcing the eternal sovereigns to spend their power to destroy the battle robots. Nine Noses and the other 3 eternal sovereigns are not a match for the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Ram of Destruction. But with the help of the countless 8th-generation battle robots, a balance was barely maintained. Ling didn't join the battle, but quietly stood in the void and overlooked the surroundings like a queen. Nine Eyes Lord has already been devoured and turned into ashes. Why is she staying still? Does Yang Feng have strength to spare? When the eternal sovereigns hiding in the void saw Ling standing proudly in the void, their eyes shimmered with an overcast shade. The eternal sovereigns of Yanju firmament don't want to see Yang Feng rise. In the void, there are many eternal sovereigns hiding. If Yang Feng suffers a defeat, these eternal sovereigns will rush over and tear him to pieces. But seeing Ling stand still in the void, these eternal sovereigns were intimidated, not daring to act rashly. She will join the battle sooner or later. When the mechanical golems are completely destroyed, Yang Feng will be defeated. If things continue like this, Yang Feng will lose. As if cheetahs lying in wait, the eternal sovereigns hiding in the void waited for an opportunity to strike. Nine Noses and the other 3 eternal sovereigns are far weaker than the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Ram of Destruction. The countless 8th-generation battle robots were easily destroyed by the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Ram of Destruction. The eternal sovereigns hiding in the void are waiting for the moment when the ranks of 9 Noses and the other 3 eternal sovereigns collapse. In the central battlefield, a huge blade and a sword kept colliding with each other. Every time they collided, rifts would appear in the void. Universe rifts emerged in the void. This chapter is updated by fryoubavl.cm. Black Eye, you're really strong. You're qualified to witness the eternal heavenly art I created. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching fighting spirit. He surged with eternal force, and countless Devour runes emerged and formed a Devour battle gear covering his body. Yang Feng stepped forward and unleashed a punch, and Devour black holes appeared and disappeared on his right fist. Black Eye heavenly art. Black Eye surged with countless mysterious runes in his eyes and brandished the Black Eye sword, and a black tortoise flew out and conjured a giant black tortoise shield in front of him. Boom! An earth-shaking blare broke out, and the black tortoise shield shattered into pieces. Black Eye's expression changed slightly, and 2 eyes opened on the Black Eye sword. A true dragon and a phoenix flew out, cast innate spells, and attacked the fist. The Devour black holes that appeared and disappeared broke out with terrifying power and shattered and devoured the true dragon and phoenix. Next, the fist slammed into the Black Eye sword. Twisting black earthworm leather and a layer of sticky liquid appeared on the Black Eye sword and neutralized 70% of the fist's power. Black Eye was blasted thousands of kilometers away, and his face turned pale, a flash of horror in his eyes. This is not Tylee Sunder heavenly art, but a heavenly secret art you created and best fits your path. How is this possible? How can you create such a powerful eternal heavenly art in such a short time? The Tylee Sunder heavenly art is a 7th layer eternal heavenly art and is extremely formidable. However, this eternal heavenly art best fits the path of Gu Tylee. As such, it's impossible for others to exert its full power. The power of the eternal heavenly art Yang Feng created with his path as the core is simply shocking, far beyond that of an ordinary eternal heavenly art. Black Eye is a 3rd-layer eternal sovereign who has been regarded as the #1 expert of Yanju firmament for more than 10 million years. Yet now he is being stifled by Yang Feng. This filled his heart with shock. Not bad. Black Eye, you can die now. With a cold flash in his eyes, Yang Feng broke out with countless abstruse runes, cast the Devour heavenly art, and unleashed one punch after another barreling towards Black Eye. If it were a match, it would be indeed my loss. But this is war. Yang Feng, you're the one who's going to die. Black Eye regained his composure. With a glimmer of intense killing intent in his eyes, he brandished the Black Eye sword, and eternal sovereign projections appeared one after another and cast incredible offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's fists surged with Devour runes, blasted the eternal sovereign projections apart, and devoured their power. As the fight progressed, his punches became more powerful, yet he still wasn't able to kill Black Eye. After all, Black Eye is a veteran with countless treasures. At every critical juncture, a treasure would emerge and block Yang Feng's attack, allowing him to hold on. On the other side, while under the siege of Gue Lingyang and company, 9 Noses and the other 3 eternal sovereigns suffered injuries, and their eternal force began to run out. Black Eye, you're worthy of being the #1 expert of Yanju firmament. I underestimated you. Now let me show you my real power. Xishan armor. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted. A rune appeared on Yang Feng's chest and instantly changed into the Xishan armor covering his whole body. The Xishan armor broke out with countless runes, and terrifying force flowed into Yang Feng. Devour heavenly spike. Yang Feng surged with an icy gleam in his eyes, and erupted with countless devour runes, and a giant spike formed in the void, turned into a stream of light, and stabbed towards Black Eye. Black Eye's countenance changed slightly. He brandished the Black Eye sword, and 6 eyes opened on the sword. 6 eternal realm true spirits, namely a black tortoise, a white tiger, a qilin, a true dragon, a kuanping, and a phoenix, appeared and cast defensive spells that contended against the devour heavenly spike. Mobilizing the power of 6 sealed eternal sovereigns at one time, this is the strongest secret method of Black Eye. The huge spike tore the sky, ran through the defensive spells of the 6 eternal realm true spirits, and slammed into the Black Eye sword. Twisting black worm leather and a layer of sticky liquid appeared on the Black Eye sword. The spike ran through the black worm leather, blasted the Black Eye sword in two, and stabbed into Black Eye. Terrifying devour force broke out at once and frenziedly devoured Black Eye's eternal origin. How is this possible? How can this be? You just stepped into the 3rd layer eternal realm, so how can you be so powerful? Black Eye unleashed heart-wrenching screams, a look of horror on his face. The eternal origin inside him was extracted, and he turned into dust that drifted away with a gust of wind. When the Black Eye sword broke apart, the 9 eternal sovereigns sealed inside it flew out and tried to escape. Become nutrients for my evolution. Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand, and a devour black hole emerged, swallowed the 9 eternal sovereigns, and devoured their eternal origin. Chapter 1437. Gui Lingyang Falls. Chapter 1437. Gui Lingyang Falls. The 9 eternal sovereigns have been sealed in the Black Eye sword for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Due to the erosion of the Black Eye sword, they were in a state in confusion and thus couldn't resist Yang Feng's attack. They were swallowed by Yang Feng's devour black hole at once. After more than a dozen breaths of time, they turned into dust and disappeared. Mechanical tentacles ejected out from the Xishan armor, wrapped around the Black Eye sword, and swallowed it, and then began to refine and absorb it. The Xishan armor is an eternal grade treasure that Yang Feng refined and fits his path. It has the same characteristics as its owner, that is, it can devour other eternal grade treasures and evolve. The more eternal grade treasures it devours, the more formidable it will become. Black Eye lost. Black Eye was killed by Yang Feng. The Black Eye sword was also destroyed by Yang Feng. Black Eye fell. Yang Feng has become the #1 expert of Yanju firmament. How can he be so powerful? The spectating eternal sovereigns were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The mother of myriad lotuses' beautiful eyes glimmered, and her heart filled with shock. So strong. Turns out that Yang Feng was this strong. Unless the big shots of Yanju firmament join forces, is there anyone in the firmament who is a match for him? Yang Feng blurred, appeared in front of Gui Lingyang with a flash, and touched the other party's forehead with his finger. Countless threads extended from the Xishan armor, wrapped around Gui Lingyang, and formed an eye, sealing him. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. Black Eye's sealing method is really extraordinary. When dealing with eternal sovereigns, it's better to use the sealing method. Gui Lingyang was sealed. What now? When they saw that Gui Lingyang was sealed by Yang Feng, the other eternal sovereigns of the Ram of Destruction felt their blood run cold. The Mantis Arm's eternal sovereign fled towards the outside in a blink, letting various attacks hit him. The whip of the ruler emerged abruptly, whipped the Mantis Arm's eternal sovereign on the head, and smashed his head. Yang Feng appeared in front of the Mantis Arm's eternal sovereign in a blink and touched his remains with a finger, and mechanical threads wound around his remains and sealed him into an eye. It turns out that she stayed still in order to prevent others from escaping. How vicious! Does he want to deal with all the eternal sovereigns there in one go? The eternal sovereigns hidden in different spaces felt a chill go down their spine when they saw this. There are eternal sovereigns of the Ram of Destruction and Black Eye Alliance there. If Yang Feng seals the eternal sovereigns of the two eternal sovereign alliances and annexes their territories, he will be able to form the most formidable eternal sovereign force in Yanju firmament. Sir Yang Feng, I, Moonflower Fairy, am willing to submit to you and serve you for 30,000 years. Please take me in. Moonflower Fairy turned slightly pale in the face and uttered decisively. Eternal sovereigns possess an unlimited lifespan. Moonflower Fairy doesn't want to die here. If Yang Feng seals her here, he will most likely break into Spirit Flower Domain and kill her for good. 10 million years. Serve me for 10 million years. Otherwise, you'll all die. Yang Feng appeared behind an eternal sovereign fighting with eternal saints in a blink, slapped him on the back of the head, and blasted apart his head apart, and countless mechanical strands wrapped around the eternal sovereign and sealed him into an eye. Yang Feng, you're delusional. Since you want to kill us, then we'll take you down together with us. The eyes of an eternal sovereign with an octopus head flashed ferociously, and he broke out with countless runes. Yang Feng sneered, "It's too late to self-detonate now." The whip of the ruler emerged from the void, whipped the head of the octopus head eternal sovereign, and smashed his head. Mechanical threads ejected out from the void, wrapped around the octopus head eternal sovereign, and sealed him into an eye. In a blink, Yang Feng appeared behind a rock-like eternal sovereign of the Black Eye Alliance and stabbed his hand into the other party, and countless mechanical tentacles appeared and sealed the rock eternal sovereign. Yang Feng, I'll kill you. With a ferocious flash in his eyes, an eternal sovereign with 4 faces threw a lightning spear at Yang Feng with all his might. Fool! Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of his hand, and a hexagram defensive barrier appeared. When the lightning spear slammed into the hexagon barrier, it raised ripples, and then collapsed and disappeared. A ruler saint equipped with a sword appeared behind the eternal sovereign with 4 faces and cut the other party with the sword. Another ruler saint stabbed the eternal sovereign with a spear, and countless rays of sealing light shone. The whip of the ruler emerged abruptly, whipped the eternal sovereign in the head, and smashed the other party's head. Countless mechanical threads emerged from the void, wrapped around the eternal sovereign, and sealed him into an eye. When Yang Feng stepped in, he directly sealed 4 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eye Alliance. The other 2 eternal sovereigns struggle bitterly. I am willing to submit to you and serve you, Your Majesty Yang Feng. Please spare me. A handsome, burly eternal sovereign with a horn, emanating a wicked aura, knelt in front of Yang Feng and spoke respectfully. Black Star Yunxian, to kneel in front of Yang Feng, you've thrown away the face of our eternal alliance. Yang Feng, FRYOUBnovel.com. The last eternal sovereign of the Black Eye Alliance, a 10,000-kilometer tall giant with a single eye, just spoke, when 10 ruler saints joined hands and smashed his body protection barrier. Visit FREOWebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. The whip of the ruler flew out of the void, whipped the eye of the one-eyed giant, and blasted the eye apart. Yang Feng appeared above the one-eyed giant in a blink and kicked his head, and terrifying force erupted and blasted his head to pieces. Countless mechanical threads emerged, wrapped around the one-eyed giant, and sealed him into an eye. I, Taishan Tortoise Lord, am willing to submit to you and serve you, Your Majesty Yang Feng. Please take me in. I, Wu Yudu, am willing to submit to you and serve you, Your Majesty Yang Feng. Please take me in. Upon seeing this scene, the 2 remaining eternal sovereigns of the Ram of Destruction gave up resistance and shouted, "It's over. From today on, Yang Feng is the #1 expert of Yanju firmament. The Eternal Sovereign Alliance he created is the greatest Eternal Sovereign Alliance of Yanju firmament. A total of 8 Eternal Sovereigns submitted to him. Coupled with his aides, the number of Eternal Sovereigns under his command has reached 10. The eyes of the spectating Eternal Sovereigns shimmered with an enigmatic shade. After this war, the state of Yanju firmament has undergone earth-shaking changes. With 8 Eternal Sovereigns having submitted to Yang Feng, their resources will fall into his hands, making him more powerful. Follow me. After Moonflower Fairy and the other 3 eternal sovereigns summoned the King of Oaths and made an oath, they flew into Yang Feng's camp, and then the enormous interstellar fleet disappeared into the void. Lingyang Domain is the domain ruled by Gue Lingyang. Ripples surged in the void, and an enormous interstellar fleet appeared outside Lingyang Domain. Master, I'll open a path for your army. Black Star Yunxian saluted Yang Feng and spoke respectfully. Yang Feng replied flatly, "Okay." Black Star Yunxian took a step, arrived in the void, pointed with his hand, and surged with eternal force, and star dragons emerged from the void one after another and barreled towards Lingyang Domain's outer space. Boom! Boom! Along with earth-shaking blares, the stars suspended in Lingyang Domain's outer space collapsed one after another and turned into meteorites falling down to the earth. Enemy attack! Countless powerhouses flew out from Lingyang Domain, yet were easily killed by Black Star Yunxian. With Black Star Yunxian as the vanguard, Yang Feng entered Lingyang Domain. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and the countless runes covering an eye disappeared, dispelling the seal. That eye flashed, and Gue Lingyang's figure condensed. Go to hell! With a frigid glimmer in his eyes, Yang Feng stabbed his hand into Gue Lingyang's body, operated the law of karma and the law of fate, and searched for the other party's eternal imprint. No! Yang Feng, stop! I will submit to you. I will! Gue Lingyang issued heart-wrenching screams, a flash of horror in his eyes. I think it's better for you to die. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Yang Feng extracted an eternal imprint from Gue Lingyang's body and crushed it. No! At the moment when his eternal imprint was crushed, Gue Lingyang lost all vitality. A devour black hole emerged abruptly and devoured Gue Lingyang's eternal true spirit. Stars fell, bloody rain shrouded the sky, and various other visions appeared in Yanju firmament. Gue Lingyang has fallen. A second-layer eternal sovereign has truly fallen. 2 eternal alliances are no match for Yang Feng. How dreadful! I'm afraid there's no one in Yanju firmament who would dare to oppose Yang Feng anymore. When the eternal sovereigns in Yanju firmament saw the various visions in the sky, their eyes glimmered with a peculiar shade. Chapter 1438. Shocking Yanju firmament. Chapter 1438. Shocking Yanju firmament. When the 8 eternal sovereigns present saw Yang Feng crash Gue Lingyang's eternal imprint and devour his eternal true spirit, they felt their blood run cold. As the master of an eternal alliance and a second-layer eternal realm powerhouse, Gue Lingyang has run rampant in Yanju firmament for millions of years. Even if it's a third-layer eternal sovereign, they would be somewhat apprehensive of Gue Lingyang. Yet such a fearsome eternal sovereign died right in front of them. This shocked them greatly. 9 Noses broke out in a cold sweat from his back, filled with fear. Fortunately, I decided to submit back then, or else I would have become nutrients for his evolution as well. Yang Feng extended his hand into Lingyang Domain, grabbed Gue Lingyang's treasuries hidden in the domain, and uttered indifferently, "Let's go to the next domain." Blue Ocean Domain is a domain shrouded in endless water. Your Majesty Yang Feng, I am willing to submit to you. Spare. The octopus head eternal sovereign watched helplessly as Yang Feng pulled out his eternal imprint from his body and shouted, a look of fear in his eyes. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng crushed the eternal imprint in his hand and devoured the other party's eternal true spirit. Stars fell, bloody rain shrouded the sky, and various other visions appeared in Yanju firmament. Another eternal sovereign has fallen. Yang Feng is really vicious. Yanju firmament's eternal sovereigns watched the various visions in the sky with a dignified color in their eyes. Black Eye Domain within a palace. Curses! Yang Feng, you dare kill my allies. I won't let this rest until one of us dies. Black Eye looked at the various visions that appeared in the sky and roared fiercely, a flash of shock and anger in his eyes. Terrifying demonic chi billowed in the palace, and the heads of beautiful women burst one after another. The rest of the beautiful women of different races in the palace knelt on the ground and shivered. If I had known beforehand, I would never have provoked him. After venting, Black Eye's eyes flashed with the shade of regret. Although Yang Feng possesses the 7th layer eternal heavenly art, the Tyli Sunder heavenly art. But the rest of the eternal sovereigns of Yanju firmament weighed thing over and over and finally decided not to mess with Yang Feng. Only Black Eye thought that he was strong enough to crush Yang Feng. Yet unexpectedly he was killed by Yang Feng instead. Yang Feng seized his sealing secret method and sealed quite a few eternal sovereigns of his alliance, dealing him heavy losses. Freebnovel. The Black Eye Alliance was one of the most powerful eternal alliances in Yanju firmament. But after this war it has fallen to the ranks of first-class eternal forces. Enderoman domain. No! Yang Feng, don't kill me. Please. The Four Faces eternal sovereign watched in horror as Yang Feng extracted his eternal imprint from his body and crushed it. Stars fell, bloody rain shrouded the sky, and various other visions appeared in Yanju firmament. The eternal sovereigns in Yanju firmament realized that another eternal sovereign has fallen. When Moonflower Fairy and the other 7 eternal sovereigns saw this, they felt a slight chill in their hearts. They were filled with both elation and fear. If they hadn't submitted in time, they would be among the eternal sovereigns who have fallen. After devouring the eternal sovereign's eternal true spirit, a portion of Yang Feng's interstellar fleet remained behind, while the rest left Enderoman domain. Yang Feng, I am Feiyuan Lord, the master of Feiyuan Alliance. I wish to talk to you. A gorgeous woman dressed in a silver-white robe, with long, black hair and hot, sexy figure walked out of the void and appeared in front of Yang Feng's flagship, 3rd layer eternal realm aura diffusing from her. Feiyuan Lord, please. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a set of tables and chairs appeared on the deck of the flagship. The tables are full of spirit fruits and fine liquor. Feiyuan Lord smiled, strode over, and sat in a chair, a fragrance wafting out from her. Feiyuan Lord uttered with a sweet smile, Yang Feng, I came on behalf of Black Eye to mediate between the two of you. He is willing to pay a satisfactory price to end the war and wants to ransom the Black Eye Alliance's Giant Eye Lord and Thunderclap Lord. Yang Feng looked at Feiyuan Lord with an enigmatic smile and asked, If I don't agree, will the Feiyuan Alliance become my enemy like the Black Eye Alliance? Feiyuan Lord was startled. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified shade, and she spoke with a solemn expression. Yang Feng, the Feiyuan Alliance was only entrusted to mediate between you two. We don't intend to be your enemy. 5 eternal sovereigns of Yanju firmament have fallen at Yang Feng's hands until now. If Feiyuan Lord made such a great enemy for no reason, the Feiyuan Alliance would most likely collapse and cease to exist. Although Feiyuan Lord is the master of the Feiyuan Alliance, but she can't compare to Yang Feng in terms of control over the eternal sovereigns in her alliance. With a word from Yang Feng, 9 Noses, Moonflower Fairy, and the other eternal sovereigns will have no choice but to fight for him to the very end. But if Feiyuan Lord wants to have the eternal sovereigns in her alliance fight, she needs to have a discussion with them and promise them benefits. Feiyuan Lord warned, Yang Feng, I must warn you, in Black Eye domain, Black Eye can display 4th layer eternal realm combat power. Even if you defeat the Black Eye Alliance, you will have to pay a terrible price. Yang Feng's eyes constricted. 4th layer eternal realm. The 4th layer eternal, 7th layer eternal, and 9th layer eternal realms are 3 great realms that represent 3 eternal sovereign transformations. Eternal sovereigns of these 3 great realms possess far greater combat power than eternal sovereigns of lower realms. Yang Feng contemplated for a moment, and then said resolutely, an icy shimmer in his eyes, I'm going to kill Giant Eye Lord and Thunderclap Lord Dai and seize their territories. Black Eye must pay a sufficient compensation, or else I will kill the 2 remaining eternal sovereigns of the Black Eye Alliance, occupy their domains, and then launch a comprehensive attack against Black Eye domain. Black Eye can display 4th layer eternal realm combat power only with the power of the domain. As long as I pay a high enough price, I can kill him. The eternal imprint of an eternal sovereign contains their eternal true spirit, which is a higher level force than eternal origin. Every time he devours the eternal true spirit of an eternal sovereign, and then refines it with the devour heavenly art, Yang Feng's eternal imprint becomes more powerful by a fraction. Yang Feng won't easily let go of an opportunity to justifiably kill other eternal sovereigns. After this is over, no one in Yenju firmament will dare to offend Yang Feng. Even if he deliberately doesn't station powerhouses at the domains he seized, no eternal sovereign will dare to sneak in to plunder lest they give him an excuse to kill them. Feiyuan Lord nodded and closed her eyes. Black Eye Domain. Black eyes roared madly, and terrifying light emanated from him. Swept by the terrifying light, the beautiful women of different race inside the palace instantly disintegrated. Even if I have to wait tens of thousands of years, I will have my revenge. Yang Feng, one day, I will kill you. Black Eye's eyes flashed fiercely. He gnashed his teeth for a while, and then finally sat down dejectedly, a flash of helplessness and dread in his eyes. With the 8 eternal sovereigns of Yenju firmament that he subdued, plus the 12 saint rulers, Ling and Shishui, Yang Feng can quell a 4th-layer eternal sovereign. In Black Eye Domain, Black Eye is confident that he can kill several eternal sovereigns subordinated to Yang Feng when he goes all out. But that would only make Yang Feng pay a slight price. After all, eternal sovereigns are fearsome beings who can be constantly reborn. However, if he falls into Yang Feng's hands, he will truly die. Of course, if Black Eye gives it his all, he can completely destroy Black Eye Domain, making it so that Yang Feng won't get anything. This is an important reason why Yang Feng ultimately gave up on killing Black Eye. Aboard the flagship, Feiyuan Lord opened her eyes and said slowly, a complex shade in her beautiful eyes, Black Eye agrees to your conditions. With a satisfied glimmer in his eyes, Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a crystal flew into Feiyuan Lord's hand. Feiyuan Lord crushed the crystal and was immediately shocked. She took a deep look at Yang Feng, a flash of apprehension in her eyes. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. Black Eye Domain. So many rare resources. Damn it. Does he want to empty out my treasuries? Damn you, Yang Feng. I won't let this matter rest until one of us perishes. When he saw the compensation list Yang Feng sent, Black Eye's eyes flickered with the shade of anger, and he howled bitterly. In the end, Black Eye reluctantly agreed to the humiliating condition to compensate Yang Feng with a large amount of resources. Because Yang Feng demanded too many resources, it was finally agreed that in addition to a large number of rare resources that are to be paid immediately, Black Eye must pay Yang Feng 200,000 Eternal Origin Stones every year for 10,000 years. Yang Feng directly killed Giant Eye Lord and Thunderclap Lord and devoured their eternal true spirits. Interstellar fleets proceeded towards the domains of these eternal sovereigns and occupied them one after another. Yenju Firmament's eternal sovereigns watched helplessly as Yang Feng occupied the domains of these eternal sovereigns, not daring to contend against him. Chapter 1439. Ying advances to the Eternal Realm. Chapter 1439. Ying advances to the Eternal Realm. Lingyang Domain. In the center of a shrine, in an eternal origin pool, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, surged with countless mysterious runes in his eyes, and emanated 3rd-layer Eternal Realm aura. The most up-to-date noves are published on FRYOUBnovel. 4th-layer Devour Heavenly Art, deduction progress at 38%. Estimated completion time, none. Yang Feng looked at the deduction progress with satisfaction. The deduction of the Devour Heavenly Art has progressed. Sure enough, with other eternal heavenly arts as reference, it's easier to deduce my Devour Heavenly Art. Moonflower Fairy and the other eternal sovereigns all had some eternal heavenly art fragments in their possession. Furthermore, Black Eye paid a compensation of a complete 2nd layer and 2 incomplete 3rd-layer eternal heavenly arts. With the help of all kinds of data, Yang Feng was able to deduce the 4th layer of the Devour Heavenly Art to 38%. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a queer color, and he sensed his strength. I'm now stronger by a fraction than when I just advanced to the 3rd Eternal Realm. I wonder if I can contend against 4th-layer Eternal Realm powerhouses. With a flash of ripples, Yang Feng disappeared from this place. Sangji Plain is in a huge laboratory. A light shone, and Yang Feng walked out of the void. Greetings, Lord. For you to call me, what can I do for you? Along with an afterimage, Ying came out of a shadow and saluted Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled lightly and uttered, I want to help you advance to the eternal realm. Are you interested? Ing responded, a flash of excitement in her beautiful eyes. Of course I'm interested, Lord. Please grant me power and let me advance to the eternal realm. Along with a flash of ripples, a level 7 stronghold appeared behind Ing. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a Kunmo stone and countless treasures of heaven and earth from eternal world turned into a torrent and flowed into the level 7 stronghold. Ing saluted Yang Feng, and then blurred into motion, entered the level 7 stronghold, and began to preside over the evolution of the level 7 stronghold. Time elapsed and 3 years passed in a flash. In the center of the stronghold, with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, a mysterious rune slowly emerged and diffused eternal realm aura. Okay. Yang Feng's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand. 5 million eternal origin stones flew out, and a tremendous amount of eternal origin force flowed into the stronghold. Under the nourishment of the eternal origin force, the mysterious rune formed in an instant. Within hundreds of millions of light years, a terrifying energy storm was triggered, and an endless amount of universe energies converged on Tsangji Plain. Terrifying thunderclouds condensed above Tsangji Plain, ready to drop down lightning and destroy the secret treasure that is attempting to advance to the eternal grade. What a terrible energy storm! Is someone advancing to the eternal realm? No. It's His Majesty 9th Warlock Emperor refining an eternal grade treasure. Another eternal grade treasure has been born in our universe. The powerhouses of the world of warlocks at the Holy Realm and higher watched this scene with excitement in their eyes. Another eternal grade treasure has been refined. Yang Feng's alchemy is getting more and more formidable and incredible. Eternal realm. Eternal realm. In a research institute, Magic Note Lord looked at the vision in the sky with a complicated flash in his eyes. Magic Note Lord is the #1 alchemist in the world of warlocks under the Eternal Realm. When Yang Feng was an Empyrean, he was far from being a match to Magic Note Lord in terms of alchemy, despite being the #1 alchemist below the Eternal Realm. But in the end, he's still a being below the Eternal Realm. It's basically impossible for him to refine an eternal grade treasure. Magic Note Lord could only watch with envy as Yang Feng refined one eternal grade treasure after another. A large hand extended out from Tsangji Plain, grabbed the thunderclouds, turned them into a bead, and brought the bead into the huge laboratory. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the thunder bead condensed from universe energies entered Ying's stronghold and became its energy source. The level 8 stronghold opened, and a mist ejected out. The beautiful Ying, wearing a black evening dress, emerged out of the level 8 stronghold, smiled sweetly, and walked up to Yang Feng. "Thank you, Lord, for granting me eternal force." Ying smiled sweetly, kissed Yang Feng on the cheek, hugged his arm, and said cutely, "Lord, I want to become stronger. Please give me more resources." Older sister Ying, you have already advanced to the eternal realm. Next is my turn to advance to the eternal realm. Lord, you should use your resources on me. Once I advance to the eternal realm, I will become your strongest shield. With a sweet smile on her face, Xingji emerged from the void, hugged Yang Feng's other arm, and opposed Ying. Yang Feng smiled and said, "All right, when I find enough resources, I will let you advance to the eternal realm." Xingji, freewebnovioL.com. At this time, Yang Feng has enough resources to let Xingji advance to the eternal realm. However, if a peerless treasure like the Kunmo Stone isn't added during the advancement to the eternal realm, it will become very difficult for Xingji to make further advancements in the future. When he said that, Ying and Xingji settled down. The 9th Warlock Imperial Court in the Imperial Alchemy Research Institute. Along with a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in a laboratory. In the laboratory, there is a person sitting. That person is Magic Note Lord. Magic Note Lord asked casually, "What a rare guest. Feng, Eternal Sovereign. What brings you here?" Yang Feng smiled faintly and asked, "Magic Note Lord, do you want to advance to the eternal realm?" "Of course I want." The indifference in Magic Note Lord's eyes faded and gave way to dignity and solemnity. He got up, stared at Yang Feng, and said slowly, a gleam of excitement deep in his eyes. You want to help me advance to the eternal realm? I can help you advance the eternal realm in eternal world. However, your eternal imprint must be placed in a domain of eternal world, and you have swear to serve me for the rest of your life. Yang Feng smiled and told Magic Note Lord about the advantages and disadvantages of advancing to the eternal realm and setting up the eternal imprint in eternal world. The best place to set up the eternal imprint is an independent universe like the universe of the world of Warlock. The defense of an independent universe is extremely terrifying. Even if a 9th-layer Eternal Sovereign invades an independent universe, they will be quelled by a 1st-layer Eternal Sovereign. However, in an independent universe like the world of Warlocks, the promotion of Eternal Sovereigns is closely related to the universe energy level. Before devouring Gamana universe, Eternal Sovereigns of the world of Warlocks could advance to the 3rd-layer Eternal Realm at most. After devouring Gamana universe, it is not longer impossible for Eternal Sovereigns of the universe of the world of Warlocks advance to the 4th-layer Eternal Realm and higher. Magic Note Lord uttered unhurriedly, a look of uncertainty on his face. In other words, if I accept your help, I will become your subject, and I will have to toil for you for the rest of my life. Yang Feng responded with a smile. That's right, you can think it over. I'm also considering Death Lord and Primal Chaos Mother Spider. Magic Note Lord said flatly, it seems that you're doing well in Eternal World. All right, I'll take you up on your offer and serve you. Ripples surged, and Yang Feng disappeared from his place. Sangji Plain in a villa. Ripples surged, and Yang Feng appeared next to a lake behind the villa. Next to the lake, there sits a couple enveloped in a loving atmosphere. They are Death Lord and his wife. Greetings, Your Majesty. When Death Lord and his wife saw Yang Feng, they got up and saluted him. Death Lord, would you like to advance to the Eternal Realm and serve me? Yang Feng smiled faintly and made an offer. Death Lord pondered for a moment, and then shook his head and refused. Your Majesty, my lifelong wish was to revive my wife, grow old quietly with her, and then die. If I go to Eternal World and advance to the Eternal Realm, I will have to fight for you, Your Majesty. I long for a peaceful life. I'm very sorry, but I can't continue to fight for Your Majesty. It's okay. I respect your choice. A gleam of regret streaked across Yang Feng's eyes. Ripples surged, and he disappeared from this place. Nestled in the arms of Death Lord, the beautiful eyes of Duo deemed, sorry, older brother Shang. Because of me, you can't become an Eternal Sovereign. Death Lord smiled, hugged Duo, and said slowly, Duo, there's nothing to regret. I had no ambitions to begin with. I came this far only to revive you. My greatest wish in life was to be able to spend every day with you. I am weary of fighting endlessly. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with the shade of regret. It's a shame, but sure you and Mycelia have advanced to the Empyrean realm not too long ago and need time to settle down before they can advance to the Eternal Realm. This time only Magic Note Lord can serve me. Not everyone can advance to the Eternal Realm. In the world of Warlocks, only Primal Chaos Mother, Death Lord, Magic Note Lord, and other unequaled Overlord-level Empyreans have the potential to advance to the Eternal Realm. Primal Chaos Mother Spider and other alien race unequaled Overlord-level Empyreans were forced to submit to Yang Feng. In the world of Warlocks, they have no choice but to serve Yang Feng. But if they go to Eternal World, there will be the possibility of them rebelling. In the world of Warlocks, the only Empyreans that Yang Feng can trust are Magic Note Lord, Death Lord, Shiryu, Mycelia, Regina, and Zhou Ruoling. The latter two have just advanced to the Empyrean realm. Mycelia and them have advanced to the Empyrean realm not too long ago and have a shallow foundation. Even with sufficient resources, it is almost impossible for them to advance to the Eternal Realm. Chapter 1440, Magic Note Lord Advances. Chapter 1440, Magic Note Lord Advances. Giant Eye Domain. In the middle of a huge square, ripples surged, and Yang Feng and Magic Note Lord emerged from the void. In the middle of the square, there is a huge array engraved. There are 9 Warlock towers around the array. In the square, There are 3 million eternal origin stones inlaid, emitting eternal realm fluctuations of power. So this is an eternal heavenly array that can help an Empyrean to advance to an eternal sovereign. Eternal world is really something else. Magic Note Lord looked at the 9 warlock towers and all kinds of runes emanating eternal realm fluctuations of power, and his eyes revealed the shade of intoxication. Yang Feng said, "Let's get started." Magic Note Lord nodded and sat down in the array in the middle of the square. Yang Feng pointed with his hand. An array entered the array. The array glimmered, surged with mysterious runes, and extracted the eternal force of the 3 million eternal origin stones. There was a slight tremor in the void, and countless rays of blue light gathered and formed a blue ocean emitting a powerful eternal force. Magic Note Lord flew into the blue ocean and inhaled, and the blue ocean flowed into his mouth. As the blue ocean disappeared, Magic Note Lord's aura became more formidable and more terrifying. Yang Feng flicked his fingers, and a flower of fate containing fate fluctuations and a stone of time containing time fluctuations flew out and flowed into Magic Note Lord's body. In order to advance to the eternal realm, you must comprehend the essences of time, space, power, and fate. The essences of time and fate are most mysterious and difficult to comprehend. In Eternal World, there are 2 kinds of miraculous treasures of heaven and earth, namely the flower of fate and stone of time, that can enable people to advance to the eternal realm without comprehending the 2 essences. However, eternal sovereigns who advance through this methods will be much weaker than eternal sovereigns who have comprehended the 4 essences. Magic Note Lord only wishes to advance to the eternal realm. By then, he'll be able to break the boundary and refine real eternal grade treasures. Otherwise, even with his peerless talent, it will be almost impossible to comprehend the essences of time and fate. The source of this content is formidable.cm. When the flower of fate and stone of time entered Magic Note Lord's body, the whole giant eye domain trembled, and the domain's energies churned and turned into a terrifying energy whirlpool that flowed into Magic Note Lord's body. An eternal imprint emerged from Magic Note Lord and merged into giant eye domain. An eternal star slowly rose in Yenju firmament. A new eternal sovereign was born. Another eternal sovereign appeared under Yang Feng's command. With so many eternal domains under his control, he can cultivate more eternal sovereigns. In Yenju firmament, eternal sovereigns looked at the rising eternal star with complicated emotions in their eyes. That's Giant Eye's domain. Damn you, Yang Feng. Damn animal. Black Eye looked at the rising eternal star with anger in his eyes, and terrifying demonic chi churned in the palace. Although the Black Eye Alliance agreed to a truce with Yang Feng, but every time Yang Feng's power rises, Black Eye feels miserable. The reason why Yang Feng's power was able to surge in a short time is because he stepped on the bodies of eternal sovereigns of the Ram of Destruction and Black Eye Alliance. Had it not been for the countless treasures he obtained from the 2 eternal alliances, Yang Feng wouldn't be so magnanimous as to let Magic Note Lord advance to the eternal realm. freewebnovel.com. Magic Note Lord opened his eyes slowly, burst out with a radiance from his eyes, and revealed a smile. So this is eternal sovereign power. How wonderful. It's on a completely different level from Empyrean realm power. Magic Note Lord took a look at Yang Feng. From today on, I will start a new research. Lord, if there's nothing of importance, don't disturb me. Fine. Yang Feng smiled helplessly, and then surged with ripples and disappeared. Magic Note Lord is a research-oriented talent. To deduce the level 8 stronghold and even the level 9 stronghold, Yang Feng needs the help of Magic Note Lord. After he advanced to the Eternal Realm, it can be said that his value has become greater than even that of the 8 Eternal Sovereigns who joined Yang Feng's camp. A few days later, news that a new Eternal Alliance, Ring of Transcendence, was established and that Yang Feng, a 3rd-layer Eternal Realm expert, is its master spread in Yenju Firmament. The masters of Yenju Firmament's domains took the initiative to offer various treasures to Yang Feng for fear that he would take this as an excuse to annex their domains. In fact, Yang Feng really wanted to take this opportunity to annex 1 or 2 eternal domains and expand his sphere of influence. But the masters of Yenju Firmament's domains didn't give him an excuse to take action. Lingyang Domain has been renamed into Transcendent Domain and has become the headquarters of the Ring of Transcendence. Among the domains that Yang Feng occupied, Lingyang Domain has the richest resources and the deepest reserves. The Ring of Transcendence headquarters, in the Royal Palace. Your Majesty Yang Feng, this is the invitation that my lord asked me to bring to you. Please accept it. A peerless beauty with long, purple hair and a hot, sexy figure appeared in the royal palace, smiled sweetly at Yang Feng, and respectfully handed him a golden invitation. Yang Feng said indifferently, "I got it. If there's nothing else, you may leave." The peerless beauty with purple hair is an Empyrean of the Feiyuan Alliance. If Yang Feng wished, he could have her here and now. But he isn't interested. "Yes, Your Majesty." The beautiful eyes of the peerless beauty with purple hair flashed with the shade of disappointment, and she took her leave. This is an invitation for the bigwig assembly held in Ningxin Domain. All the bigwigs of Yenju Firmament will attend this assembly. It just so happens that there are still some things that I have to learn. It seems that I must go to this assembly. Yang Feng mused as he played with the golden invitation. In Eternal Domain, Yenju Firmament is regarded as just a desolate place and is among the lowest firmaments. If Yang Feng can unify the whole Yenju Firmament, it will be possible to use the firmament's resources to make a breakthrough and advance to the fourth layer Eternal Realm. Yang Feng has already attracted the attention of the other eternal sovereigns of Yenju Firmament. If he attacks masters of other domains for no reason, it will cause the eternal sovereigns of Yenju Firmament to unite against him. Yang Feng doesn't have the strength to contend against all eternal sovereigns of Yenju Firmament yet. At present, if Yang Feng wants to advance further, he can only go to a higher-level firmament in Eternal World and search for higher-level eternal heavenly arts. A few months later, Ningxin Domain, Eternal City, in front of the Royal Palace. Ripples surged, and Yang Feng appeared in front of a gate of the Royal Palace. "Sir, please show your invitation." At the gate, an Empyrean realm guard uttered in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the golden invitation flew into the guard's hand. "Greetings, Your Majesty Yang Feng. Please go in." When the two Empyrean realm guards in front of the gate saw the name of the golden invitation, their countenance changed dramatically, and they knelt on the ground and uttered respectfully. Yang Feng is the most famous eternal sovereign that has appeared in Yenju Domain in the past millions of years. The Empyrean realm guards don't dare to offend Yang Feng in the slightest. Yang Feng strode into Eternal City. In a luxurious hall, there are 6 people, including Black Eye and Feiyuan Lord. The other 4 people are all men. Everyone here exudes third-layer Eternal Realm aura. "Yang Feng, here you are. Let me introduce you. This is Bei Shi, Zhang Jie, Star Whale Lord, and Zhen Li." Feiyuan Lord smiled, came forward, and introduced the people in the hall to Yang Feng. Bei Shi, Zhang Jie, Star Whale Lord, Zhen Li, and them are all leaders of major Eternal Alliance of Yenju Firmament. They exchanged a few polite words with Yang Feng. Black Eye stayed silent, a cold expression on his face. Feiyuan Lord uttered slowly, a dignified flash in her beautiful eyes. "Everyone, this time's assembly is held because Taishian's sacred firmament of the 10 sacred firmaments has issued a conscription order. They want to conscript the eternal sovereigns of Yenju Firmament to participate in an eternal war of Taishian's sacred firmament." When they heard this, the countenance of Bei Shi and the other bigwigs of Yenju Firmament changed greatly, but they remained silent. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with puzzlement. 10 sacred firmaments? Although Yang Feng has devoured a large number of eternal sovereign true spirits and obtained their memories, but those eternal sovereigns had no knowledge about the 10 sacred firmaments. Yang Feng, in Eternal World, the firmaments are divided into sacred firmament, greater firmament, intermediate firmament, and lesser firmament. Our Yenju Firmament is one of the countless lesser firmaments. The 10 sacred firmaments of Eternal World are Taishian's sacred firmament, Biqing's sacred firmament, and Kalaman's sacred firmament, Zhushan's sacred firmament, Wanma's sacred firmament, Juling's sacred firmament, Jimanwei's sacred firmament, Jinji's sacred firmament, Boda's sacred firmament, and Muwen's sacred firmament. The 10 sacred firmaments all have an eternal sovereign king standing guard. Our Yanju firmament is one of the lesser firmament vassals of Taishien's sacred firmament. The 10 sacred firmaments fight with each other endlessly. Since Taishien's sacred firmament has issued a conscription order, we have no choice but to go, Feiyuan Lord said with a wry smile. When he heard this, Yang Feng suddenly had an epiphany. I see. It seems that the previous eternal sovereigns of the world of warlocks were drawn into the eternal wars of the 10 sacred firmaments, had Tyr eternal imprint crushed, and died. For eternal sovereigns who have their eternal imprint placed in their universe like Yang Feng, it is almost impossible to truly die. However, if they get involved in eternal wars of eternal world, even an eternal sovereign like Yang Feng will be in danger of truly dying. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.